Good morning, everybody. I'm Dan Garodnick, Chair of the City Planning Commission and Director of the Department of City Planning. Welcome to today's public meeting. We have a full house. For those of you who are joining us for the first time, thank you for being with us, and for those who we have seen before, welcome back. We're going to start today with a special review session for presentations and a scope review of modifications made by the City Council on projects that the City Planning Commission previously approved. First up are modifications for a couple of mixed-income residential developments in Brooklyn. 712 Myrtle Avenue looks to bring around 40 homes, a third of them income-restricted affordable, to Bed-Stuy, and 3033 Avenue V would include around 110 homes, nearly 30 of them income-restricted and affordable, on a site in Sheepshead Bay. We'll then hear about modifications to the Arthur Kill Terminal proposal on the east shore of Staten Island. We are very appreciative for the Council's engagement and support on this proposal, which will give our clean energy economy a major boost and be a job center for years to come. Next up are the Bronx Metro North Station area plan changes. The Council's Zoning and Land Use Committees voted to adopt this important proposal with modifications yesterday, and we are deeply grateful for their engagement in recent months and their support for this proposal. We'll hear more about the modifications soon, but as a reminder, this is our plan to revamp land use around new Metro North stations that are coming to the East Bronx. It's not every day that you get a new train station in a community, much less four, and so this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to complement new transit access with new housing, jobs, open space, and other investments. We'll have more to say on this as it approaches the finish line. The last modifications under review today are for 500 Kent, a proposed commercial building that would include around 2 acres of public waterfront open space in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Moving to the public hearing portion of the meeting, we'll hold 2 votes on new landmark designations in Brooklyn and in Manhattan. The first is the Brooklyn Edison Building at 345 Adams Street in downtown Brooklyn, built between 1922 and 1926. This Renaissance Revival style building is a testament to the technological advancements in electricity that fueled Brooklyn's growth in the early 20th century. From there, we will vote on Temple Court Atrium at 5 Beekman Street, only a few blocks from this very hearing room at 120 Broadway in the Financial District. Constructed as part of a late 19th century office building and now part of the Beekman Hotel, it is a rare example of a full-height interior skylighted atrium. Staying in Manhattan, our next vote is on the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center's proposal for a new hospital building with a pedestrian bridge over 67th Street within the footprint of their existing campus at 1233 York Avenue in Lenox Hill, Lenox Hill in Manhattan. Our last 2 votes for today are on Staten Island. We'll make our decision on the landmarking of Frederick Douglass Memorial Park in Oakwood Heights. This park is the only existing non-sectarian cemetery founded by and specifically for New York City's Black community. Having opened in 1935, it provided a dignified cemetery for Black New Yorkers at a time when discrimination and segregation excluded them from other city burial sites. We'll also vote on an authorization to facilitate a new single-family home at 25 Carlton Place in Todt Hill. Moving on to today's public hearings, we'll start with a proposal from the Department of the Aging and the Department of Citywide Administrative Services to acquire 1680 Southern Boulevard in Crotona Park East as the new home of the Neighborhood Shop Casa Boricua Older Adult Center. The new and improved center would include a large commercial kitchen and multiple activity spaces, as well as space for case management and case assistance. Seniors would be able to easily access the 2 and 5 train and at 174th Street, as well as Crotona Park. Next, the public is invited to testify on the South Jamaica Gateway rezoning proposal by the Department of Housing Preservation and Development to construct 2 100% income-restricted affordable residential developments in Jamaica, Queens. If approved, these 2 sites near York College and the Jamaica Center Parsons Archer subway station would generate 144 homes in total. One building would be dedicated to affordable senior housing with 30% of the units set aside for formerly homeless seniors. The second building would set aside 15% of its units for formerly homeless New Yorkers of all ages. Moving to Manhattan, we'll hold a hearing on a proposal for 60 East 93rd Street, which looks to turn the vacant 4-story building with a mix of apartments and community facility space into a single-family residence. This would include filling in an interior light well on the 3rd and 4th floor. The Carnegie Hill building is a short walk away from Central Park and Museum Mile. In Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, we'll hear testimony on the designation of the Willoughby Hart Historic District. These two blocks of distinctive late 19th century row houses lining Willoughby Avenue and Hart Street between Nostrand and Marcy Avenues were built during a period of intensive residential development that followed the extension of streetcar lines to the area and the completion of the Brooklyn Bridge. The public is also welcome to testify on a proposed mixed-use building at 2390 McDonald Avenue in Gravesend, Brooklyn. If approved, this development would include 80 homes, around 25 of them income restricted with ground floor retail, and would sit a couple of blocks from the F train stops at Avenue U and Avenue X, as well as Our Lady of Grace baseball field. Our last hearing for today is on 962 Franklin Avenue in Crown Heights, Brooklyn. This 14-story mixed-use development would include 475 new homes, of which around 120 would be income restricted, plus ground floor retail. The site is near the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and the Jackie Robinson Playground, and about a 10-minute walk from the 2, 3, 4, and 5 trains at Franklin Avenue, Medgar Evers College, and BQ and Franklin Avenue Shuttle at Prospect Park. There's a lot to do today, so again, welcome to all of you, and let's get to it. Madam Secretary, let's get on our way.
Good morning and welcome to the City Planning Commission's special review session for Wednesday, August 7th, 2024. The time is 10:08 a.m. and a quorum is present. The first item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for 712 Myrtle Avenue in Brooklyn Community District 3. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment to Appendix F, removing MIH Option 2 and adding the deep affordability option, and staff believe this modification is within scope.
Okay, any questions about that? Okay, seeing none, I seek assent by voice vote to send a letter to the council if those modifications are in fact within scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, ayes have it. We will proceed. Thank you.
The second item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for the 3033 Avenue V rezoning in Brooklyn Community District 15. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment to Appendix F, removing MIH Option 2 and adding the deep affordability option, and staff believe this modification is within scope.
Questions? Okay. I'd seek assent by a voice vote here to send a letter to the council if these modifications are within scope at 3033 Avenue V. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay. Okay. The ayes have it.
The third item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for Arthur Kill Terminal in Staten Island Community District 3. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment, and staff believe this modification is within scope. Puneet Singh is here to present.
Welcome, Puneet.
Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Hello, everyone. My name is Puneet Singh. I'm a community coordinator in the Staten Island office, here to once again present on Arthur Kill Terminal, a proposed marine port that would host offshore wind turbine component assembly and staging located in the Special South Richmond Development District of Staten Island's Community District 3. The Department of City Planning referred this project to the City Council on June 20th, 2024, and we received City Council modifications yesterday on August 6th regarding the proposed zoning text amendment that the applicant is seeking related to an existing City Planning Commission authorization for the modification of natural features within Staten Island's Special South Richmond Development District. Slide, please. Okay, so the text you see here on the screen is what the City Council has proposed to modify, and we believe that the modification does not change the scope of the original zoning text amendment, which you all voted to approve on June 12th. So it's a simple modification. The City Council has added an additional phrase. It's double underlined and also in bold here. And it emphasizes that renewable energy ought to be a foundational element to the granting of this authorization. And that is it. That's the full modification. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, questions? Okay. Thank you, Puneet.
Thank you.
I'm going to seek assent by voice vote here, again, to send a letter to the council that the modifications as described and displayed are within scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, ayes have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
The fourth item on our agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for Bronx Metro North and the Bronx Community Districts 9, 10, and 11. The City Council proposes to modify the zoning text amendment, zoning map amendment, and one of the city map amendments. Michael Cavallari is here to present.
All right, Michael, welcome.
Good morning. This is a presentation related to City Council's proposed modifications to the Bronx Metro North Neighborhood Plan and its associated actions, which was approved by the Commission on June 26th of this year, and we received these modifications yesterday. Next slide, please. Oh, I have the clicker. Apologies. I'll first summarize the proposed modifications, and then we'll share the New York City Department of City Planning's scope determination. As you can see on the slide, the modifications consist of a series of zoning map, zoning text, and city map amendments. On the map here, you can see the geographic scope of these changes, and I'll now step through these one at a time. Beginning at Morris Park, the City Council proposes modifying the application by removing the previously proposed C43 district at Morris Park, Tenbrook, and Seminole. The site under the proposed mods would remain an R4 C11 district. The next modification at Morris Park involves the removal of the proposed R61 district along Stillwell and Eastchester Roads, roughly between Rhinelander and Seminole. Here, the existing zoning would remain a mix of M11 and R4 districts. The final change at Morris Park relates to the proposed C44 full commercial district. Here, the City Council proposes a modification to the special district text to change the residential equivalent from the previously proposed R8 to an R73 equivalent. Additionally, here the City Council proposes modifications to the underlying district height for the R73 district, adjusting it from 185 feet to 215 feet. In turn, the City Council proposes a modification to the special district text to remove the previously proposed chair cert and authorization for additional height of up to 25% over the base district. The next change relates to the proposed large site at 1601 Bronxdale, where the City Council proposes 3 modifications. The first is a reduction in the allowance for additional height relief to no more than 10% of the underlying district's max height. Previously, that was at 25%. 13%, not 10% of the max height. It was previously 25%. The second change is the removal of the applicability of said modified bulk relief within 150 feet of Bronxdale Avenue. And finally, the removal of the allowance for an additional 40 feet in height for buildings containing qualifying school sites. Finally, the City Council proposes modifications to the zoning for 2 large sites on the south side of East Tremont Avenue, shown here, with a proposed change for both sites from the previously proposed R8 district to an R8 district. Additionally, the City Council proposes a zoning text change affecting the easternmost site to allow for an additional 20 feet of height above the underlying district height. The final allowed heights would then increase from 185 to 215 feet for the large western site at Unionport Road and East Tremont Ave, and to 235 feet for the large site located in the mid-block between Unionport Road and Purdy Street. In addition to the bulk modifications discussed above, the City Council also proposes the following changes. First, to modify the proposed parking regulations to revert to underlying district regulations for residential off-street parking requirements. Modification to Appendix F, changing the previously proposed options 1 so that options 1 and the deep affordability option are available in districts 9 and 10, and such that option 2 alone is available in Community District 11. And finally, the City Council proposes a modification to the Bronxdale mapping action with a note, a clarifying appending note stating that the mapping terminus of Pierce Avenue shall be subject to reservation of subsurface volumes by the owner of Lot 200, delineated by 1 or more lower limiting planes, and a reservation of surface easements for ventilation and similar purposes in order to facilitate below-grade parking facilities as may be agreed to by the City of New York pursuant to the mapping agreement. And with that, I conclude the summary of the proposed City Council modifications. I'll end just by noting that the Department of City Planning believes that the modifications as outlined are in scope.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Michael, and thank you to you and the Bronx Office of City Planning, our partners at City Hall, and of course, the City Council for all of their hard work in navigating the proposed changes and coming up with a result that we can get through and get past, and that is certainly within scope. So thank you very much for all of your efforts. Commissioner Benjamin?
Hi, Michael. Thank you so much for all your work and for Paul's. I just had one question. With the changes in the height restrictions, can an applicant still fit all of the bulk within the new lower heights?
Yes, it's a very good question. We did look at it, and so I'm assuming you're addressing the C44 at Morris Park in particular. Yeah, there since we had previously proposed an R8 district, and the district would now go to an R73, we do believe that there is enough height to accommodate the FAR that would be generated. Yeah.
Okay. Even with UAB or some other way to increase?
Yeah, as we had analyzed those additional heights that would come through CHO, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, great. No other questions. I'm going to seek assent by voice vote here to send a letter to the council that modifications on the Bronx Metro North Station area plan are within scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, ayes have it. Thank you again, Michael, Paul. Thank you very much. Okay.
Last item on our special review session agenda is a City Council modification scope determination for 500 Kent Avenue in Brooklyn Community District 2. Amrita Mayesh is here to present.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Waiting for the slides. The department received the City Council's proposed modifications to the 500 Kent Avenue application's restrictive declaration yesterday. As the CPC may recall, 500 Kent Avenue is an application by 500 Kent LLC and the United Jewish Organizations of Williamsburg for a zoning map amendment and zoning special permits to facilitate an approximately 500,000 square foot commercial development and 2 acres of public space in the South Williamsburg neighborhood of Brooklyn Community District 2. The City Council is proposing modifications to Section 15.2, Paragraph A1 of the Restrictive Declaration in response to comments received from the Department of Transportation post-CPC approval. The Department believes the modifications are in scope. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Questions? Okay. I'll seek assent by a voice vote again to send a letter to the council that modifications here at 500 Kent Avenue are within scope. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay. Ayes have it. Thank you. Madam Secretary, is that the end of our special review session agenda?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. Well, let's proceed on. We will close the review session and move on to the next item of the day.
Now the time is 10:19 a.m. Okay. Good morning. This is the City Planning Commission public meeting held remotely through the NYC Engage portal and in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, Lower Concourse. Today is Wednesday, August 7th, 2024. I will now call the roll. Chair Gorodnick.
Here.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Here.
Commissioner Benjamin. Present. Commissioner Cirillo.
Here.
Commissioner Corral, I believe I saw on Zoom.
Yes, present.
Commissioner Doak.
Here.
Commissioner Gold.
Here.
Commissioner Goodrich. Here. Commissioner Kamani, I believe, is on Zoom as well.
Here.
Commissioner Marin.
Here.
Commissioner Osorio.
Here.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Here.
A quorum is present. The first item is the approval of the minutes of the public meeting of Wednesday, July 24, 2024.
Great. On the minutes, I make a motion to approve the minutes of July 24. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Marin, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, minutes are approved.
Scheduling, calendar numbers 1 through 11. We have resolutions for adoption scheduling Wednesday, August 21st, 2024 for a public hearing to be held in person in the CPC hearing room, 120 Broadway, and remotely through the NYC Engage portal.
Great. I make a motion to approve the resolution. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Vice Chairman, seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Okay, resolution's adopted.
The next part of the calendar is the report section on page 6. Borough Brooklyn, calendar number 12, Brooklyn Edison Building, CD2, N240409HIK. In the matter of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission regarding a landmark designation concerning the Brooklyn Edison Building. For the adoption of calendar number 12 for referral to City Council, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A report has been adopted to forward to the City Council on calendar number 12. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 13, Temple Court, now the Beekman Hotel, Atrium. CD1, N240396HIM, in the matter of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission regarding a landmark designation concerning the Temple Court Atrium. For the adoption of calendar number 13 for referral to the City Council, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A report has been adopted to forward to the City Council on calendar number 13. Borough of Manhattan, calendar numbers 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and supplemental calendar number 1. MSK Pavilion, CD8, calendar number 14. One second. Calendar numbers 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and supplemental calendar 1. Apologies. Calendar number 14, C. 240237 ZMM, calendar number 15, N240238 ZRM, calendar number 16, C 240235 ZSM, calendar number 17, C 240236 GFM, calendar number 18, N240239 ZAM, calendar number 19, M010548A ZSM. I'll just note this was administratively corrected from 240241 ZSM previously. Calendar number 20, N240242ZCM, and supplemental calendar number 1, M240240LDM. And the matter of applications for a zoning map and zoning text amendments, special permit, a revocable consent, and for the grant of an authorization, certification, and a modification to a previously approved special permit, and a cancellation of a restrictive declaration concerning MSK Pavilion. For favorable reports on calendar numbers 14, 15, 16, and 17, and for the adoption of calendar numbers 18, 19, 20, and supplemental calendar number 1. Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
Favorable reports have been adopted on calendar numbers 14, 15, 16, and 17, and calendar numbers 18, 19, 20, and supplemental calendar number 1 have been adopted. Borough of Manhattan, calendar number 21, Frederick Douglass Memorial Park, CD3, N240410HIR, in the matter of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission regarding a landmark designation concerning the Frederick Douglass Memorial Park. For the adoption of calendar number 21 for referral to the City Council, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich.
Yes.
Commissioner Kermani.
Yes.
Commissioner Marin.
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad.
Yes.
A report has been adopted to forward to the City Council on calendar number 21. Our last voting item of the day, Borough of Staten Island, calendar number 22, 25 Carlton Place, CD2, N240268ZAR, and the matter of an application for the grant of an authorization concerning 25 Carlton Place. For the adoption of calendar number 22, Chair Gorodnick.
Aye.
Vice Chair Knuckles.
Yes.
Commissioner Benjamin.
Aye.
Commissioner Cerullo.
Yes.
Commissioner Crowell.
Yes.
Commissioner Dweck.
Yes.
Commissioner Gold?
Yes.
Commissioner Goodrich? Yes. Commissioner Kermani?
Yes.
Commissioner Marin?
Yes.
Commissioner Osorio?
Yes.
Commissioner Ramprashad?
Yes.
Calendar number 22 has been adopted. The next part of the calendar is the public hearing section on page 9.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We welcome members of the public to testify on the items on today's calendar. We ask those of you who are testifying to limit your remarks to 3 minutes, and then we will ask you to stop your testimony. While we welcome the opportunity to hear your comments, we also ask.
I can't hear anything.
I can't,
Oh, now I can.
no, I don't hear the committee.
I don't hear the committee.
I don't either.
We can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Committee has been placed on mute.
I have no idea what they're saying. I don't see any way of communicating, communicating.
Hi, I'm letting folks know that we can't hear.
Yeah, Monday, yeah.
Can you hear us speaking?
Test.
Okay, so let me start. I'm Lee Boyce from the New York City Department for the Aging. And we're here to talk about relocating the neighborhood shop, Casa Boricua Older Adult Center
Lee,
from
1 second.
Hold on one moment. Stay with us one moment before you start. We're almost there.
Okay.
Thank you for confirming. 1 second. Test. Test. Lee, can you confirm that you hear us?
I hear you.
Perfect. We hear you.
Great.
We
Oh,
believe
great.
the issue is
Thank
solved.
you.
Thank you. Sorry for the
Okay.
delay, and whenever you're ready, you can get started. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm Lee Boyce from the New York City Department for the Aging, and I'm here to request can you go to the second slide? The site selection and acquisition for relocation of neighborhood shop Casa Boricua Older Adult Center from 910 East 172nd Street to 1680 Southern Boulevard. This site is along the same transportation spine as the current location. It's about less than 2 blocks from it. And it's a former community center of 19,220 square feet. This site was identified, if you go to the third slide, was identified by council member Salamanca, and we are very pleased to be able to allow for Children's Aid to expand daycare at 910 East 172nd Street while allowing the Older Adult Center to remain in the community offering older adult services. We've been in the community since the 70s, and neighborhood shop took over the center in the early 80s. If you go down 2 slides, there's some photos of the older adult participants. One more. At the current center, as you can see, they have lively activities indoors and outdoors. They make themselves a presence in the neighborhood, and there are probably closing in on 200 people per day participate in this center. It's Monday through Friday. If you go to the next slide, there's a photo of the facade. It's not been used for 3 years now. It used to be a special needs adult program. We'll have the facade cleaned up, have new signage put out, street trees as allowed. They'll have a dedicated parking space, and they will definitely enliven that portion of Southern Boulevard. If we look inside on the 6th slide, the next slide, the plan is for the program to enter on entrance 1, which is the one on the right-hand side. There'll be 2 places of reception, one for security screening, the other to register for lunch and activities. There are some louder activities on this level, games room, exercise room. There's a nurse's station, access to the older adult center offices, large dining room with a stage. They currently have a stage and do a lot of theater productions, new full commercial kitchen. The second floor, which is on the next slide, will allow for a nice case management suite, and then some other older adult center activities, billiards, arts and crafts and sewing. They have a huge sewing program as well as a computer room. And so we are very happy about this location and looking forward to moving in. Now we have Catherine Martinez from the program to speak about Neighborhood Shop and the programming they offer.
Thank you, Lee. My name is Catherine Martinez. I'm the president and CEO of Neighborhood Shop, Neighborhood Self-Help by Older Persons Project, affectionately known as Neighborhood Shop or simply Shop. Thank you all for allowing us to be able to present today. Since our establishment in 1980, Shop has been very integral in the Bronx in providing an array of services. We operate senior centers, 4 senior centers, a NORC program, caregivers program, case management, which is at this location, and a friendly visiting program where it matches volunteers. We have an elder abuse program that serves the Bronx and Uptown Manhattan, our community care network program, New York Connects, and a pop-up cafe. But we're here to talk about our flagship, Casa Boricua, that has been an integral part of this community, serving a vital resource for older adults, providing essential services. As Lee stated, for over 2 decades, the center has been dedicated to enhancing the quality of life for older adults, ensuring that we provide them support, social services, health and wellness programs, nutritious meals, opportunities for personal growth through volunteerism. 5 days a week and 2 Saturdays a month, over 200 older adults walking through our doors, what they call their second home. To name just a few of the daily activities and services offered are daily nutritious meals, technology, exercise, nutrition ed, creative arts, virtual connections, sewing, dominoes, and much more. Our esteemed theater and dance group has been recognized for their elaborate productions, recognizing that talent is timeless. And we can't go without mentioning our Viernes Sociales, allowing our members to engage in dance and community with peers. Critical partnerships are also created to ensure that we support our members, such as geriatric mental health programs, Su Casa arts programs, VNS Urban Health Plan, which is a community partner of ours. And we also partner with the neighboring schools and daycare to foster intergenerational connections. Abundant opportunities are available for civic engagement, allowing members and the community at large to volunteer and support our efforts. Through these innovative activities, services, and partnerships available in English and in Spanish, Casa Boricua has made a tangible difference in the lives of countless older adults and the community at large. Our dedicated staff, which includes the director, service coordinator, a caseworker, a registered nurse, custodian, a cook and a cook assistant, as well as facilities compliance manager and program aides and interns, work tirelessly to ensure the well-being of our participants. Also housed at this location is our case management and friendly visiting program, which offers services to thousands of homebound older adults in the community for districts 1 through 6 in the Bronx who are in need of home delivered meals, home care, access to benefits and entitlements and services. Our staff conducts home assessments and ensures that participants are connected to vital services. Friendly visiting matches homebound seniors with a vetted volunteer who makes regular visits or telephone reassurance conversations in relieving social isolation. As a testament to our dedication and effectiveness, SHOP has grown to a trusted nonprofit serving over 10,000 individuals annually. As mentioned, there are a wide range of critical services that SHOP offers that we bring to each of our programs, including Casa Boricua, encompassing outreach and educational programs such as caregiver support, elder abuse, scam awareness and prevention, health awareness, and combating social isolation and food insecurity. Our move to this new building represents a significant opportunity for us to better serve the needs of our community. The new state-of-the-art facility would allow to offer programming indoors and outdoors, have dedicated space to serve nutritious meals, sewing, fitness, billiards, dominoes, computer classes, nurse and wellness station, a stage for our theater group performances and dance parties, and a suite to host our dedicated case management team and friendly visitors. In closing, I would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to Council Member Rafael Salamanca Jr., who was instrumental in helping us identify this space, New York City Aging, the Planning Board, Bronx Borough President Vanessa Gibson, Community Board 3, the Health and Human Services Committee, the community, and all of our participants and partners who have been supportive and collaborative in all our endeavors. By expanding our location to 1680 Southern Boulevard, SHOP, Casa Boricua, and all of us together will continue to empower our older adults and foster inclusive communities where everyone can lead fulfilling lives despite their age. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let me start with Vice Chair Knuckles for questions.
Good morning, and thank you for the presentation. Could you just remind me, is this the acquisition of the property that you've described, or would this be a long-term lease?
This is John Cosa with DCAS, and I'm involved in the negotiations. It's a long-term lease. It'd be a 20-year lease with 2 5-year options to renew.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not see any other questions for the applicant team. So thank you for being with us. We appreciate it. I will note that as of this moment, I do not see any members of the public wishing to testify on this item. So I'm going to just give a final call on this one. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the hearing on calendar number 24, 1680 Southern Boulevard, Casa Boricua, and move on to the next.
Borough of Queens, calendar numbers 24, 25, and 26, South Jamaica Gateway rezoning. CD12, calendar number 24, C240330HAQ, calendar number 25, C240328ZMQ, calendar number 26, N240329ZRQ. Public hearing in the matter of applications for UDAP designation, project approval, disposition of city-owned property, and zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning South Jamaica Gateway rezoning.
Great, thank you. And we are joined by another applicant team. Welcome to all of you, which includes Ira Brown, Kevin Paris, Annabelle Munier, Bernard Warren, Sheen Glasgow, and Jack Heaney. Welcome. Whenever you're ready, you have 10 minutes.
Got it. Good morning, Chair Gorodnick and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing HPD and our partners the opportunity to present our development vision for 2 sites within the South Jamaica neighborhood. My name is Kevin Paris. I'm the director for HPD's Queens and Staten Island planning team. And I would like to also introduce my senior planner, Annabelle, who has been our awesome lead on this project, and she will walk us through the application goals. So without further ado, Annabelle, the page is yours.
Great, thank you. Okay. Good morning, Chair Gorodnick and Commissioners. Again, my name is Annabelle Munier. As my director mentioned, I'm a senior planner with HPD's Queens and Staten Island planning team in the Office of Neighborhood Strategies. And I'm really happy to be presenting this project today, which is located in Queens Community District 12. We are also joined by, again, members of the development team, including Jack Heaney of Fulcrum Properties, who will be presenting also, as well as Bernard Warren of Moses Soul Realty and Ira Brown of the Briarwood Organization, and Chen Dao of RKTB Architects, the architect for the project. And the project's nonprofit partners, I believe, are also present via Zoom. We have Pastor Kendra Manigault, representing the Gaudian Fellowship, and Brian White of the Thomas White Jr. Foundation. And we thank you for the opportunity to present today. There we go. All right, I'd like to allow a brief moment for the applicant team to introduce themselves, the development team.
Hi, good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jack Heaney. I'm the managing principal of Fulcrum Properties. I'm one of the co-developers for this project, along with my partners, Ira and Bernard. Bernard is from Moses Soul Realty. Ira is from the Briarwood Organization. And again, we're joined this morning by our nonprofit partners, the Gaudian Fellowship and the Thomas White Foundation, who are the co-owners of the 2 project sites we'll be discussing this morning.
Thank you, Jack. Review of the project. This is an application by the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development and the development team. As mentioned, a joint venture between Fulcrum Properties, the Briarwood Organization, and Moses Soul Realty. And importantly, the nonprofit partners, Gaudian Fellowship and the Thomas White Jr. Foundation. This application was certified into ULURP on May 28th, 2024. And the proposed land use actions and proposed project are listed here, and we'll go over these later in the presentation. For some background, the majority of the proposed project area shown here was zoned in its current designation of R5D with a C14 commercial overlay as part of the city-sponsored Jamaica Plan rezoning approved in September 2007. The Jamaica Plan was a comprehensive planning and rezoning strategy for a 368-block area designed to encourage the economic revitalization of downtown Jamaica and the provision of affordable housing while preserving the adjoining residential homeowner neighborhoods. Prior to 2007, the rezoning area was zoned R4 with a C12 commercial overlay, which was the original zoning designation established in 1961 when the zoning resolution of the City of New York was first enacted. The two HPD-owned lots in the proposed project area were later included in 2014 as part of the Revitalizing Neighborhoods New Infill Homeownership Opportunities Program, or NIHOP, and Neighborhood Construction Program, or NCP, request for qualifications. And this development team was awarded this cluster in 2018 that included properties in South Jamaica, and later brought on their nonprofit partners and worked with HPD to create a separate proposal and the project plan that would facilitate the production of more affordable housing, meeting a stated need in this area. Again, the proposed actions before you as certified on May 28th are, number one, a zoning map amendment from R4, R5B, R5D, and R5D with a C14 overlay to R7A with a C14 overlay for portions of block fronts on blocks 10129 and 10161 in Queens. See the map comparison shown. The rezoning boundary is highlighted in yellow for visibility. Number two, a zoning text amendment to the New York City Zoning Resolution Appendix F, inclusionary housing designated areas and mandatory inclusionary housing areas to establish the rezoning area as a mandatory inclusionary housing or MIH area. And number three, an urban development action area designation and approval of an urban development action area project for proposed development A, including the disposition of the city-owned portion of development site A, which is block 10161, lots 3 and 9, to the developer. There are two development sites for this proposal. Development site A is located at 10601 Guy Boulevard on the eastern side of the street and comprises Queens Block 10161, lots 1, 3, and 9. Lot 1 is privately owned, and lots 3 and 9 are city-owned under HPD's jurisdiction. Lot 9 is not within the proposed rezoning area, and Site A is the site that would be subject to the UDAP action. Development Site B is located at 162-02 Tuskegee Airman Way on the southern side of the street at the intersection of Union Hall Street and consists of 3 privately owned lots, Queens Block 10129, lots 1, 3, and 4. And I'll now pass it off to Jack Heaney, who will discuss the proposed developments on the sites as well as the affordability breakdown in more detail.
Thank you, Annabelle. So zooming in onto the project site. So Site A, which is owned by Guardian Fellowship, was designed assuming AIR's zoning bulk regulations. It'll be 100% senior housing, 65 units total within a 9-story zoning envelope, approximately 42,000 gross square feet. I'm sorry, I misspoke. 78 units total, again, 100% senior with 42,000 zoning square feet, and a ground floor community facility space of approximately 2,700 square feet. The ground floor will be activated by Guardian Fellowship Church's new worship and community facility spaces, and the floors above will be reserved for the senior units with several resident accessible terraces at the various setback floors above. Site B is owned by the Thomas White Foundation. This will actually follow MIH zoning bulk regulations. Will be 9 stories, approximately 65 units, and will be multifamily. The ground floor will be activated by new community and office space for Thomas White Foundation, approximately 4,400 square feet, and the floors above will be reserved for 100% affordable multifamily housing. Again, there are several terraces that are accessible to the residents at this various setback floors. I'll say that for both sites, they will be 100% electric and pursue the highest sustainability standard under the Enterprise Green Communities. So for the program and AMI mix, Development Site A will be developed using HPD's SARA program. That's designed for affordable senior buildings. 30% of the units will be reserved for formerly homeless seniors. The remaining will be reserved for seniors up to 40% of AMI. The intention here is to ensure the rent is affordable to folks who are just living off of Social Security income. Development Site B will be developed through the NCP program, which is designed for middle-income infill housing, also an HPD-sponsored program. This will have a variety of income tiers ranging from 15% formerly homeless up to 77% of AMI. So walking through the remainder of the top, sorry, you handling them?
Yeah.
My apologies.
Thank you.
Back to Annabelle.
Thank you so much, Jack. This is just showing where we are in terms of ULURP. The project was reviewed and voted favorably by Community Board 12. And I'll point out that the timeline was pretty short in terms of ULURP, but this project has actually been in the making for many years. And the development team and nonprofit partners conducted thorough outreach with the community, so the board was pretty familiar with this application by the time of their vote. And this project also received a favorable vote by Queensborough President Donovan Richards' office. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you all for your time today.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us. Let me go to my colleagues. I'm going to start with Commissioner Rampersad.
How you doing? Thank you for the presentation. A couple of quick questions I asked it on Monday. I just want to know what kind of community engagement, if any, with regards to Tax Lot 9 with the community resident garden. Can you just walk me through your thought process and that design? Also, I would like to know about, in terms of the rooftop, looking at the plans, I know they're illustrative at this point, but I want to get a little bit more insight on the concept. I see there's some trees that were placed there, but are you going to put benching, seating, additional seating for the seniors? What is the design?
Sure. I'll start with the second question. So the roofs are designed to be accessible by the residents as terraces, so they'll be legally permissible. There'll be limited landscaping, benching, but that's about the extent of the thought we've put into it so far.
Okay, with regards to the resident garden?
So the resident garden came about because that site is less than 20 feet wide. So it's actually not practical to extend the building through that. So we did, however, want to take advantage of the available FAR over that site and transfer it to a larger building at the corner. So the idea there is to have that space turned into a resident garden, essentially accessible from by the residents.
And the drainage for that garden is being handled through dry wells? I'm just curious.
I would assume so. So we'd probably do a series of dry wells there, as well as in the rear yard of the larger building to meet DEP code.
Okay, and with regards to the house of worship, how many occupants approximately?
I don't know offhand. I think it's approximately close to 100.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. When you say that the garden will be available to the residents, will it also be available to the current gardeners?
It's currently not a garden. It's a vacant lot.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the presentation. It's exciting to hear that it's going to be 100% electric. I heard that correctly, right? Yes, but I'm wondering, given the vulnerability of the site to extreme heat, I mean, if you look at the City Council's heat equity map, this is, deviating from the average temperature in New York City. And so I'm wondering if you considered higher energy efficiency standards, whether you're going to be producing any local renewable energy on site, or walk us a little bit through sort of like your rationale there. Recently, we've seen a series of HPD projects that have actually been presented as passive house, and I'm wondering if you can share a little bit with us, kind of like where you are there, what's been your rationale, what's possible, hoping that we could get the maximum energy efficiency in this proposal.
Sure. So because the HPD financed, at a minimum, we're doing enterprise green communities. Beyond that, we're looking at actually utilizing a new program through Energy Star, sort of Energy Star Plus. I think the program called is Net Zero, something to that effect. Essentially, it's designed for 100% electric buildings. We haven't done enough design or engineering analysis to commit to Passive House at this time, but I think, generally speaking, this sort of Energy Star Plus that we're interested in pursuing, which also comes with additional incentives for the project, is pretty close to the level you would get with Passive House. And in terms of the building itself, it'll have a high airtight envelope, high performance windows, minimum double glazed, possibly triple glazed. And then the heating and cooling will be entirely through heat pumps. And then more importantly, we're trying to work with an engineering team to develop a heat pump hot water system, which is really critical because we won't be using natural gas, but if you're using resistant hot water heating, that's very expensive. So we're trying to avoid doing that.
Thank you. That's really useful.
And I forgot to add, at the bulkheads, we'll also be doing photovoltaic to tie into the house panel.
Thank you. That was my next question. So can you help me understand how much of the energy matrix will actually be accomplished through the solar?
We haven't done that analysis yet. We recently engaged Solar One, which is a consultant that HPD works with for all of their projects to provide the initial study.
Thank you. If you can provide additional information as you move forward in that process, I would appreciate it. And I also encourage you to sit down with the Department of City Planning's carbon neutrality team, because I think that you'll find additional opportunities there that I hope really, especially HPD, can really build on. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all thoughtful questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I don't see other questions for you from the panel here today, so we appreciate your being here to present.
Thank you all.
I also do not see members of the public wishing to testify on the South Jamaica Gateway rezoning, so I will close the hearing on this item and let's move on to the next item for today.
For Manhattan, calendar number 27, 60 East 93rd Street, CD8, C240212ZSM. Public hearing in the matter of an application for a special permit concerning 60 East 93rd Street.
Great. We have an applicant team here, Valerie Campbell, John Wool, and Kevin Blusewicz. Welcome.
Thanks.
And whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Great. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Valerie Campbell. I'm a partner at Kramer Levin, and I'm land use counsel to the owner of the property. I'm here today with the architects who've already been introduced. This is an application, let's see if I get this right, for a special permit pursuant to 74-711 of the zoning resolution that will allow a mansion that was converted to community facility use in 1957 to be restored to its original single-family residential use. The building is located on the south side of East 93rd Street between Madison and Park Avenue. It is an individual landmark and located in the expanded Carnegie Hill Historic District. The building is located in R8B zoning district, and it is an interior lot. Here you can see the land use map. The building is outlined in red. The building is located next to the Spence School, which you see as a community facility use, but basically all of the buildings in the mid-block and along Park Avenue are residential. The building was constructed in 1930 for Virginia Graham Fair Vanderbilt, and it was designed by John Russell Pope. It was used as the residence until 1957 when it was sold to the Romanian Mission to the United Nations. It was then sold again to the Lycée Français in 1978. And in 2002, it was purchased by an antique dealer who obtained DOB approval for a museum on the lower floors and for residential use on half of the fourth floor. But he never obtained any temporary or permanent certificate of occupancy for this use change. Under the current certificate of occupancy, floors 1 through 4 are classified as community facility school use with a director's apartment on the fourth floor. The residential conversion requires a special permit under the existing zoning because the zoning requirements for residential use have changed since the building's initial construction, and the interim community facility use means that it cannot be changed back to residential use on an as-of-right basis. Specifically, the rear yard is only 20 feet 3 inches in depth, and the windows at the rear of the building and at the west side of the building do not have the required minimum distance to the lot line. And actually, if I go back, you can see on the old Sanborn map, which was from 1939, that the footprint of the building, as it exists currently, is how it was originally built. Although the lot coverage and the existing courts are not being altered, the change to residential use makes these elements non-compliant. Here are some photographs of the building's front facade, the rear facade. Unfortunately, we had to take all of the ivy off of the building because it was damaging the masonry, but it was quite picturesque. An aerial view that sort of shows the context of the interior of the block. And this slide shows the proposed restoration work that has been approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission and the front facade, and the restoration work in the rear facade, as well as some approved alterations to the rear windows and a new staircase, which will provide access to the garden. And this is the courtyard elevations, which are basically except for the addition of the stairway not being changed. Here is the site plan of the building, which sort of shows it has a very sort of complex massing, which is original to the building. We are specifically requesting a waiver to modify sections 2347, the minimum required rear yard, 2387, permitted obstructions in courts, 23861, which is the minimum distance between legally required windows and walls and lot lines, and 23153, maximum residential lot coverage. We are not proposing any enlargement of the building other than filling in a light well on the upper floors, which you see in that sort of dark shaded area. The floor area is increasing from 17,567 square feet to 17,993 square feet, which is 3.13 FAR, which is below the 4 FAR, which is permitted. The waiver plans, actually, that was here. The waiver plan, which is a little bit difficult to see, shows the areas of the zoning waivers that we are requesting in the rear yard and in the court and the lot coverage. The section also shows these waivers. And here is the front and the rear facade as approved by Landmarks. We think the application satisfies all the requirements for the special permit. The residential use obviously has no adverse impact on the surrounding conforming uses and is in fact more consistent with these existing uses. The bulk waivers merely legalize the conditions that have existed since the building's original construction. And in connection with the proposed use change, the applicant will restore the building to a sound first-class condition and execute a restrictive declaration that will ensure that it is maintained in this state. We're happy to answer any questions about the application.
Great. Thank you very much. And before I go to colleagues, just to make sure that I understand, other than restoration work, no physical changes that would affect rear yard, structures in the courts, distance between windows or lot coverage, that's all existing.
It's all existing. There is an infill of an interior court that I think is technically, the department determined was increasing the lot coverage, but it's in an existing light well and has no impact on any neighbors.
Can you just spend a moment on your slides 9 and 10 where you talked about the restoration work very, very quickly and just let us know a little bit more about what you anticipate here?
I think I will turn this over to our architects. Yeah.
Thank you, John Wool. The restoration work is being guided by the firm Higginson Quaysbarth, and it is going to be preserving all of the limestone, restoring the slate roof, replacing and repairing copper work around the window surrounds, specifically altering the non-visible penthouse that you see. There's a slight modification to the windows on the top. On the rear of the building, which is a brick facade, the work will be primarily repointing with some adjustment to the window openings. All of this was reviewed and approved by the Landmarks Preservation Commission.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. That's all we have for you today, so thank you very much for being with us. I see no members of the public who want to be heard on 60 East 93rd Street, so I'll close the hearing on this item and we'll move on to the next one for today. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar number 28, Willoughby Hart Historic District, CD3, N25006 HKK. Public hearing in the matter of a communication from the Landmarks Preservation Commission regarding a historic district designation concerning Willoughby Hart Historic District.
Does anybody wish to be heard on Willoughby Hart? Going once, going twice. Okay, we'll close the hearing there. Let's move on.
Borough of Brooklyn, calendar numbers 29 and 30, 2390 McDonald Avenue rezoning, CD15, calendar number 29, C210340ZMK, calendar number 30, N210341ZRK, public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments concerning 2390 McDonald Avenue rezoning.
Okay, for this item, we have Eric Palatnik on Zoom. Mr. Palatnik, whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good morning, members of the commission. This is Eric Palatnik. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I'd like to cut right to the chase. And I heard that Commissioner Osario, we attended your review session, and we heard that he questioned and had comments relating to echoing the borough president's comments regarding the number of 3-bedroom units included in, or the lack of 3-bedroom units. So I wanted to let the commission know right off the bat that we're analyzing that right now. We will be making amendments to the MIH program, and we'll be submitting that after the hearing. So with that as my introduction, I'd like to continue on with the presentation. We're happy to say that we're here with an application that is fully supported by the community board. We've worked very close with Community Board 15. You may have noticed within the application that there is a 1-to-1 parking ratio in the proposal. So there are 80 dwelling units proposed and there are 80 parking spaces proposed. And that was in direct request to the community board. And that's another substantial component to the application. If you can go to the next slide, please. The left side of the presentation shows you what the existing conditions are. And I think you could clearly see that this is a classic block of McDonald Avenue that we've all witnessed, reminiscent of almost the movie The French Connection from years and years and years ago. It's a car wash that's on the site with a party place for young children. It is proposed to rezone the property from its current C81 zoning district to a C44L that you see in the middle. The C44L will result in a well-designed building that you can see there on the right side. If approved, it would have 80 units, 24 of which would be permanently affordable, although as I just suggested, that number could be changed, and it's mapped right now, or proposed to be mapped at options 1 and 2. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is a good representation of the area, especially with the Gravesend Neck Cemetery behind us. The Gravesend Cemetery, excuse me, not Neck. That is the oldest cemetery in New York City, and we've done substantial analysis on that cemetery to ensure that it will not be disturbed during any future development, including the signing of a restrictive declaration with Landmarks Preservation to ensure that everything will be done, and if there should be bodies or any other items that are found during any excavation, that it will be reported to Landmarks, and at that point they will do whatever they need to do to preserve any archaeological resources or any remains that they may find. If you can go to the next slide, please. This slide gives you a good sense for the community. Obviously, it will be the tallest building in the area, with the exception of the school that you can see there on the right side. If you can go to the next slide. We are adjacent to the train. We are just off of the F train, and we are just catty corner from the intersection of that. And if you could just skip forward to maybe to the end of the presentation, there's some images of the building which I'd like to take you to, and I can conclude the presentation there, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Palatnik. Tell us about the parking spaces as proposed in the building. That was also a borough president recommendation on the number of spaces. I believe there's well, tell us what you're proposing, tell us what's required, and tell us the rationale.
We are substantially overparked. I believe there's 20 spaces that are required due to the fact that we're in a transit zone, as well as with the MIH units, and we waive out for the commercial space. The requirement of the parking spaces is being driven dramatically, or excuse me, 40 spaces are required. The provision of the 80 additional spaces are being driven exclusively by the community board. Community Planning Board 15, as I'm sure the commission has heard during their City of Yes reviews. When you go out there and meet with the community board, they are incredibly anxious over the lack of parking that could occur. They feel that in areas such as this community, that the people moving into the building will all have at least one car, and for the units that are 2 or 3 bedrooms, they may find there'll be multiple cars. So we were put in a position with the community board, which we agreed with, which is that people are going to want parking spaces. And they advised us that they would not support the application unless we agreed to the condition, and we therefore concurred.
Okay, thank you for that. I do think it's worth noting, since we do have the live conversation about City of Yes for housing opportunity, which would have eliminated the mandatory minimum number. You, as the applicant, still could have come in with 120 parking spaces as a proposal here. So just as a public service announcement, by eliminating a minimum requirement, still through that community process and still with applicants' needs and desires, you still could have come in here with exactly the same number of parking spaces that you're coming in with today. So I just wanted to note that, because I think that's a point of frequent confusion out there as to what City of Yes for housing opportunity is proposing to do, just eliminating the minimum. Okay, let me see if there's questions. Let's start with Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Polatin, thank you, and thanks so much for addressing, starting your presentation by addressing one of the recommendations from the board president. I have 2 questions, one on that and one on parking. On the 3-bedroom apartments, it's clear that you're considering it, that you're working on it, but can you give us a little bit of a sense of how many or what range of 3-bedroom apartments are you considering at this point?
I'm not able to give you that, provide you with that information, because we've given that to our consultant, who files the regulatory agreements with the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and I'm waiting for them to come back to us with their analysis after reviewing it. So you were right to raise it, and we'll be responding, but I prefer that it go through the analysis so that it meets the findings and requirements of the regulatory requirements of HPD.
Fair enough. Thank you. Yeah, I look forward to reviewing the results of that analysis. Thank you for that. Then the second question, I hear you and I understand your response. It's clear that the community board has made a clear request. But I'm wondering if you can walk us a little bit through the way in which you've responded to that request. For example, and also just to clarify, our materials say that there's only 30 no more than 30 spaces required by the current zoning. And so having said this, I want to understand whether you've explained to them the public benefit of not building those parking spaces. For example, the amount of affordable housing units that you can add to the project if you would save the need for having the stackers, the car elevators, all of the different implications that these additional parking spots would require. Again, understanding and respecting the community board's position on this, but also acknowledging that we are in a transit zone and that there are public transit amenities in the vicinity of the project.
Commissioner Osorio, I cannot thank you enough, at least for giving me the opportunity to have this conversation with you. You are correct. That's why you heard me fumble on the numbers a little bit. It's because the copy of the plans I have in front of me are very small. It is 30 that are required. The minimum required is 30. So I said 20 and I said 40. It's 30 that are required. We're substantially overparked, obviously. Now, here's what I discussed with the community board, and you could have your own discussion. And just for edification, the community board is the district manager, or the chairperson, excuse me, is Mr. Ronnie Towell. And Mr. Ronnie Towell is well regarded in Brooklyn as being very knowledgeable, and he runs a very fair board. I've expressed to their board, and I've known their board for 20, 30 years, the need to provide less parking and the economic impact it can have, and the provision maybe of community space or more affordable housing and all the costs associated. They were not having it. They were not having any of it. And they would not engage in the conversation. It was an ultimatum. Now, there were other discussions that were had also. We came in with a building of 10 stories originally. The request was the building not exceed 8 stories. So when we worked with them, I pride myself on the extensive outreach I do with community boards and with the community. And I try and do extensive amount of work so that I can come to you, as I did today, with a fully unanimous application with nobody here complaining. On that issue with parking, ownership, and if you talk to the real estate agents in the field in Brooklyn, there is a value to a parking space. Now, it doesn't create affordable housing, but there is a value to it. And families that flock to these new developments will have cars. And that's the unfortunate reality of what we are confronting. These are young families that are coming out of these single-family homes or some of the multiple dwellings that are in the immediate area, and they're staying in the community. And I'm sure you've been to the community and you've seen the amount of cars that are on the street and the amount of people that there are. So obviously there's a need for it. So it's a very delicate discussion to have. It's not taken lightly at the community board level by any stretch of the imagination. And the explanation of the provision of affordable housing to the community board in this case was not compelling. And I made the judgment call that I was better off not making quote unquote custard last stand on parking, but rather accommodating their concern after speaking with ownership so as to gain their support. But I recognize, and I think that a lot of people in the development community recognize the validity of your commentary with respect to what can be done if that space is not put to use as parking.
Thank you, Mr. Palatnik. I appreciate your response. I think that this is a conversation to have in the most thoughtful way because, as you said, there are real concerns, real priorities that have to be respected. I would appreciate if you can share with us any additional information from what you just heard today in terms of how you've explained the different scenarios to the community board, just so that we can understand also, what are the constraints that you're operating with, and how can we try to, be useful in supporting or facilitating that conversation. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin.
Hi, Mr. Palatnik. My question is about the trade-offs. Are you using any of your floor area for the parking? Or is that underground parking?
No, the parking is all below grade.
So none of your FAR is going towards the parking?
No, correct.
And if you had less spaces, given that you've agreed with the community board that the building would only be 8 stories, would you in fact be able to fit in more affordable housing?
We would not be able to fit in more affordable housing because it's all going into the cellar space. So that's there wouldn't be a one-for-one trade-off, but I can understand the economic arguments.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Palatnik. I don't have other questions for you from the panel, so we appreciate your joining us today.
Thank you very much for your time, everybody. Enjoy summer.
Thank you. You too. Okay, we have one member of the public. Alicia Boyd is here. Ms. Boyd, welcome. Whenever you're ready.
It's pronounced Alicia Boyd.
Apologies.
There's always this discussion, and I'm so glad that Commissioner Benjamin had mentioned it, that, if we don't provide parking, oh my God, we can get so much more affordable housing. When you're not really using the FAR that creates affordable housing, you're using non-FAR to create parking. We know that the parking scenario really just benefits the developer because they don't have to spend the money on the parking. Second, because Chair Rodnick seems to think that he needs to have a commentary about everybody's position, I have a commentary back. If the city of Yes and this commission and the City Council agrees that there will be no parking required, then all those applications that do not come in front of you, all those as-of-right applications that don't come in front of you that must provide parking will not have to provide parking. So this particular scenario, which is an unusual one for a developer to go out of their way and actually give more parking than is required, would be non-existent about 90% of all the rezoning applications, or rather buildings that are going up. So the fact that you are mentioning an unusual situation, which is this one, where, again, the developers giving more parking than is required, will not be done throughout the city. Requiring no parking will be no parking, and developers will take advantage of that. They will not provide parking. They will not negotiate because they don't have to. These will all be as of right. And you're actually basically saying that all the people who will be coming into the community with parking, that we know all of these buildings will be drawing them into the community. Well, where are they going to park? If the developer doesn't provide the parking, well, they're going to go into the streets. They're going to take up more of the available parking that's on the street parking. And eventually, we're going to be like Manhattan, in which we're going to have to pay for parking. So really, you are going down a line in which we will not have any parking, public parking. We will have private parking. And who benefits from that? Developers, corporations. Just like you come into the city, I have a car. I did not park in Manhattan because I said, oh my God, $50? So I dropped my car off in Lower Manhattan, took my 2 grandchildren on the train, and got over here because it was actually not. Now you're about to, that's going to happen in the Bronx, it's going to happen in Brooklyn, it's going to happen in Queens, it's going to happen to all the boroughs. So we'll be paying just to park in the street, if not in the street, in a private parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to, let me just ask folks in the audience, just if you don't mind, this is our custom here. Hold your applause. If you want to signal your support with hands, that's fine. But since we got a long day here, I've just asked that of all of you. But thank you. I do not see other members of the public wishing to testify on 2390 McDonald Avenue, so I will close the hearing on this item. Madam Secretary, what is next?
For Brooklyn, calendar numbers 31, 32, 33, and 34. 962, 972 Franklin Avenue rezoning. CD9, calendar number 31, C230356ZMK. Calendar number 32, N230357ZRK. Calendar number 33, N230357AZRK. Calendar number 34, C230358ZSK. Public hearing in the matter of applications for zoning map and zoning text amendments and special permit concerning 962, 972 Franklin Avenue rezoning. Notice. A public hearing is being held by the City Planning Commission in conjunction with the above actions to receive comments related to a draft environmental impact statement. This hearing is being held pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act and the City Environmental Quality Review.
Great. Thank you very much. With that, we have an applicant team here for 10 minutes, which consists of David Rosenberg, Sean Dawson, Jeff Rubin, Jose Rodriguez, Michael Vastarelli, and Ian Eichner. So welcome, and whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and get started.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is David Rosenberg, Land Use Counsel for the 962-972 Franklin Avenue rezoning. On behalf of the applicant team, I want to thank you and the staff of the Department of City Planning for all the work that's gone into reviewing this application, which, if approved, would create 475 new homes, including 119 permanently income-restricted workforce and affordable units, and would be New York City's first union-built, financed, and operated residential project, ensuring investment in our city's workforce through good-paying union jobs in all aspects of construction and building services. At certification, the Commission was clear that we needed to work harder and think outside the box to find architectural and zoning solutions to create the appropriate housing density without risking long-term damage to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. We believe our modified proposal accomplishes this goal. As the Chair suggested at Monday's review session, there must be some amount of new incremental shadow that would not create adverse impacts. We believe the Commission set the bar for this in 1991 when it mapped the same R8A district along Washington Avenue, immediately across from and in closer proximity to the same BBG resources that we're speaking about today. The proposed height controls in this application go farther than the 1991 rezoning and establish real protections for BBG with respect to 970 Franklin or any future upzoning. The revised proposal eliminates all seeker shadows from BBG's public sun-sensitive areas. Other non-public sun-sensitive areas would see a potential reduction in their solar exposure of no more than 0.3 or 0.4% annually compared to real-world conditions. As the city asks all of us to help address the housing crisis, are we really going to let 0.4% stand in the way of 475 apartments, permanently affordable units, and hundreds of union jobs? Our proposal goes further than the 1991 rezoning, creates stronger protections for BBG, ones that are based on the location of the garden's sensitive areas instead of street lines and lot lines, and are based on the actual angle of sunlight instead of on setback distances. And while existing tree cover is not part of the seeker method to calculate incremental shadows, existing conditions should factor into both the analysis framework of seeker and, more importantly, should also be considered by the Commission in light of the social and economic benefits of the project. Seeker methodology establishes that incremental shadow increases on plants generally do not have an impact if plants have either 4 to 6 or 6 to 8 hours of direct sunlight, depending on the type of plants. The DEIS for both the original project and for the modified project found that every one of the sun-sensitive areas of BBG will continue to have that amount of sunlight. In this case, however, Parks established a new standard whereby any incremental shadow increase on the BBG, doesn't matter how early in the morning or how short of an impact, would constitute an unmitigable, significant adverse impact, citing the unique nature of these resources. We as applicants disagree with this conclusion and note that neither Parks nor BBG have produced any analysis to suggest this is the case. In fact, existing conditions suggest the opposite. Our analysis shows that these resources already lack direct sunlight in those morning hours and that the proposed building will have virtually no impact on plant growth. We will continue discussions with Parks and with the department about the conclusions on impacts and mitigation before publication of the FEIS. But regardless of those technical conclusions, the Commission should look at the full picture and evaluate this project in light of the social, economic, and other essential policy considerations before that. Creating 475 new homes, hundreds of good-paying union jobs, and protect BBG in this project. We therefore trust that when you review this project, you will find it worth your support. With our remaining time, the project architect, Sean Dawson, will walk through how we're going to implement these protections, followed by Jeff Rubin, who will talk about the particulars of seeker, and Jose Rodriguez to discuss our analysis of existing conditions and how that affects plant growth.
Thank you. My name is Sean Dawson from Hill Lost Architects. Here you can see the existing tax lot map with our site location highlighted there in the middle. Here you can see the existing R8A zoning that exists to the left on this image. Our site is the highlighted red. So the proposal is to take the existing R8A zoning that exists on Washington Avenue across from the Botanic Garden and extend it away from the Botanic Garden towards Franklin Avenue. So given the R8A between our site on the right there and the Botanic Garden, we've proposed a sun angle that we can look at in this image. It'll be located in the green area here. So seen here, let's see, the green line here shows the location of the sloping plane mapped on the block. Here, the red line shows the sloping plane as it rises away from Washington Boulevard and the garden on the right to the zoning height limit in Franklin Avenue on the left, all above the actual planned building, which is indicated there in gray. So just to wrap this up and in conclusion from the architect's perspective, buildings are designed differently today than they were 30 years ago. Modeling technology advances provide incredible information with which we can design. So we've gathered as much information as we can with sun angles, solar radiation. We can clearly show shadow and solar impacts. And using all this information, we have sought to design a building that in real life, on the ground conditions, has virtually no change on the conditions of the garden. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Rubin. I'm a planner with Philip Habib and Associates. We're the firm that prepared the environmental impact statement, including, among other areas, shadows, which will be the focus today. And I will keep my remarks here very brief, but of course I'm available for questions afterwards. The draft EIS, which is a public document and which is the purpose of this hearing, of course, studied what is referred to in this graphic as the seeker bulkhead. That's the certified application building that would be facilitated. Since that time, as has been noted, a amended application has been submitted, and we prepared a technical memorandum that looks at the modified project that would be facilitated by the amended application, and that technical memorandum was reviewed by City Planning and issued publicly. The purpose of this graphic is just to give a sense of the shadows that can be cast by the building on this site at different times of year. And I think the main takeaway here is just that over the course of the year, the length and nature and coverage of shadows varies quite considerably. This graphic showing the difference between December 21st, the day with the least amount of daylight in the year, versus June 21st, with the opposite, the most daylight. This graphic shows sort of two intervening periods, again, which are prescribed by seeker. The March 21st, September 21st, which are equivalent, and then another date which falls May 6th and August 6th, which falls between the equinoxes and the solstices. Of course, I'm not going to go through this table here, but there is a table in the EIS and a table in the technical memorandum which will be updated, and which the table will be incorporated into the final EIS, which gives you all the information about the different duration times of incremental shadows cast by the project on different resources of concern in Brooklyn Botanic Garden, Jackie Robinson Playground. And I think the takeaway here is that the analysis is done according to the seeker requirements, has been reviewed by the Department of City Planning and the Department of Parks. I'm going to pass the final moments of our presentation off to Jose Rodriguez from Thornton Tomasetti.
Thank you. Jose Rodriguez here. I am an associate principal at Thornton Tomasetti, and I lead the Sustainability and Building Analytics group here in New York. And some of analysis that we did for the project was not only to account for the shadows and shade of the building, but also the quality of those shadows, taking in consideration what existing conditions are and impact that the existing buildings, tree lines, and structures pose to over the assets of the park. What we found out is that there are significant shades already existing in the sources of shade existing in the park, mostly in the form of very large and mature trees along the Washington Avenue street, along the site, the boundaries and the fence of the site. So you click here to go around, and then we did a computer simulation to see and assess what is the real impact on the quality and the quantity of light, not only the shadows, but actually what is the energy resource that the different zones of the park will be receiving in amount of annual solar radiation. We divided the study into zones, the north zone and the south zone, and we realized that the amount is significantly low, less than 3.3%.
Okay, that's the end of the official time, although I suspect that we're going to go deeper on this very question. I certainly will, and I'll probably start it right there. So first of all, thank you. I think we need to slow down for a second and focus on the numbers that you presented, also the question about shadow impact and whether it can be mitigated, and the argument you made in your introduction about standards for review. So let's just start right there. First, let me ask the general question as to whether or why the Commission should approve a development that has a significant and unmitigable shadow impact on the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. And you can use that as an occasion, if you wish, to dispute the point, but tell us why you think that that is something that the commission should consider approving.
Yeah, so we reject the premise from the start that this is a project that would have a significant unmitigable adverse impact on the garden. Now, a couple years ago, there was a different project that was of an incredibly different scale, but that's not the project that's in front of the commission today. This project, we knew coming in, which is why, we presented a design like this to the community board even before certification and after certification, that this was designed to make sure that we minimize the impact on the garden. Now, seeker methodology, that's, by city, it's not quite regulation, but it is the guideline that we use for these environmental analyses. And seeker methodology does its job, which is to provide you as the decision makers with all the information that you need in a most conservative estimate to be able to see what the full range of possible impacts of a project are. But the thing about seeker methodology is that with respect to a project like this, and when we're dealing with a resource, seeker shadow methodology is designed mostly to understand how people interact with these open spaces. So say Jackie Robinson Playground, where this building does, admittedly potentially cause a significant impact. That's because in the afternoons of December, particularly in December, there's going to be significant shadow. And when you don't have direct sunlight and you're sitting in the park, the difference between being in shadow or in direct sunlight is going to be a difference of 10 or so degrees of how you feel it. But when we talk about plant growth, seeker methodology doesn't quite give you the full picture, right? As Jeff pointed out to the slides over here, seeker first makes some very conservative assumptions about the building. Last December, when the City Planning Commission approved the City of Yes for carbon neutrality, that included an increase to the maximum permitted bulkheads for any building. It went from about 35 feet to 55 feet. Now, the bulkhead that you see on the right in this image is a bulkhead that does not comply with zoning and could not be built. Even in a 55-foot bulkhead scenario, there are limits on the location of those bulkheads, total coverage of those bulkheads. But because zoning doesn't prescribe exactly where on a building the 55-foot bulkhead needs to be, for seeker purposes, we assume that it covers the entire building. Now, adding 55 feet of height to the entire building, including places where it doesn't go, following the seeker technical manual, adds to shadow projections that are well north of 200 feet longer than any real building could be, just because seeker calculates the maximum shadow at 4.3 times the height of a structure. So 55 feet higher, you're going to have shadows that are that much longer. We believe over here that with respect to the garden, we need to look particularly at, are these shadows from the building going to affect the way that these plants can grow? The answer to that is no. The entire premise of this idea that we trigger an impact, right? Seeker has specific methodology, 6 to 8 hours of direct sunlight is sufficient for plants, even if it's non-consecutive hours. All of this we're talking about is early morning sunlight. The last shadows exit shortly before 9 a.m. We have a long day full of sunlight. Some of these pictures here are ones that were, so first about the tree cover, these pictures that you see here are taken different times of year, winter, fall, spring, over a period of years, 2016, 2018, 2019, 2020. The pictures over here go back, the one on the top is from 2012, then you have from 2017, November, June of 22, picture over here from June of this year, and these are pictures from just last week. Right, whether or not the tree cover needs to count as part of the seeker methodology, and we understand that it isn't, and there's a reason why. What this says, and what this tree cover being here for so long and providing this kind of cover on the plants in the morning says that these specific plants that the garden's been planting here for at least 12 or so years are not so sun sensitive that they require direct sunlight from sunrise until sunset. They're getting ambient light, as our analysis from Thornton Tomasetti shows. And then they're getting their direct sunlight for more or less the rest of the day as the sun moves south and moves up, and then they have south until it goes west, where you are effectively completely unobstructed by sunlight, which is why you get these numbers of that the actual difference of a building here for the cluster on the south over here, which is the Hardy Plant Nursery Yard, you're talking about 0.4%. And for the northern piece, where you really only see incremental shadows for between 3 and 19 minutes in December, you're talking about a 0.3 increase. And so we understand that the City Planning Commission has to consider seeker, but it's not the only thing that the City Planning Commission should consider. And we believe that when you actually look at the issue of plant growth, right, because we're not talking about public areas of the garden, we're not talking about issues where you're going to have to hang artificial lights that's going to be at eye level and people are going to block it. This is back of the house space for the garden. We're not going to be impacting plant growth, and then you have the benefits of this project necessitate approving this.
Well, obviously, we'll let the garden speak for themselves about impacts that they see or how they believe this will affect it if approved. But let's now talk about the details of the shadows specifically, because you had noted in your presentation that it's 13 to 19 minutes in the winter, 70 minutes in the summer. The stats that I have in front of me are that it is, and we should just compare here because I want to make sure that everybody is operating from the same, right. This is what I see here. Mm-hmm. March 21 and September 21, 49 minutes. Is that right?
So that is for the garden total, right, of every incremental shadow impact that touches the garden. But as was the case in the previous application, is the case here. Because the garden itself broadly is not a public access, right, it's not open 24 hours a day to the public, and because these shadows leave fairly early in the morning when the garden is not open to the public, we were asked to look individually at, with the garden identified, 23 sun-sensitive areas that contain species of plants that are particularly sensitive to sunlight. And so that's where you see beginning, right, where we've broken them out on the columns that have letter numbers. So it's A through V, right? And these cover all of the parts of the garden that I'm sure people will speak about, the education greenhouses, the temperate collections, the desert collections. And we've measured the incremental shadows for all of these individually as part of seeker.
Okay, sorry, go back for a second because we can't see A through the V on what you're presenting here.
You can see A through D on this one, and because it's a long list, we've broken it out into 3 different slides.
So let's just focus on this for one moment. So, and we can really just focus on one of these because I assume that the answer will be the same for all of them. So we've got March 21, September 21, incremental shadow duration on the Botanic Garden, putting aside what you're going to say in a moment about the time of day, public versus private, or not able to be accessed by the public. 49 minutes in March and September, an hour and 15 minutes in May and August, an hour and 32 minutes on June 21, and 19 minutes on December 21. I've got that right? Okay, so that's what I have. That's what I have in front of me too. Okay, so now you believe that we should be making a distinction here between spaces that are open to the public and spaces that are not open to the public?
Yes.
Okay, and the spaces that are not open to the public are the spaces that are particularly sunlight sensitive here because they are nurseries for the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and within these broken out incremental durations, you're about to show us, I think, in the next, like what we can't see on this slide, but maybe it's on the next one, the impact on those sunlight sensitive resources, separate and apart from the broader impact on the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Is that what you're showing us here?
Yes.
Okay, let's look at that. Walk us through that, please.
So, so if you look resource A, which is the education greenhouse for desert plants, you see no incremental shadows in the modified project, which is a reduction of 9 minutes as compared to the originally proposed project for the December analysis day. Same for B, same thing, no incremental shadows, a reduction of 11 minutes in December. C, for the tropical plants education greenhouse, also no new incremental shadows in the proposed project, which is net reduction. D, for the Helen Martin facility, right, no incremental shadows at all, then there were never incremental shadows in the original proposed project. Tropical pavilion, right, you see that we have a reduction. In the modified project, there are no new incremental shadows, and which is a net reduction of 40 minutes for the March and September analysis day. Desert pavilion, same thing, reduction of 32 minutes.
Sorry, and when you say, just pause there for a second. When you say reduction, you are saying it is a reduction off of what was initially proposed here as a result of the A text amendment? Is that what you're saying? So it's not that we're reducing, I just want to be clear, make sure everybody's on the same page. Not saying that the building, as proposed and modified by an A text, is casting fewer shadows on the garden than exists today. Just fewer in the modified application than the initial application, correct?
Well, for these resources, right, for A through I, as modified by the A text, there are 0 new incremental shadows on these areas. We're not talking about, right, the reduction is there to show you what the reduction was from what's modified, but it is a complete elimination of the incremental shadows for those resources, which is separate from when you start getting down to, right, to I through V, which are the non-public facing resources. And that's where you still see some incremental shadow.
Okay. So let's talk about that then. So what your argument here is that of the sunlight sensitive resources for the modified proposal, 0 impact on a variety of the sensitive areas, except for, and let's just talk about the ones so that you're about to show us. Where do you see the impact in your analysis? And we'll obviously want to discuss this with the garden. Go ahead.
Yeah, so for the cluster, and I'm going to just go back here to just see a map of where you can see all of these resources. The cluster that's to the north, you see on a couple of them where there is a small impact ranging from 3 to 19 minutes in the modified project on the December analysis day, and then no shadow impacts throughout spring, summer, fall.
Sorry, which cluster, which letters are you talking about?
We're talking about I, M, N, and O are the ones that are triggered by this. And Jeff, if I'm...
So I, M, N, and O are the ones where you have found impacts on the sunlight sensitive resources, even in the modified by A text proposal. Okay, let's talk about those then. I, M, N, and O. Okay.
Yeah, and so you see those, right, and I think KL also there. So that cluster, right, just looking at the table, we're talking about a range from, in December, that ranges between 3 minutes for, as you can see with O.
Wait, hang on. I want to do them each. Okay, can we just do them one at a time?
So for, right, so you can see for I, for the desert.
I is the aquatic house and orchid collection.
Yeah, the aquatic house and orchid collection, right, 0 shadows at all there. I'm sorry, I can't see the little hook on the J without my glasses on. So J, right, the desert, Mediterranean, South African, bowl, and arid workhouse, 17 minutes on December 21st from 8:51 a.m. to 9:08 a.m. For K, the humid tropics workhouse, 19 minutes from 8:51 to 9:10 a.m. Lowland moist tropical orchid workhouse, which is L, 15 minutes from 8:51 to 9:06 a.m. For M, the Highland Moist Tropical Orchid Workhouse, 14 minutes from 8:51 to 9:05 a.m. For N, the Tropical Plant Propagation House, 9 minutes from 8:51 to 9 a.m. on December 21st. And for O, the Tropical Desert Plant Propagation House, 3 minutes from 8:51 to 8:54 a.m. on December 21st. And no other incremental shadows on any of the other analysis days for that group of sensitive areas.
Okay, and what you're saying is all of those incremental shadows on J through O are all before 9 a.m.?
The latest one, I think, is 9:10.
No, 9:10. 9:10. I see 9:10 for the humid tropics workhouse. Okay. Okay. I think I understand. All right. Let's talk about Community Board 9 has, said that this project is not worth the trade-off of the impacts here. I think that we're going to be talking about this all day about the impacts, and I'm sure there will be other perspectives on the shadow impacts from what you have presented here. But let's just talk about the trade-off of housing production and the impacts here. What is your response to the concerns that this is not worth the trade-off?
So, we respect what Community Board 9 was talking about, and they looked at it as 75% market rate housing, 25% affordable housing. They would like us to effectively reverse that ratio and provide 25% market rate and 75% affordable. And as nice as that would be, that's just not economic reality. The city has a housing crisis that, the borough president decided, despite the particulars of that recommendation, that we do need all types of housing in the city. We need market rate housing, we need affordable housing, we need all of it. And this is an area that is particularly well suited for this kind of density. This is, contextual. There's existing R8A all around it. This is an area that's well served by transit, not just by the subway, but also by bus lines. It's well served by open space with the Botanic Garden, and particularly Prospect Park is a full-time public open space. And with all of that, there's a good reason to put more housing here. And the thing about this is that, as opposed to some other parts of the city that are zone manufacturing, and there are increased pressures to try to rezone them to residential use so that new development could come here, this is already zoned residential. In the old application that included a larger project area, and that rezoning was ultimately denied, right? That is now being built as market rate luxury housing on the R6A as of right. Without the rezoning to create the affordable units here, you're going to have two things that happen. There's development under R6A. Is that one, you're going to have a fully market rate development, which I don't agree with the borough president that would be an okay scenario here, but also, more importantly than the fact that it would be market rate and not just affordable, you'd also lose the density. And once you build a new building with 168 units, you're not going to get another 300 units on that later just because, right, if you increase the zoning later. There's a new building, that's going to be it. And so this is an opportunity with a site that can handle the density well without impacting the garden, without doing this, and this is the opportunity to do it and create the affordability.
Okay, last question from me before I go to my colleagues. Back in 1991, and you cited this in your opening, certain changes were made in the interest of the garden next door to protect the garden. It was brought down to an R6A because of the unique position of this site. You said something different in your opening, that this goes even further to protect the interests of the garden. Now, obviously, you're proposing an R8A. It was set at R6A in 1991 as a way to protect the garden. Can you clarify how you make that case?
Happy to. And so firstly, with that, I want to just correct one thing that was said at the review session. This site and Washington Avenue, in the 1961 zoning maps, Franklin Avenue was zoned R6, Washington Avenue was zoned R8. There wasn't necessarily a downzoning. In fact, the 1991 Commission report actually refers to it as a slight upzoning of the Franklin Avenue site because you went from a 2.43 FAR in the height factor regulations to a 3.0 with what was then the beginning of quality housing regulations. The goal in the 1991 rezoning, the concern was that you have R8 on Washington Avenue, that with height factor you could potentially have 18-story buildings there, and those 18-story buildings would cast damaging shadows on the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. And the goal was to fix that by contextualizing the block. So R8 became R8A, R6 became R6A, which the R6A on Franklin Avenue, in all likelihood, the Commission reports don't express it. The old reports from the 1960 enactment of zoning doesn't talk specifically about the block, but in all likelihood, it has more to do with the Tower in a Park context for the Ebbets Field apartments nearby and the other development in the area than it does anything to do with the garden. Because to zone, the idea that Franklin Avenue was zoned R6A when the Washington Avenue was zoned R8A just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. You look at this diagram, all right, at certification when this was talked about, it is the policy of the Commission that when the Commission maps a zoning district, it's because the Commission believes it is appropriate to build to the full FAR and full height of that district on the site. And to say otherwise would be to say that the zoning district is inappropriate. You look on the left, you see what the existing bulk envelope is for R8A. Now, this was true in 1991. This is true today. The only difference between 1991 and today is the change to the allowable bulkhead that from City of Yes for carbon neutrality. But that building is significantly higher than what the R6A is. And any shadows that would come from an R6A would be blocked by the R8A district. The R6A district had nothing to do with the fact that with the garden, it was the R8A that the City Planning Commission determined this is the height that we need to be able to make sure that we don't have such impactful shadows on the garden that we're not going to be able to grow those resources. That doesn't mean, as we show what the actual potential shadow impact, that doesn't mean zero. You even see from the existing building there on Washington Avenue and from the photos and the analysis that we have that there is existing shadow. The goal isn't zero shadows. The goal is a tolerable amount, and that baseline was set there. What we're doing here, where I say that we go farther, is we set this plane, the sloping plane, right? We kind of look at this. Zoning has a lot of different bulk controls. There are contextual districts that have height limits, but then you have bulkheads that go on top of it and dormers that can pierce the setbacks. You have tower on a base. You have the bulk packing rule. There are lots of different things. There's one that we feel is the best model for this that really just says this is the height of any structure. And that's kind of how we zone around airports. And we get to the airport approach districts, particularly in Queens, where the actual height matters. If your maximum height is 120 feet and you can stick a 55-foot bulkhead on top, that's not a height limit of 120. It's not true for flight paths. And we think here for the garden, when we're talking about shadows, it's a good tool for us to borrow from. And so we set the sloping plane based on where we see with the analysis of where the sun comes in. And for us, set back 30 feet from the lot line caps us out at a height of 111 feet and continues to slope. Obviously, with City of Yes, if we went out to 20 feet with a rear yard reduction, we'd have to stay under that slope. Any bulkheads would have to stay under that slope, and otherwise we would be limited by height. So ultimately, as you get closer to the garden, you actually have a real height restriction, not 110 plus X, not something that gets picked up as part of zoning ZQA back in 2016 when qualifying ground floors increased the height by 5 feet. An actual height limit that says this is the tallest the building can be, which is only 7 feet taller than what the R6A as of right is today, and is shorter than what the as of right would be under the proposed City of Yes amendments. And so that's why we say that this goes farther to provide actual protection for BBG that says this is how tall the structures can be, and that measurement is actually relative to the sun and the distance to the garden as opposed to lot lines and street lines.
Okay, so going back to that slide right before this one where you have the maximum bulkhead height of 75 feet on the R6A, what you're saying is that's not what is your maximum height here?
So the maximum zoning height is 75 feet, which you can see there for the line, plus a 35-foot bulkhead allowance.
To 110, I see.
Yeah.
Right, okay, there it is.
And under the proposed City of Yes for housing opportunity, I think that 75 becomes 95, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Okay, and just to go back to the shadow question. So we went through in detail the impact on the sunlight sensitive resources J through O. Mm-hmm. But there also are, and I'm just really teeing this up for further conversation with the Brooklyn Botanic Garden when we hear from them, there are also shadow impacts broader than just the sunlight sensitive resources. I focused what I was asking you on those because I have spent a fair amount of my time focusing on those resources because they are distinct and different. But there also are still the numbers that we went through at the top, mm-hmm. the 49 minutes, the hour and 15, the hour and 32, and the 19 minutes are still applicable to the garden more generally. Is that correct?
Yes, but under seeker methodology, none of those shadows are significant enough to trigger an impact under seeker methodology. And the reason why is because, A, these are areas of the garden that are going to have full sun exposure for the 6 to 8 hours as recommended by seeker. And these are also not, for seeker purposes, public resources because you can't just walk in there whenever you want. You have to go through, pay admission, there are hours. And all of those shadows exit, or you see the latest shadow exits the Brooklyn Botanic Garden so the March, September 21, this is standard time, 8:25, so 9:25 would be the latest for the March and September analysis day in daylight savings time. The garden opens to the public at 10. And so these are both not significant enough to actually cause any damage to the greenery in the garden and will not affect the public's enjoyment of the garden when they're there.
All right, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to my colleagues. Thank you very much. I'm gonna go to my colleagues. I'm gonna start with Commissioner Goodrich, and I'm just gonna ask folks who are here to please not make noise in the hearing room because it's gonna slow us down today, and also we want to make sure that we proceed. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Goodrich. Go ahead.
The sunlight, I have some questions, so I'm going to ask about some other areas. One of the slides mentions the affordability piece, but I really like your take on the fact that this project for the 119 affordable units, the actual affordability is higher than the community, so it's not, the AMI doesn't match the community, and I'm wondering why that is.
So the AMI here for Community District 9 is about, I don't have the exact number in front of me, but it's about $80,000 a year on the last number. Now, that's a lie.
Sorry, we cannot. You will have your chance to come up and you can rebut whatever you wish. I'm sorry, we're not going to have a situation today in this hearing where people are just yelling out from the audience. I'm sorry, he has his chance to come and say his word. I'm sorry, ma'am, we're going to not allow you to do that in here. And so I just ask you to control yourself. You will have a chance. We will gladly call on you. You'll have your opportunity. Please proceed.
And so that average, right, actually, right, considering also that about 60% of this neighborhood is 1- and 2-member households, actually lines up a little bit closer with option 2 than option 1. We believe, though, that the drag on the AMI numbers for this community district is part because, and when you kind of get into the weeds a little bit on it, is that this development site is like right at the south of Crown Heights, where the AMI is generally lower, and closer to Prospect Lefferts Gardens, where some people who've recently been moving in have driven the numbers up a little bit, which is why the AMI is harder than is higher than we generally feel where it is, which is why we think that as between option 1 and option 2, which are the options that we get to, as applicants, get to pursue, at least in the first instance, we believe option 1 is the appropriate answer, which requires the affordability at 40 and 60% AMI, and then also allows for up to 130, which also allows us to provide the kind of workforce housing that we also hear from members of the community that they want to be able to see.
But the workforce housing would be so okay. So the AMI, the reason why you're saying that the AMI is higher is to account for people who have moved into the community who essentially have already, for lack of a better, gentrification?
So that's why we think that the AMI number for Community District 9, right, not necessarily the immediate area where this project is, but Community District 9 broadly, is higher than what a lot of members of Community Board 9 feel is reflective of their community.
So let me ask the question again.
Mm-hmm.
Why did this project choose, knowing that there is a lot of community skepticism already about the project because of the lack of, or the impact of sunlight on the garden? So then what people say is, okay, well, we need housing, and that's the priority. And then the next part of that is, and then the housing better be affordable, not $5,000 studios. So what was the thought process behind making the 25% of, which is already a low number of affordable units, a higher affordability than the community?
So, and I understand why, and that, 45X with some recent changes, have been some changes, but as applicants, we are bound by MIH, right? City policy, when we rezone, we have MIH, and as applicants, we get, two choices really, as to be able to propose. Ultimately, the City Council has authority to change things, and, we are, since this beginning of this process, we are continuing discussions with council member, with other stakeholders, and HPD to find ways to make the financing work, that we can explore other affordability options. But in terms of when we file an application, the choices that we get is option 1 or option 2. And we believe that option 1 is better reflective of the community here than option 2, which provides which provides 30% affordability instead of 25, but at 80% AMI, not at the 60 and 40 that we get in option 1.
Okay, I'll just say found by MIH, but there are still, you can still choose deeper affordability. It isn't that you have to go with the higher numbers. But let me move on from that. My last question, because I know that there are going to be a bunch of questions, is about the text amendment. I mentioned about the community skepticism. There was this text amendment in late July. It would not just, it would have a wider impact than just a specific site, but obviously there's already community skepticism. A lot of people might not know about it, might not even be here to testify about it. Is there anything that the applicant is doing to inform more people about that? Because that is not just specific to the site at that point. That's a wider, that's for people on the block.
Yeah, and I appreciate the concern about making sure that the community is informed on this process. When we first presented to Community Board 9 about a couple of weeks before certification, we proposed this massing and showing that we were at the time still working with the department to see if there was part of existing zoning tools, something that we could use to lock in this particular design. We showed both. We said, here's the one that's going to be that we believe is probably going to be published in the DEIS. This is the one that we want, which shows the step down and the reduced shadow impact, and we're working on finding a way to lock it in. At the time, our hope was that we could do it as part of a restrictive declaration in conjunction with the special permit. By the time we got to certification, it was clear that that was not a viable option because of broader policy considerations, but also because of the proposal for City of Yes that would moot the special permit. So that's not a viable option to do it. So we had to go back to the drawing board. And that was a lot of the discussion from the commission at certification was figure out something. If we don't have something that's part of the normal zoning toolbox to restrict it, because we're not big enough for a large scale, we don't have non-compliances to trigger other authorizations, right? We have to find something. And so looked at it and then landed on this idea of the text amendment that provides, right, borrowing a little bit from airports of this is it's creative. It certainly is not something that's done every day, but accomplishes the job. But we have, from the get-go with this, shown the community that we are committed to reducing the shadows, and this is the building that we want, and we're figuring out how to get there.
I know my colleagues are going to have more questions, so I don't want to take up.
Mr. Gold.
Hi. Thanks for the detail. Just one or two quick ones. One, in your mind, I know you made the point that in many of these cases, by 9 a.m., basically the shading is gone, if you will. Just talk for a second, and I assume you guys have probably gotten some expert opinions based on, I don't know what's I assume in the Mediterranean, and we can ask BBG this display plant tunnel, there are Mediterranean plants, which are probably fairly used to getting a fair amount of sunlight. What's the view of the expert? Is it relevant that it's before 9 a.m. in that case, right?
So I'm going to ask Jose to come up and talk about, how we analyzed it. But to the first point, we've tried to get information from BBG for, the better part of, at this point, 7 years. We haven't gotten it. So thankfully, in New York City in 2024, we have a lot of really great tools to be able to use to work around that. But broadly, and Jose will come up and talk about the specifics of it, but the idea is looking at how these plants get radiation. I included a bunch of pictures here that I took when I was by the garden last week, which is just a couple of days off from one of the analysis days. And you see this kind of existing shadow. And, we all kind of know how to see light, right? When it's cloudy outside, we can still see it. The light is, right, it's not just binary. The seeker is very binary. And so we kind of sat and used years of data to figure out how these plants are getting their light. And what we found is that before 9 a.m., these plants are getting their light. It's not, right, it's not one for one compared to the rest of it. They're getting light from ambient light, not from direct sunlight. And they're getting the rest of their, right, so the solar exposure and then the photosynthetically active radiation takes me back to my biology days, but they get most of that from the rest of the day where, because of the design of the garden and Prospect Park to the west, they have unobstructed sun. Jose, if you want to talk a little bit more about it.
Yes. So the analysis that we did is precisely that, is accounting for the quality of the light that these resources will receive, and not necessarily a black or white shadow analysis. So yes, we did these studies on how to assess what is the quality of that light, and there are several studies that we did for that. Is the photosynthetically active radiation, which is the actual light and the energy that plants receive, which is very different from the lumens that we perceive as people. So plants see light different than the way people do see light. And these are some of the results that we found for that. It says the amount of radiation that those assets are receiving is not significantly impacted by the new building, especially when the context is taken into consideration, the existing trees and so on. So there is again, we're not talking about number of hours or minutes of shade, but the amount of actual radiation that the plants will be receiving that. And we did some extensive analysis on that. And then more specifically, then we did another study on just accounting for the incidental solar radiation. It's all the spectrum of the light that is going to get there. And this is not something new. This is, is physics that we understand that, and we simulated too, that in the south resources at least, all the light, only 13% of the solar radiation, 13.9% comes before 9 a.m. In the morning. Everything else is after 9 a.m. In the annual basis, and from those 13.9% as a benchmark that we did, then we said how much of that is actually obstructed by existing assets or existing trees and other elements that are already there, and we realized it's 4.9%. And then we say, well, once we add the building or the shape of a building in it, then we increase that number by 0.4%. And then it's actual total energy resources that falling into those assets. Same thing for the north group of buildings, where the impact is actually less, lower than that.
Got it. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then, part two is we haven't really spoken much about the playground, but what jumps out at me is the time that the playground has basically spring and summer, we're between 2 and 3 hours of shading over the playground in the middle of the day. And that's the time that, clearly, I think we can all agree the playground will be used from, 2 o'clock till 5 o'clock. I think there's a lot there. Just speak a little bit about maybe what we can do to mitigate that, perhaps.
Yeah, so this came up also in the previous application about Jackie Robinson Playground, where, and part of it is just because of the constraints of contextual zoning that require so much building up front at the street wall, there really is no, unless we completely get rid of contextual zoning and put really skinny towers there, there's no way to get rid of that impact. And it's probably even in the as-of-right design, not quite to the same much, but between the building that's going up on the corner lot there of Montgomery and Franklin and our lot, even as-of-right street wall construction is going to cause fairly significant impacts on Jackie Robinson, which is why, talking with Parks, we started speaking about acknowledging that, yes, this is going to have a significant impact. There's really isn't a way around it, so let's see if there is a way to mitigate it. And those are the discussions we've had with Parks. Parks had made a couple of initial suggestions of what they understood from their community outreach to be what they wanted, which were improvements to the lighting in the basketball courts, and then a replacement of an existing handball court with a running track. We heard pretty quickly from the community board that replacing the handball court was something they were very much not interested in. So we started having discussions with community groups to talk about what they would want to see there, and we have a framework for what it is that they're looking for. And ultimately, we think that as we continue the discussion with Parks about what exactly the mitigation is going to look like, right, as department staff was here, it's either going to be we do the work or we pay for the work, that we want there to make sure that Parks is doing this through a community-led process that, we're going to help with.
Got it. So I guess that raises, I thought I saw an analysis in the material we were given for, as of right for Jackie Robinson, and when I double check, I don't have it. So it definitely would be helpful if you can provide that. It doesn't have to be the second, but after the fact, we'd love to see that. Sure. That'd be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before I go to Commissioner Rampersad, let me just go back for a moment, if I can, to your chart with the resource by resource incremental shadow impact. We stopped at O.
Yes.
In our conversation. Let me just double check one point. So between aquatic house, which was I, and the tropical and desert plant propagation house, which was O, and we were looking at the incremental numbers of minutes of shadows, we were looking at one season, but the only season for which there were incremental shadows?
Yes.
Okay. That was what, December?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we didn't talk about P through V.
P through V, yes.
Now, P through V are also, hold on.
Yeah, I just want to show some context for these resources on a map.
Okay, before you do that, though, but I just want to note what they are. They are things like the Hardy Plant Nursery Yard and the Temperate Bonsai Tunnel, Production House, Bonsai House, Temperate Plant Propagation Tunnel, et cetera. Now, we should run through those too.
Yeah.
Because those also appear to be sunlight-sensitive resources. And I'll start with the question as to why you did not identify those in the first instance as what you believe to be sunlight-sensitive or relevant for this conversation.
No, we absolutely, these have been identified by BBG as sun-sensitive resources. So just to see where this is on a map, right? So P, right, is the good one to start with because P is the general area that encompasses Q through V, and they're all there. The reason why we are skeptical of the idea that these are so critically sun-sensitive that any increase in incremental shadows is an unmitigable significant adverse impact is because of existing conditions. And where they are, these are all pictures along that larger hardy plant nursery yard. And these are large tree cover. These are all taken in the morning of where this is, right at the shadow increment. There are trees lining there are the trees that line it, and you can see on these trees, you can see where there's shadow from existing buildings and where you have the trees that are taking up sunlight. And you can see pictures of the actual plants over here and see that during the precise time that the incremental shadows would purportedly be blocking sunlight, there's not a whole lot of sunlight of which to speak. These were taken Thursday morning. It was the first day of the heat wave. It was a bright, sunny, incredibly sweaty morning. And you can see here that this is at 8:04 a.m. right there, and you can see exactly where the light is. You can see the plants in the background. You see other equipment in the foreground of how much light we're actually talking about.
Okay. All right. I got it. So let's talk about that. I mean, you're saying that they're shaded by trees today.
Yes.
Now, obviously, there's a significant difference between shade that's created by trees and shade that's created by a building. So let's just start from that proposition. But let's go through those resources though of Q through V, or I guess including P. Okay. So now looking at the chart here, and again, I just want to do this out loud so that we are all on the same page when we're talking about this throughout the course of the day. So for the Hardy Plant Nursery Yard, that is P. That is, okay, and the first column here is, I'm sorry, that's June and...
The first column is March, September.
Okay, March, September, and it is 49 minutes.
Yes.
The second column is...
That is the May, August.
May, August, 1 hour, 15 minutes.
And then
the third column?
June 21st, 1 hour and 32.
1:32. Okay, so that's for P.
Yeah.
And so everything else is a subset of P because you say all of the other resources are within that range. Okay. So and just scanning this and for the benefit of the public, this ranges from at a low of 17 minutes in the temperate bonsai tunnel in the early morning of March and September, or 12 minutes for the production house same time, to a high of an hour and 10 minutes in June for the New York native flora and temperate plant propagation tunnel, hour and 10 minutes. Do I have this correct?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So those are bigger impacts than I through O, but we'll certainly want to explore.
Yeah.
Why the difference between, if there is any difference here between I and O and P through V, from the perspective of the garden or the public.
And I'll let the garden speak for themselves on that, and it would be nice to hear it from them for the first time. But the thing is, the reason why we think that this is not significant is because Seeker, right, in their parks concluded that normal plant, right, take just your regular greenery that might come up on a different shadow analysis for a different project somewhere else in the city. None of these shadows, even the hour and 10 minutes for resource U, would not be considered an impact because between 7:07 a.m., so daylight saving time, 8:07 a.m., and sunset on June 21st, which is about 8:30 plus or minus, it has full exposure to direct sunlight. And so under normal circumstances, it would not be an impact. Here, parks decided to deviate from the general Seeker manual to say that because these are sun-sensitive resources that need their full sun exposure, that even this hour and 10 minutes or even the 25 minutes or the 12 minutes for the production houses early in the morning constitutes an unmitigable significant adverse impact. That conclusion is premised on the fact that these are plants that are getting 12 hours a day plus direct sunlight from sunrise to sunset. And that's just not the case as far as we can see it. And we haven't seen any analysis to suggest that they are getting direct sunlight all day.
Do you disagree with the notion that the parks would treat sunlight-sensitive resources differently from, say, a more typical park experience?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
I'm asking if you're disputing the Parks Department's approach by treating sunlight-sensitive resources differently from what you called regular greenery.
No, I think that if you have documented, species of plants that really do require that kind of extensive sunlight, and you would be getting in the way of that, then yes, that's an impact that then gets looked at like every other impact in Seeker. How are we going to, is there a way to mitigate it? Is there not a way to mitigate it? But there are a couple of things. There's the calculation that there's a significant adverse impact, and then there's also the calculation that it is unmitigable. The mitigation efforts in the DEIS talk about a couple of things, which we don't have enough information to say one way or another, but like particularly around, say, things like, again, moving the educational greenhouses is probably infeasible. Moving some other things, like if you get, some of these areas, maybe not, we don't know. The ability to hang artificial light, we don't really know what's feasible, what's not. We know that the logic given for not being able to put artificial light is that, A, it would require the amount of light to light 3 football fields, which we just think is implausible without seeing, any supporting data for it. And then the second thing was that the lights would have to be positioned basically at eye level. And so it would interfere with people being able to come see the plants. But now with this modification, we're not talking about parts of the garden where groups of children or visitors are coming to see. We're talking about back of the house areas that are just garden staff. And so that concern is less. And so we hope that between now and the FEIS, we can revisit those conclusions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Rampersad?
Thank you. A couple of quick questions. With regards to when the A application was filed, have you guys been in touch with the community board since then about any follow-up meetings, whether it was with the land use or the full board?
Yeah, so since the community board recommendation, we've made sure that they've known that they've had copies of all the materials that we've submitted to the borough president before his review, both before the hearing and after the hearing. Same thing with the material that we've submitted to the commission. We've let them know that the A application was coming. Part of the delay in filing it, and I know that it came later than we necessarily would have wanted, was we wanted to actually speak with the garden about it. We finally were able to get a working meeting with them on, I guess it was July 6th. It was that Monday right after Independence Day, where we were all able to sit down, and so we were holding off. We'd been working on the text. We'd given the garden a working copy of what we were working with, hoping that we'd get some feedback from them. Ultimately, it didn't come, and so we had to file it because we wanted to make sure that we kept on the ULURP timeline.
The reason I bring that up because, being a former community board member, I know during the summer they don't meet. It's very hard to get people to come in.
Yeah.
I was going to lead you to my next question. How many meetings have you had with Botanical Gardens in discussion with the project?
One.
And how long ago was that?
That was the meeting that we're talking about in July. That is the only one that they've agreed to meet with us. We've repeatedly, throughout this process, the pre-application process, the scoping process, we will meet with them anytime, any place to discuss it, and that still holds true.
Okay. I'm interested in hearing from the public about this. And two more quick questions. In this project, do you have any three-bedroom units?
No, not in the current design.
Why not?
That's going to be part of the discussion with, I guess, as we continue discussing the affordability. Ultimately, unit mix is going to be subject to HPD approval. But over here, we actually think that the mix of studios 1s and 2s closely meets the community need, which is this community is about 60% single population, right, 1 and 2 person households.
And my last question, with regards to financing of this project, is finance secured to build out this project as if it were to get approved as a 14-story building?
Yeah, the commitment from the AFL-CIO Housing Investment Trust is what guarantees that this is going to be a fully union project, and building construction, building operation, and, moves this out. Ultimately, right, there are a lot of contingencies around actually closing financing, particularly around the approvals and what everything looks like. So I don't want to get and start talking about that, yes, we're ready to go today, because without the approvals here, it's impossible to say.
Looking at the borough president's report on page 8, he's talking about no action with City A. Yes, you can end up doing a 9-story through the R6A. In the event that this doesn't get approved, would you still proceed with a project that's a 9-story?
So the 9-story that's using the universal affordability preference. It's not something that we're going to look at for this project, if for no other reason than the universal affordability preference is and as I know the Commission has discussed extensively, is lined up fairly well with the 485X tax incentive. This project was vested under the 421A plan, and so it doesn't quite line up. And so without the rezoning, it would likely be a market rate project.
One last question with the park. With regards to mitigation with parks, how is the finance? You guys going to help finance the repairs to the park? Is there money allocated for that?
Yeah, so it's an ongoing discussion with parks, but basically there are two ways that this gets done. Option one is that because there will be a restrictive deck as part of it with the mitigation efforts. It's either that we're committing to perform the construction of very specific things that we can't get a CO for our building until these are all done and signed off by parks, or the alternative is we can't get a certificate of occupancy until we pay X dollars.
Is there a limitation on that X dollars?
No, it's a number that we're discussing with parks now, and that we're going to have to finalize before the FEIS.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Dweck.
Thank you. You mentioned the involvement of the union in the financing, I think it was, and can you speak to any potential upside for the union in it and benefits, and also through the wages and jobs that are going to be created and the wage levels?
Yeah, thank you for that. We're happy to talk about it, because this project, if approved, really, it would be the city's first what's called a union BFO project, which is that it's being financed by the AFL-CIO Affordable Housing Trust, pension fund investment, which means pension fund profits from the investment. It also means that all of the construction jobs, and we're talking hundreds of construction jobs for this building, are all union, and that when the building is completed, all building service jobs will also be all union. And so it's not only investment that benefits pension holders in the AFL-CIO fund, but it also is an investment in the city's workforce long-term. And as part of the workforce housing that we'd be creating with this, these are also units of housing that people who have good-paying union jobs are actually able to get, and they're not stuck between the cracks.
How many jobs do you anticipate being created throughout the construction period? For how long?
I forget the numbers, but I think in the racial equity report, I think we predicted something like 167 construction years or something like that, whatever it is. It's a very substantial number. It's in the hundreds. I'm hearing just from people from labor. We're talking about hundreds over the course of construction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for engaging with us and addressing our questions. I wanted to start by asking you if you can clarify a little bit the numbers that you provided to Commissioner Goodrich in your response. According to the race equity report that you submitted, I see an estimated median household income of $57,584 between 2015 and 2019, which is already a 35.9 increase from 2008 and 2012, when the median household income was estimated at $42,381. Now, that number can go as low as $52,287 for Black non-Hispanics and $49,181 for Hispanics. In your response to Commissioner Goodrich, you listed a much higher number, almost double that. Can you clarify what is the median household income that you're using so that we can understand and contextualize the discrepancy that we see between the MIH numbers that you are suggesting and the distribution of affordability units to what the census is reporting?
So, and happy to follow up in more detail after this, but the difference is the racial equity report, this application has been around for a while between filing, scoping, and then getting to public review. And so, I don't think that, the RER has the 2020 numbers. I think the numbers that I pulled yesterday were from the Furman Center numbers.
But it's not 80,000. It's not 80,000.
We'll take a look, but I looked at this yesterday, and it was about 80,000.
Well, I'm just looking at what you submitted, which is what we need to respond to. And 80,000 may be closer to the white non-Hispanic population, but as I just listed, this is very different across the different racial groups. Now, if you can clarify that in writing, that would be helpful. The other question that I have has to do with I want to understand, so the table that you showed us is really useful in terms of understanding the results that you got. I want to ask if you can walk us through the process that results in the 3% reduction in incremental shadows. How is this calculated?
Yeah, so the 0.3, not 3%, where it's significantly less. But I'll have Jose come and talk about how they modeled it and how they worked that number through.
And can you bring back the table, please?
Of course. Which table would you like? This table, the secret table, or the charts that show the 0.3%?
Yes, happy to address the question. So just to clarify, this is not an increment on shadows, is an increment on the annual incident solar radiation, which is measuring the quality of the light, not necessarily just black and white shadow or light. That is a difference. So is when we are measuring annual incidental solar radiation, we are measuring all the spectrum of the light, and not only the direct light that we are getting from the sun, as you see the sun, but also light that bounces around other objects, and also coming from the sky and the atmosphere that is also lit up. It's the same thing that is
No, thank you for clarifying what it is, and I stand corrected on the 0.3. Thank you for that. Yes. What I want to understand is how does the height regulating plane result in that? Walk us through, in plain language, how did you achieve that result?
Yeah, so, and then I'll have Sean Dawson, the architect, come up. But the biggest driver that we found of shadows when we looked at this is actually the bulkhead. All right, the Seeker mythical 55-foot hulking bulkhead that could never be built. You take that off, it actually eliminates most of the shadow impact. And then, then when we see around the edges, carving off that part of the building. And so what it is about reincorporating mass from what was the back of the building on those top floors and moving them elsewhere in the building, because we have a large footprint and we can do that, allows that slope to allow the light through when we see, particularly around, we looked at it really around June, which is when we see the largest impact on that particular cluster of resources. Sean?
Thank you. And if you could also, at the same time, help us understand how does reducing the shadow impact on the botanical garden result in more shadows or difference in shadows in the playground?
So, as you can see on the left, let me just say we used all of this data, right? So we've been testing multiple scenarios in lots of different ways with shadows and the solar impact. And we basically just kept carving away until we got to the numbers that we were looking to do. Specifically, this angle here, if I can find it, I don't remember which way it was. So yeah, here. So this angle here is specifically geared towards the June 21st date. That was where we were finding the most impact that we could actually accomplish a significant reduction on, right? So we basically, that is literally the sun angle that comes in on June 21st, and we kept carving it back and pushing it down and pulling the building back until we got to this location where the shadow line and the solar radiation was where we thought was an acceptable location. So you can see, it coincidentally aligns very closely with Washington Avenue, but that's the location on June 21st and the angle. I think the last slide at the end here. All right. Yeah. So this one, it shows pretty clearly that if we can keep the building behind that slope plane, that is the sun angle that comes in. It says up there in the top left corner, this is June 21st at 6:56 a.m. Right. So if we tilted the angle up, any earlier in the day, the sun angle would be higher and the shadow line would be out more. Any later in the day, and the sun angle is more acute, and it starts to produce less shadows. So this was the location we found that we could keep all the bulk in that we were proposing. We can keep all the units. We can keep all the floor area. As you can see, there's actually more height along Franklin Avenue, but the rest of that is unchanged. We're keeping the height at that maximum R8A maximum height limit at 145.
Yeah. To your second question about Franklin Avenue and Jackie Robinson.
Can I just, before you do that, I just want to follow up on that really quickly. So, but did you consider any further reductions in the regulating plane below 145th, for example, to the 85 feet that is being discussed? Did you analyze that?
Yeah. Well, this is kind of the middle of the road. We looked at further reducing, which was having significant impacts. We were taking more floors off, and there was just no more room in the bulk to keep all of the units. And it also it doesn't have as big of an impact on the reduction, right? So, go ahead.
Yeah, to say what he's trying to get at is that reducing further would actually start, right, this is where we can keep the density. The goal is to keep the 7.2 FAR and be able to do this. And so you'd start losing density, and you wouldn't actually see, based on the analysis that we did about the shadows, as well as the analysis of existing conditions and growth conditions, you'd start losing units without actually seeing any change into the impact on the garden.
Thank you. I would love to see additional, like the actual documentation for that research, because it sounds to me that it may be possible and may be necessary to explore, for us to see that scenario. I wanted to ask another quick question before we talk about the playground. So, thank you and it's clear, and I want to honor the fact that, you've gone beyond the seeker analysis to study the shadow impacts. That's important. But I specifically wanted to ask if you can respond to the Botanical Gardens' concerns regarding the methodology. They claim that some of the satellite images that you used are not sufficient and, in fact, inaccurate. So can you respond to that? I also just wanted to ask, the photos that you showed today are photos. Did you use any thermal images, or did you actually calculate surface temperatures as part of that research?
Yeah, so I'll let Jose come and talk about how they measured specifically for photosynthetically active radiation, for solar exposure. With respect to this idea that the trees are missing, we do have photos of the existing condition that show quite a bit of tree cover. But whether or not there's one tree missing or one more there, one not, it doesn't really change the point that we're making about the existing conditions. We're not saying to disregard that all of SECR needs to be thrown out, baby in the bathwater. The point is that for now going back, these are pictures that go back to 2012. There's extensive tree cover there, 2012, 2017, 2022, 2024. These are all last week. Is that this claim that these are such sun-sensitive plants that can't lose 1 minute of sunlight before we trigger an impact is something that evidence just doesn't support.
Thank you. I respect your interpretation of the data, but I'm just asking for the data. If you can share that with us so we can see it, and fair enough. I appreciate your response to that criticism. In terms of can you respond also on the actual measurements that you made?
How you actually?
There are no actual measurements. All of this is done by via computer simulation and using resources that we have.
And some of them are Google street view, right?
And,
Or did
well,
you actually take
some
the
of the
pictures?
pictures that we show of existing conditions, yes, they're based on Google images, and then yes, we did some analysis of that and extrapolated on the height of the trees based on the surrounding conditions and the density of the trees to put that in the simulation.
Hey, thank you. If you can share that with us, I would appreciate it.
I'll be happy to.
And then just finally, one quick question. In terms of the actual analysis, have you looked at the R7A, the impacts under an R7A scenario? It sounds like that wasn't included in the EIS, right? Or
yes, R7A was analyzed as one of the alternatives. R6A also would generate, by the seeker methodology, R7A would also generate significant adverse impacts. Because once you start with the standard that any new incremental shadows create an impact, R7A, R7D, any of the districts in between would trigger that impact. Anything over, as I think DCP staff went through during the review session, anything over the R6A would, even R6A, would cast some shadow at some point during the day, not nearly as much, but it would. So we didn't look at the plane referencing the R7A, R7D, because the goal is that once we can deal with the shadow impacts, the goal is to maximize appropriate density. And we don't think that reducing density for the sake of reducing density would be appropriate here.
But just to clarify, then, you didn't apply the height regulating plane to R7A.
Correct.
Why not? I mean, can you, or let me reframe the question. Would you be willing to do it just so we can understand what that is?
Yeah, and we're happy to do it, but what it would mean is that top part of the building, where you see now is, I think it's the 11th or 12th floor there, that is the first one that makes contact, that reaches that plane, that in an R6A scenario, that would be bulkhead.
Thank you. And maybe if I have time, one last question. Thank you. So the other question that I wanted to ask you is more of a procedural question. I mean, clearly this has been a very controversial process, and as you noted, you're trying to be as creative as possible in terms of the tools that you have to advance your proposal, right? But given the time of the year, as my colleagues have mentioned, given the concerns that we've heard from the community board, from the borough president, et cetera, and the recommendation to maybe consider a neighborhood contextual analysis with deeper community engagement to try to understand, okay, so what is the capacity for development here in a community that has been through a lot, right? That's what the census numbers tell us. Mm-hmm. Whether you be open to, reframing the conversation and considering maybe a different approach that is more sensitive to the context and that, builds from all the research and all the findings you've encountered so far.
Yeah, so with respect to particularly the borough president's recommendation, I have a lot of respect for the fact that for a very long time, the borough president has been a strong advocate for comprehensive planning in New York City. That's a discussion that we had in the last charter revision go-around, and I'm sure it's one that we're going to have again, and it's worth having, right? Because there certainly is this concern among communities that rezoning by rezoning, that there needs to be a more comprehensive process. However, with this project itself, I think there's a difference, right? A really good analogy for this is the Atlantic Avenue mixed-use corridor. That study that's now ongoing by the department with the community, that is the project of many, many years of individual applicants coming up for one rezoning here, one rezoning down the block, one rezoning there, where that's the time where you take a step back and say, there's a lot of activity here, let's look at this comprehensively. On Atlantic Avenue, you can do that because it's zone manufacturing. Without the rezonings, no one's building new residential. And so all the developers who are kind of all chomping at the bit to come and bring a rezoning application over there are going to have to wait for that process to conclude and then move forward in that framework. Over here, the market is showing us very clearly, we see that with the site next door, that was part of the last project, it's not part of this one, that the market is saying, we're not waiting for a rezoning, we're not waiting to see what happens, we're going in, we're going to build. That's true of the R6A sites. That's also true, by the way, One Sullivan Place at the corner of Sullivan and Washington, where they built a small building, then cantilevered over a rent-stabilized building to build a 12-story plus bulkhead building over there. It was also true in 2015 when BBG sold 111 Montgomery Street for $25 million to a condo developer that built 12 stories plus a 20-foot bulkhead, all market-rate condos. And that's realistically what's going to happen here in the current market environment if we decide that, we have to take another 2 years and go through a community planning process. And then we're going to end up losing hundreds of units, including all the affordable units.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your response. I just wanted to give you a chance to talk about the playground, because you were going to answer that, and I interrupted with another question.
The playground, you see slight reductions, right, with this solar plane, only because we do effectively limit the height of the bulkheads, but the real driver of the shadow impacts on Jackie Robinson Playground is the street wall. It's the context, that's just really what drives it. And then, when you do a seeker analysis and put a 55 bulkhead on top of that street wall, it ends up the shadows get that much worse. So with the solar plane, since we are effectively reducing the maximum height at which the bulkheads could be, not by a whole lot over at that part of the building, but by some amount, you get a slightly lesser impact, but it's not nearly as dramatic as what we see on the garden.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Benjamin?
Hi. Just a few quick questions. I've been listening very carefully to what you've been saying. I've been reading the material, and I've been listening to the questions from my other commissioners. Very early on, you showed this diagram with the seeker assumption, and I'd like to make sure that everybody understands the difference between seeker and what assumptions are made for seeker and what one's actual development plan may be. They are not necessarily considering the same set of facts. So in the seeker analysis, you have a 50-foot bulkhead spread across the buildings. Is that correct?
Yes.
But you're proposing a different bulkhead. Can you explain the bulkhead that you're proposing, both in terms of its coverage, its heights, and if you could delineate which are for, let's say, the elevator, the stairway, so I could get a better picture of what that coverage means.
Sean, can you?
Thank you. So on the left, you can see this is very much the proposed building, right? So it's hard for me to indicate, but on the Franklin Avenue side, there's the tallest element. Those are the overruns for the elevator. It's right in the middle. There's kind of a dormer articulation there. That's where the building core would be set just back from there. So we have the elevators there. Next to that is a stair, and we'll have some mechanical equipment in that location. So we can we're trying to keep that elevator overrun as low as possible. I think it has to be, I think we're in the 20-foot range, just given the fact of the height of this building. To the right, north on Franklin towards Jackie Robinson, there's another stair there. And then there's another stair on the back wing where it rotates. But we can keep those stairs at 10 feet or less. And then any mechanical equipment that we're going to have, we'll also keep low and clustered around those items. So we're not going to put anything above. This is absolute minimum. We're talking, machine room-less elevators. We're doing every trick we can to make sure that we can maintain all of these down. And they all fit underneath that slope, right? So anything that we would do is dictated by the slope. Any of these elements would be down below that angle that we're proposing.
If you could just give me, for the future, I don't expect you to do it now, just a dimensions plan of those heights and bulk of those elements on the rooftop, so I could better understand what we're talking about. And I know you've done setbacks on the Franklin Avenue side, because you're required to. But assuming for a minute that you could replace the bulk from those setbacks, adding to the Franklin Avenue side, could you reduce or set back more on the, I don't know what we call it, the non-Franklin Avenue side, that would, when you show the diagram with the slope that you're not intruding upon,
so
keep going. It's not that one. It's
so right. If I understand your question, is that if we could build essentially straight up to 145 feet along Franklin Avenue without that setback at 105 feet, would we be able to further reduce the Washington Avenue side of the building there?
Correct.
Right. Not entirely clear because the setbacks are not so.
I understand the setbacks are required.
They're not so wide. No, but if we got rid of the setbacks, say that we just wrote text that says we got rid of the setbacks and we could just build straight up without setbacks, it's not that much room there to do it. So you're not replacing, like, you can't fit a whole living room, bedroom over there in that 10-foot setback. And so there's not so much you can do there. In theory, if it's all just, playing with blocks, yeah, you could move from the front to the back, but we'd have to analyze to see if you could actually do it without destroying units.
Right, but if you moved it that 10 feet and you moved the center hallway that 10 feet, then you would presumably have the same number of units, but could reduce the Washington Avenue side while maintaining the same apartments, because you've moved the whole top of the building over.
Yeah, theoretically, yes, we can look at it, but what that would also do is it would actually increase the shadow impact on Jackie Robinson Playground. And then part of the idea of the setbacks is to reduce the feel of the height of the building along Franklin Avenue, and that would ultimately, there would be other impacts, some technical impacts, but other just general urban design pieces that would also change if you had a street wall that went up straight 145 as opposed to the setback at 10 stories.
I hear what you're saying, and I understand what you're saying, but I'd like to be able to understand how that urban design would affect both the Botanic Garden and the impacts from what you've said and from the materials that we have. The Jackie Robinson Park is going to be affected by any building that goes up. Is that fair?
Yes.
So in looking at those potential trade-offs, I'd like to understand if it's going to be affected, whether you build an as-of-right building at R6A or somewhere between R6A and R8A, what effect is it on Jackie Robinson? And can we, if we basically shift the top of the building over, and so the angle from the sun is more acute.
Yeah.
Do we reduce the impacts at all on the sunlight sensitive and other parts of the garden? That's my question. I don't expect you to answer it right now, but I would like to see that so that at least I feel like I'm knowledgeable about what the choices might be.
Yeah, we're happy to look at it. Right, I just note that you'd end up then with a base height that I don't think any contextual district in the city has. It'd be 25 feet taller than
you could be the first. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Goodrich?
I have one other question and then a comment. My question is, you have said a few times about this 4 to 6 hours of sunlight, but that is really for like regular houseplants. That's not for an actual garden collection that has like a special collection. These specific plants, most of them are desert plants, which need a higher amount of sunlight. This is not like a ficus tree or, this is a special collection. And so I'm wondering where you came up with that, because are you just basing it off of just like an average plant, or are you also considering that the garden has like very specific exotic types of plants?
Yeah, so.
And a flora collection.
So, to be clear, Seeker has two standards for plants, either 4 to 6 hours, or then that's your kind of house plants, ficus plants, whatever. Then you have 6 to 8, which are for, vegetation producing plants, and like the more typical but more sensitive plants. And we're measuring this based off of the 6 to 8, not the 4 to 6. We don't think the 4 to 6 really, the garden has an incredible collection of plants. It's not, right, we know. The idea here where we take issue with what Parks concluded is that Parks is saying not only do we have to look at the 6 to 8, we have to go past the 6 to 8 because of a purported sun sensitivity that just doesn't seem to exist in the real world, and we haven't seen anything either from Parks or from BBG that says, okay, here are the plants, and these are the sunlight hours that they need, and this is what they get now versus what they're going to get with your building. We haven't seen that. All we've seen is If you look at the DEIS language, is that the garden contains 18,500 collections of plants of different rare species, some of which may be sun sensitive, and so any impact is an impact. It's not saying that the impact, right, that in resource U or any of the, right, or even any of the, right, there is, this is particularly sensitive, requires 9 hours of sunlight a day, currently gets 10 hours, and with your project, it's going to get 6. We're not seeing that. We haven't seen it yet, which is why we disagree with the conclusion.
Okay, so isn't it inherent in the fact that it is a garden that the plants are going to be sunlight sensitive? That's A, and then B, you're not disputing that the project already will have a negative impact on the sunlight, right? So that's B. So I am a little unclear about the answer because your applicant, there's no dispute that there's going to be a negative impact. So the garden doesn't even have to say that. You have already conceded that. And then A, it's a garden. These aren't calatheas. These are, it's a garden. So you're already sunlight sensitive.
So to be clear, the only thing we've conceded is that using seeker methodology that does not factor in existing tree cover, there are increases in incremental shadows on these plants. But there is a difference between the seeker world, which is binary of either you're in direct sunlight or you're in pitch black. It doesn't factor in the fact that, you know, we have cloudy days, there's still light. There are days where it's hazy and the sunlight isn't direct, there's still sunlight. And you look at how these plants are growing today and have been growing for apparently at least the last 12 years. They are spending that time in the morning. We're not saying get rid of all sunlight, right? After 9 a.m., they're going to have direct sunlight from the south. They're going to have all the solar exposure, photosynthetically active radiation. We're talking about fractions of a % in changes between the with action condition and without on those metrics. It's purely this measure of shadow or no shadow, where the seeker methodology that discounts a whole lot of existing conditions sits and comes away with this incremental shadow increase. But plants don't, it doesn't reflect how plants use sunlight to grow, which is that they use ambient light, they use other sources of radiation, the visible spectrum, the non-visible spectrum, and the plants are getting that light with or without this project.
Okay. My next part, and I will be brief, is just really a comment. I read in the New York Times a statement by the developer here that was really almost like a threat. Essentially, it said, if we don't get this rezoning, if we don't get what we want, we're not going to have any affordable housing. It's going to be all market rate if it was our choice. And I have heard this, now this is the second time. I'm not sure if it's the same developer, but I've heard this again, which, you know, there was a Harlem development, a Harlem project where the community had valid concerns and voted it down. And then developer said, well, I'm going to put a truck stop there if you don't approve this. And I just want to make a statement that this is really antithetical to community engagement. There's already a lot of skepticism about private developers that come into these communities and don't listen. People already think that this commission is a scam, you know, is sort of like we just vote on things and voices aren't heard. And I don't think that this is conducive to any kind of community engagement. So, you know, for me, when I hear this, it's extremely distasteful as someone who was born here and grew up here for a developer to continually say these things and say, well, if I don't get what I want, there's going to be punishment. And I say that because when you started this is why I asked about the affordability. We talked about, you know, bringing the affordability piece, and so if there's community concern, then you know what, you guys are going to have market rate condos, and I'm going to contribute to gentrification. That's a threat.
So,
and I would, you know, you can respond to that, but it's really a comment and a statement. I find it, as a commissioner, I find it extremely distasteful for a private developer to sort of like make these statements continually. And I want to say it's the same one, actually.
It's not. Just as, right, they got the same first name, but not the same last name. So different developers, which is first. The second thing that I want to say is that it's because I didn't sit in on the interview, but I did read it. So I don't know the context of the quote. And it's like anyone who's had experience with journalists, like sometimes they just like pull quotes and they go somewhere. But, you know, we're not going to hide the statement that, you know, this is the same similar conversation that I had with Commissioner Ramprasad earlier about what happens in an R6A scenario. We have a couple of different tools in New York to generate affordable housing along with market rate development. There's the voluntary inclusionary housing program, which doesn't apply on this site absent a rezoning. There's the mandatory inclusionary housing program, which doesn't apply to this site absent a rezoning. And then with the adoption of City of Yes, there will be the universal affordability preference, but that doesn't really line up for 421A projects as much as it does for 485X projects. And this is a 421A project, and the two are mutually exclusive. So it's not so much a threat of absent a rezoning, well, we're just going to build affordable housing for spite. It's just an economic reality that housing is going to be built here because there's a huge demand for housing. And the only way it's financeable, absent the rezoning, is to do it as a fully affordable as-of-right development. There's no economic way to put in 30% affordability on an as-of-right R6A project with just private financing. It doesn't work.
You know what? I have a lot to say, but I will leave it for comments for the community.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. Well, thank you very much. We're going to move to members of the public now, so we appreciate your time. And we are going to start with Adrienne Benepe of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and then we will move on to the rest of the folks who signed up today. Mr. Benepe, good to see you as always. Okay.
I hope you give him as much time as you gave the developers.
Go ahead, Mr. Benepe.
Okay.
Well, okay, let's go. Okay. And just ask members of the public to please, we have a lot of folks who want to be heard today. I want to give them a chance, starting with Mr. Benepe. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair Gorodnick, commissioners. My name is Adrienne Benepe. I am President and CEO of Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Thank you for this opportunity to testify about why the proposal to upzone 962 to 972 Franklin Avenue would cause existential harm to BBG for generations to come. And I just want to note, having sat through an hour and a half of the developer suddenly becoming experts in plants, plant science, and the health needs of plants, so much so that they can, the Parks Department and Brooklyn Botanic Garden don't know what they're talking about when it comes to plant health, is interesting. And I would suggest that developers saying they're advocates for the health needs of plants is like the chairman of Dow Chemical Company saying they know what's good for rivers and streams and the features that live within them. Now, some of you may know I've been an advocate for parks and gardens and open spaces for almost 50 years, my entire professional life, including 27 years in the New York City Department of Parks, including running the Forestry, Horticulture, and Natural Resources divisions. I've been honored to lead the Brooklyn Botanic Garden since 2020, and BBG was founded in 1910 on city-owned land, is now part of a consortium of 34 New York City institutions operated by independent nonprofit organizations on city property. That means the garden is owned by the City of New York and belongs to its residents. Plant education has been part of the garden's mission from the start, with teaching greenhouses, classrooms, and a children's garden, all situated alongside the garden's Washington Avenue side. Every year, more than 150,000 children enter BBG for free to engage with plants and environmental education year-round, something that is unique in the zoo, botanic garden, and aquarium world, and quite emblematic of our founding commitment to youth environmental education for New York City children. We are distinct among public gardens in the United States as a truly urban garden that embraces its local community through education and cultural programming. Commitment to the community is visible in our ticketing approach. Since we implemented the program in July 2020, more than 300,000 guests have used community tickets to gain free admission. We're equally proud of our community greening programs, where we teach urban gardeners, block associations, and civic groups, often supplying them with plant donations that are grown in our nursery facilities. Now, our leadership recognized Crown Heights and all the city need affordable housing. We have taken no position on the many developments that have grown up right around us. Brooklyn Botanic Garden is weighing in on the single property that will affect our ability to affect our mission. Understanding the urgency of the housing crisis and agreeing with the principles underlying Mayor Adams' City of Yes, we nonetheless hope you will understand and agree.
Hold a moment, Mr. Benepe. Commissioner Dweck?
If you could continue, please.
I'll wrap up in 30
No,
seconds.
I'm asking you a question so that we can hear you continue with your testimony.
Okay.
So I'd like to hear more about what you have to say.
Thank you for that question. We nonetheless hope you will understand and agree that some locations are in fact sacred and worthy of complete protection. That Brooklyn Botanic Garden is one of those. Taking actions that would dramatically reduce the sunlight at this world-renowned botanic garden would be tantamount to removing the roof of the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Just as paintings cannot survive sunlight and elements, plants cannot survive and thrive without sunlight. We urge you to reject a proposal that pits a modest number of affordable units in a mostly market-rate building against a 115-year-old public asset that is completely dependent on sunlight to serve its community. Once they take away the sunlight, it's never coming back. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Benepe. Let me jump in to start, and then I'm going to go to Commissioner Dweck. So you heard the colloquy back and forth about numbers of minutes of incremental shadows on various sunlight-sensitive resources at the garden. We were going through in the application from resource I to O, which was aquatic house, to the tropical and desert plant propagation house, and then we were going through P through V, which is really, as you know, the hardy plant nursery yard to the Mediterranean display plant tunnel. There's a difference in the number of minutes between those two areas. I guess my first question to you is the number of minutes, the incremental number of minutes for the first group, which is really only up to 17 minutes. Is that a meaningful number? Obviously, P through V is a much bigger number, but in the first category for I through O, tell us what the impact would be. Tell us what you're concerned about there, just so that we can.
I think I'm going to defer to a real expert. I'm a quasi-expert. The real expert is Rowan Blake, our Vice President of Horticulture, who will testify later, who is an expert on sunlight needs of plants and also on mapping and such things. And what we would say is that just as the developer suggested, that seeker is a blunt instrument. It's imperfect. It's also imperfect in that it fails to take into account the first 90 minutes of sunlight in the day and the last 90 minutes. So in fact, the loss of sunlight is much worse than the tables would show. So those 17 minutes are just that which is required by seeker, but doesn't take into account this first 90 minutes. So that's a very important point, and Rowan will cover that later. The second thing I would say in general, when you have more than 10,000 taxa of plants, which is species and cultivars, we can't sit around and say this particular plant, this particular stage in its growth, and this particular spot in the greenhouse needs this many minutes of sunlight. And for the developer to suggest that we haven't given that information is really kind of silly, because it would take scientists many years to figure out which plants, which locations need how many minutes of sunlight. That's not what's at stake. What's at stake here is that in 1991, this body, in a fit of really interesting civic wisdom, said this thing we just built, the city just built, and the city was the one that built this conservatory in 1987, must have its most crucial resource protected, and that crucial resource is sunlight. And that's why they downzoned that undeveloped. It was what they call a soft spot, right? There was a soft spot on that street, and they anticipated in 1991, if something's developed at R8A, that will block sunlight to this thing we just spent tens of millions of dollars building for the public benefit. That's why they downzoned in 1991, despite the obfuscations you've heard earlier as to why they did this and did this. No, it's specifically in the language of that downzoning, purposefully to protect the sunlight for that asset. So we would suggest that when this body made the determination in 1991 that that area should be downzoned, which is a very unusual thing to do in that context. It was not about contextual zoning. It was about protecting that sunlight asset. And we'd very respectfully implore you to respect the work done by our predecessors here.
Okay, thank you. And I see Mr. Blake is next on the list, so maybe we'll hold some of these for him. But let me just ask you one other question, and you can tell me if this is better for him. If the commission or the council were to modify the application, is there a target height of either a building or the district or the A-text plane that would, from your perspective, reduce to a place where it would be satisfactory or fully mitigate the shadow impacts on the sunlight sensitive resources or the garden more generally?
Well, that's an excellent question. In fact, we did some very detailed, some of the most sophisticated sunlight and shadow analysis that's ever been done for a situation like this, working with KPF. And we looked at the alternative scenarios, R7 scenarios, R8X scenarios, things where there would be more flexibility, because the R8A zoning is not very flexible in terms of the form of the building. I said, if we could have more flexibility in form, could we have sort of a radically redesigned building which goes very tall at the corner furthest for the garden and very short at the garden? And nothing penciled out. Nothing penciled out as having a good impact. In fact, it became worse. And the other thing was they created even worse shadow impacts in Jackie Robinson Playground. And I'd like to add there that Jackie Robinson Playground, once you take away 3 hours of sunlight in November or March when kids should be out playing basketball, this is so necessary for the kids of the Ebbets Field houses. Stealing that shoulder season sunlight at one of the only outdoor recreational resources in that entire community, again, when they steal that sunlight, it's gone forever. And a coat of paint on the basketball court or a new swing set is not going to mitigate stealing that sunlight away from that playground.
Thank you. Commissioner Dweck. I did it? Okay. Commissioner Rampersad, followed by Vice Chair Knuckles.
Earlier, I had asked the applicant how many times were they able to meet with you. They said once. Can you speak to that in terms of from your perspective?
Yeah, we had a meeting with them, and it was under the leadership of Councilmember Crystal Hudson, who asked us to meet with them. And we had quite a lengthy meeting in some detail, and we talked about the various things. But the general conclusion is that even with their reconceived notion of this building, while there were some improvements, there were marginal improvements, not enough for us to say we are comfortable with this. And there was no scenario, and you've kind of heard them say that, unless they get this zoning, there's no scenario that works for them to build this thing with affordable housing. So we concluded at the end of that, like, we've had the meeting, they're not bending enough to make this have no impact. And it really has to have no impact. It has to have the no impact that the current zoning has. And has some impact, but we can survive that impact. There is some impact. If somebody builds to the current zoning, there is 6A, there will be some impact, but we can survive that. We can't survive R8A.
Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Chair Knuckles.
Thank you. Given the historical perspective that you just recited, Mr. Benedict, I'm just wondering, do you think in hindsight that the city or BBG or some combination thereof should have acquired a site that even then was seen as a potential development site?
Yeah, that's been suggested, Commissioner Knuckles, and that's been said, why don't you just buy it from the developer? And we think about, the tens of millions of dollars that we would have to take that we don't have to do that. But even then, we've never had that kind of money. We're not a botanical garden to swim. We had zero, in those days, zero endowment. We've been able to build an endowment since then, but, we're not swimming in money and never have been. And reminding you all that we're a city-owned asset. We get some money from the city, but that's been declining over the decades. It used to be 30 or 40 or 50%. It's now down to 10%. So every penny that we spend on growing plants and educating children and running events and having art there is money that we have to raise, from donors. And so it doesn't. There's a lot of great trees growing in the garden, but no money trees.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Commissioner Osorio.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask you what Commissioner Ramprashad asked, so I will skip that. The other question that I wanted to ask you is if you had any response to the Borough President's recommendation to consider and whether the Garden would be willing to engage in a new neighborhood planning process, specifically around a new special district.
What was so attractive about the Borough President's decision, it was deeply thought and intelligent and well argued, was exactly that point. And we would be delighted to engage in that, not just for our own resources, but for Jackie Robinson Playground, for the other open spaces, for Medgar Evers College. Medgar Evers College just spent millions of dollars re-landscaping its precinct, its campus, with beautiful plantings. Those are also additional outdoor public resources belonging to the 20,000 students at Medgar Evers College. So it's a model that should be followed by in every district. And when I was Parks Commissioner, I have a number of regrets of things I didn't get to. One of my deepest regrets was near the end of the 12 years I was Parks Commissioner, I was talking to the then Planning Commissioner, Commissioner Burden, said, what we really need to do is create citywide sunlight protection zoning for open space resources. Look at all, particularly small parks and playgrounds in Manhattan and Brooklyn, other densely developed areas, and say, how can we make sure that these adjoining lots don't grow so large that all the sunlight is taken away, that nothing can grow there? And that specter does, the dream world would be one where we don't have to fight these battles each time, but that we as a city do something, deeply intelligent and assess the sunlight needs of open spaces in a city that continues to grow and where very few people have a backyard or a country house to go to. And these little parks and playgrounds, particularly in Brooklyn. Brooklyn has 4 large parks or 3 large parks. Everything else is a small park or playground. And if you build large buildings to the south and west of those parks and playgrounds, you lose all your afternoon sun. So I deeply respect that. We'd be delighted to participate in that. It's a very intelligent and sort of visionary idea, and that would obviously involve this body as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Gold.
Hi, thank you. I wanted to ask you to address a little bit. Much has been made by the applicant about some of the shading happening before 9 a.m. And so I was just curious, or maybe you can help me to understand. In looking through, it looks like the biggest impact by the analysis is on the Mediterranean display plant tunnel. Is there any significance, one, to the time of day that the light would be blocked? I mean, obviously, all of us understand that sun gets brighter as the day progresses, but to the plants that are, stationed there or housed there, if you will, are these, just to understand a little bit better, are they plants that require, sunlight all day, if you will? And
it's an interesting, and this is something that Rowan can address in much greater detail. He's truly the expert, but I can speak in generalities. In a very tightly confined quarters, we have plants from 6 continents, and they range from plants from the equator, where there's sunlight 12 hours a day, to desert plants that require a full day of sunlight, to Mediterranean plants. And what's interesting about the impacts of this proposed rezoning is that the 2 areas that would have the impacts is worse when they most need the sunlight. So, for example, the winter sunlight loss is worse in the area where it's impacted, and the summer sunlight loss is worse in the area where that's impacted. Mm-hmm. And Rowan can go into those details. So there's impacts across the board in our and when we say it's our most sunlight-sensitive resources, that's where the tropical plants are growing. That's where the desert plants are growing. That's where the plants that need the fullest possible day. So if you take a plant that's used to 12 hours of equatorial sunlight, put it in the winter, and then take away 2 hours of that sunlight, there's very little sunlight left for that plant. And what starts to happen is the plants become unhealthy. They die. You say, okay, we can't have that species here anymore. And the whole idea of a conservatory is to be able to display plants from all over the world, from all the biomes of the world, to children and people from Brooklyn who will never travel to those places. Because even though it's a lot faster to get to the rainforest than when you had to, these crystal palaces were conceived in the 19th century to show us the rainforests and the deserts, because it would take you 6 weeks in a clipper ship to get to see them. Now you can get to them in a matter of hours, but most of us can't, and we'll never see the interior of a rainforest. But the Brooklyn school child's experience of the rainforest starts when they enter our tropical house. And the needs of those plants as they go up into the rafters of they're each different. So to say, tell us which plant needs how many minutes of sunlight, the plant has grown another foot before you. I mean, it's so impossible to do that.
Got it. Okay. And then one other, and it might be a question for Rowan. In these facilities, and particularly I would think in Mediterranean, do we have artificial light in there?
In some of our growing facilities, yes, what we call the propagation houses, we do have artificial lights, but it's not possible in the public display houses because the canopy is so high. Mm-hmm. It literally touches the roof of sort of 30-foot tall buildings, and there's all kinds of mid-story stuff, so it's not possible to have artificial light in there. It is possible in the greenhouses, and we do have that. It's already there.
Got it. So if just for example, if we talked about this Mediterranean display plant tunnel, which, you know.
It's probably already there, but we also, there's differences between the light that light bulbs give off and the light that you get from the sun. I'm not an expert there, but Ron can talk about that. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Goodrich? No. Okay. Okay, Mr. Bennerby, thank you very much. I know we're going to hear next from your colleague, and we'll be sure to ask him some of those technical questions on shadows. Okay, let's go to Rowan Blake, be followed by Sonal Bhatt. All right, Mr. Blake, welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk. I'm Rowan Blake, VP of Horticulture at Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I'm responsible for the garden's 52 acres and the facilities directly alongside the proposal. In this role, I oversee a staff of 46 gardeners who steward 10,000 global plant species. My training includes horticulture at Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, and a Master's of Research in Spatial Analysis at University College London. This provides me with understanding of plant needs in urban environments. The Seeker Technical Manual was updated in 2021. Botanic gardens are explicitly cited as unique sunlight-sensitive resources, and the threshold of plant survival and basic sunlight hours has been replaced with meeting, quote, sunlight needs of varied species present. Even so, there is a significant weakness in the Seeker shadow methodology because it does not include the first and last 90 minutes of daylight. The methodology discounts the loss of morning light to plants, so the real-world morning impacts of the proposed development are minimized. Likewise, the evening shadow impacts to Medgar Evers campus plazas and Jackie Robinson Playground is also likewise discounted. On a high level, the modified step-down design provides only marginal beneficial effect to shadow impact, given its mass is approximately unchanged. At the CB9 ULUP hearing, June 18th, the applicant briefly presented a third-party expert light study to be made public in a few days. This was made public July 29th. This study is not fit for purpose. It cherry-picks small areas for impact assessment, measuring solar radiation on the exterior of the glasshouse roofs, 20 to 75 feet up above where our plants are actually growing and located. No real-world conditions or meeting plant needs. It sets low solar thresholds based on indirect light without identifying specific plant needs. To paraphrase it, each plant species has its own optimal light range, which will influence growth level and life expectancy. That was the only mention of plants in the entire study. For info, BBG publishes a complete plant list online, which we update monthly, and we also had an exhibit about the sunlight requirements of our plants back during the last proposal. The imprecise summaries within the document, it states things like hardly casts any shadow and only casts shadows from 7 to 9 a.m., which I'd note is actually longer than the Seeker analysis.
Okay, let me ask you, please finish up, but I do want to hear the rest of what you have to say here. Yeah.
It discounts shadow from non-existent trees as they use outdated Google Maps from 2022, begging the questions whether their experts actually performed a site visit. 2/3 of those trees have been removed since 2017, working closely with Department of Parks and Rec to have more suitable street trees along Washington Avenue. Trees are ephemeral, buildings are not. The photos from 2012, for example, are irrelevant to this proposal. And they focus on, quote, July, the peak light season, when our plants grow year-round. With all of the methodological shortfalls, it concludes a fantastical figure of less than 1% impact on the garden. This is not a real-world measurement. Our conclusion is that no matter what is proposed in an R8 envelope, it would still have significant detrimental, unmitigatable impact on Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Please do not risk a local and global gem at the behest of this unconsidered proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me just probe on that a little bit, because I want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language as it relates to shadows, shadow impacts, and these specific plants, and what is known and what is unknown or unknowable. First, can you just say a little bit more? You said something, and forgive me that I didn't understand it, about how they measured up to 10 feet over the highest point of your either your building or the plant life. Can you just can you go back to that for a minute, because I did not understand it?
I can. If you look at the simulations, all of the surfaces where they're looking at where the sunlight hits, it's the roof. And they actually say that their metric is looking at sunlight hitting the roofs of the facilities, not actually where the plants are. All of these measurements that they use, photosynthetic radiation or whatever, the standard for measuring those is you measure them directly at the plants that will be affected. It's like having a thermostat for heating and cooling your house and putting it up on the roof. It's totally irrelevant.
Okay, thank you. So there is a difference in the impacts in the number of minutes between some of the buildings, like the buildings I through O, aquatic house through tropical desert plant propagation house, and everything that is in category P. I don't know if it matters, but I want you to address that as to, because one might look at the number of minutes and say, well, 3 minutes at the tropical and desert plant propagation house in the early morning, or at the maximum 19 minutes at the humid tropics workhouse early in the morning, and might say, well, is that really so much of a concern? Obviously, we have housing that, that we need. But I want you to tell us why we should be concerned about that, if at all.
Yeah. So firstly, I would say that by using the SECA methodology, you're discounting any sunlight within the 90 minutes after dawn. And so, if you look at the individual areas, it may say 7 minutes, say, on the table, but that there's also sunlight lost in the daytime between dawn and the point that the measurement starts, which is very much a planning, planning relevance rather than plants actually growing. So, individual points within those facilities, we know that, say, for example, in the winter months where we propagate plant material within the conservatory, the real-world impacts, talking about real-world impacts, would be more than an hour and a quarter. And then at those points in the day when the sunlight is the shortest, as Adrian referred to, these are equatorial plants, perhaps these are plants from the tropics, you're cutting out, say, 15% of the possible sunlight that they can get in Brooklyn, which is already less than what they would receive out in the wild. So there is a substantial impact to these facilities. I would also say that, when we look at the garden, if you were to walk around the grounds outside, you see big trees that are maybe over 100 years old. The majority of our plant material are small, shorter-lived plants that need constant repropagation and renewal without nursery and without propagation facilities. We would lose the bulk of our plant collection within 10 years. There's a kind of half-life, there's a 20-year period where almost all of our plant material is renewed. And it's, as we do, they're living things, you're breeding plants, you're propagating plants. If you get rid of the facilities to replenish those shorter-lived plants, they disappear from your collection, they disappear from your public programs, your educational content.
The period of time that's not measured under seeker, that 90 minutes at the very beginning and the 90 minutes at the end of the day. There's nothing different about this application in terms of how it's handled it. That methodology is just the methodology. But your point is that doesn't capture the impact here. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
But we also don't have, at least maybe I don't, as I sit here, I don't have clarity as to what the impact is in those 90 minutes, even though it's not measured under seeker, if any.
Yes.
Do you have anything that you could share with us?
Yes.
On that? Okay, good.
Yeah. And yes, the proposal is far enough north away from, for example, the Mega Evers complex, where morning light will hit the proposal, will cast shadows onto the garden and grounds. This is part of we've been asking for overall impacts. We did provide, because we were asked to provide all of these very detailed descriptions of the areas at risk. But one thing is by going so granular and kind of disaggregating the impacts to the garden overall, you miss the bigger picture that it's literally from dawn through to various points in the morning, depending on the time of year, every day of the year. It's not just, 10 minutes here in this space and 7 minutes in that space. Adrian referred to the fact that the conservatory complex, it's going to be more like 10 months in the year impact from fall through winter into spring. And for the nursery, it would be the opposite. It would be spring, summer, fall, right when that area is propagating hardy plants for the outdoor areas of the garden. So we're looking at, two distinct areas, each having kind of impacts, because obviously the seeker process looks at these indicated days of year. We know when you look at all of the months and days and weeks in between, there's an impact every single day.
That's right, and I think that is an important point. We're talking about it on June 21st or March whatever. Those are just measurement dates. You are correct to observe that those shadows, it's not like on June 22nd the shadows go away, right? Yeah. I think that's a very important point here. But the thing that I'm still a little unclear on is the 90 minutes before, at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day. Yeah. And as to whether it is knowable.
It is, yes.
Okay.
And I agree with that, something that the applicant mentioned, which was you can simulate very finely now. Yes, you can do that. But of course, as it's not part of the requirements for seeker, that has been excluded. When you do see within this one document, the Thomas Fortunetti study, it's estimating longer shadow impacts because it's using a slightly different methodology. Even with the flaws that it has, it's actually identifying longer shadow impacts than were displayed on the table for the seeker analysis.
Okay. All right. I'll pause and go to Commissioner Osorio.
Sorry, if I may, there was one question which was about artificial lighting.
Yes, go ahead.
So we do use some supplementary lights. If you've walked along Washington Avenue, you will see there's a kind of purple glow coming from some of the conservatory workhouses. They're not to extend the day length. They're on and off. Approximately, they're triggered by a light sensor, so they're on for the daylight hours. They're increasing the wavelengths of light because, again, if you're a plant from the Cape in South Africa or if you're a plant from the tropics, Brooklyn doesn't have the full spectrum that you would need. And so we're improving the quality of light to the plants, not the quantity of light. And that's a very important thing to say. We're not increasing day length. We're not making up for shadow. We're boosting certain wavelengths in red and blue parts of the visible spectrum.
Okay, good. Thank you. And just one more for me, Commissioner. Sorry, just give me just one last one, and then I will turn to you. The seeker analysis, recognizing that you have critiques of the seeker analysis itself, it shows a range of shadow increments between, in some cases they're 19 minutes, in some cases they're up to, hour plus impacts. Is there is there any number of minutes here that could have shown up on this chart where, from your perspective, it would not have had any impacts, or where the number of minutes plus any additional mitigations that you can think of might make this feasible?
Okay. I would say that where there was scope for compromise, it was made in the planning of the conservatories and the current zoning. And I say that because, over the existing conditions, an R6A development would actually remove light over the then existing conditions of the garden. So when they constructed the conservatory complex, they extended out a terrace further south in the garden and placed the conservatory raised up high, so that the conservatory was 1 story above ground level at that point. So the zoning and the design and construction of the conservatory, you have to think of as like a complete unit, really. And the compromise was made then, saying, now we've raised our new conservatory up above the height of existing buildings so that it can get sunlight, and with that zoning in place, that's it, set for the future, basically. So any compromise was made at that point through the design and through the zoning.
I understand that point, and that makes sense to me. That your argument is, well, back in 1991, there was a relationship between buildings and what was done there. I really am asking a slightly different question, but I certainly understand the point that you just made. I'm really asking, if, putting aside that, and I know it's hard to put aside that because of what has been in place for years, is there any number of minutes of incremental shadow that could be borne or handled by the Brooklyn Botanic Garden in these sunlight-sensitive areas? That's really what I'm asking.
Yeah. With the seeker process, for example, there's a threshold of, I think, 10 minutes. If there's 10 minutes more incremental shadow, then that triggers, the process. With the third-party studies that we've looked into, we set very kind of, they're relatively modest from the point of view of, what is over 30 minutes, say, what is over an hour, what is over 90 minutes in these areas. And, we know that any development there, as of right, we're looking at, around 30 minutes, for example, and, it's as of right. And so, yes, that's, we work within that. When you're looking at niche plant material from around the world, you're looking at the winter months. Basically, when we're looking at figures of realistically, not the seeker figures, of more realistically of, say, losing an hour and a quarter, an hour and a half from some of these areas, they are very concerning from the point of view of what we can grow and what we can provide to visitors and to education groups. And so, we realized that R6A would lead to around, 30 minutes in certain places. Then that's what we have to live with, and that was what was intended when the infrastructure was designed and built.
Right. Okay. Got it. And I realize that what I'm asking may not even be knowable based on what Mr. Benepe said a minute ago about the specific needs of exotic plant life that is, but there is I would note that your recognition of what is allowed as of right, call it 30 minutes, versus if the proposal were to move to 30, if it were to have been a 37-minute as of right, that 7 minutes, I don't know if we'd be having the conversation. I assume you would say, well, it's an as of right scenario. We don't like it, but it is what it is. And then I don't know what we would be saying at 45 minutes or 60 minutes. And that really is what I'm asking. And it may not be knowable. And I want to acknowledge that this may not be knowable. So I take it off the table if it's an unfair question. But
when you're dealing with hundreds of species and you're dealing with hundreds of individual plants within those species as well, that would be kind of PhD territory to kind of work out, the exact needs. we've very much been looking at, worst case impact of all of the proposals. And, that's, we have to look at worst case impact when you have thousands of plants and you have the resource to kind of, try and summarize individual plant needs. It's unknowable from a practicable point of view. Yeah.
Okay, I understand. Sorry, Commissioner, it's all yours.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Thanks for your testimony and for engaging with us in the questions. I just wanted to follow up on two quick things. One was, and I think you already hinted at, in fact, I'm hoping that your written testimony will include your recommendations in terms of how to improve or strengthen the secret analysis. I mean, secret, but I am very interested in that. Specifically, I wanted to ask if you can clarify what are your concerns with the satellite imagery that was used beyond the secret analysis?
So the areas changed substantially. And so we know that, since those photos were taken, 60 of those trees are no longer there.
So you're concerned with the date of the data?
Yeah. So if you look on the drawings, there are a series of kind of symbolic trees that they placed. We haven't had trees fully lining along the conservatory for years. And so basically, within the methodology, they say there's a tree there, we're excluding any impacts.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you. That answers my question. The second question, is a little bit more about the process. Clearly, you have a lot of knowledge on the topic, as would be expected, of course. But I'm wondering if you can share with us a little bit what has been the process of engagement. Has the applicant reached out and designed their methodology with you? Have there been spaces to share your concerns about the methodology? Otherwise, what we see is a little bit of a very sort of like a disconnected sort of like series of events with everybody sort of like responding to each other. And I'm wondering if you can describe to us what has been that process. What we heard from the applicant, you heard it, is that they had requested some information that they hadn't received. You've said in your testimony that you've shared a series of very specific data points. I'm wondering if you can summarize that for us and help us understand what that's been.
Yes. So if you see, for example, the map with the 20-something areas, identified, that was actually information that came from the garden and was requested as part of the previous application for the site. All of the descriptions of the areas, their names, the contents, the number of plants, all of that information came from us. We have an online plant database where you can click on a map and call up plant lists for particular areas. All of that information is public. We share that internationally, our plant list. So it's not a mystery as to what we're growing. It's not a mystery as, especially for the public areas, they're entirely accessible. And as I said, we had an exhibit as part of the previous application where we had signage in front of key plants. We had animated simulations of the shadow impact and the light playing in our gallery. So, anyone can approach us and ask for information about our collections, and we haven't received a request for that. Any requests for things like the maps, the descriptions of the areas, that had all come from the city as part of the last planning request.
Other questions for Mr. Blake? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sonal Bhatt. Sonal Bhatt?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you for having me here today and for all your thoughtful questions. I have to say, as the head of education, I'm really appreciating all this conversation about plants. But I am Sonal Bhatt. I'm the Vice President of Education at Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I have been for the last 15 years. I am really here to talk about what happens to the plants that we grow in these spaces and why these spaces are so important to us. BBG's programs were founded over 100 years ago on the premise that hands-on experience, really seeing and touching and being with these plants, is what we need to create lifelong learners and lovers of nature. And BBG's greenhouses, nurseries, conservatories are pivotal to that work. In our classrooms and greenhouses, kids get to pot up, take home plants, nurture them, care for them, a lifelong lasting experience for most New York children. In our conservatories, children and adults are transported to different environments, like the tropics desert. They get to see plants they couldn't see otherwise. These are experiences that help define perspectives on important issues facing all of us, including climate change, urban forest, policies around sustainability, and city planning. BBG has more than 25 programs. Most of them are free or highly subsidized, and they serve the highest needs audiences in New York City. We serve pre-K kids to adults, and each year we serve 130 targeted audiences through our direct programming. We are free to kids under 12 always. We are free to school groups always, and most of our programs are taught by union staff, DC 37. We have a legacy of working with children to develop a love of nature and plants. In our children's garden, they grow the food and learn about the food they eat, the science of their own food, and develop nutrition habits, keystones to creating these programs. In our teacher programs, we are in all 5 boroughs and have a deep impact on strengthening in-school science learning. BBG has taken significant steps to work with people with disabilities. We are an inclusive place that strives to make targeted programs for people and children with autism, with special needs, and memory loss. All of these programs are supported by the nurseries, conservatories, and greenhouses. All the plants we give away, including the ones we give away through our community greening program, are all grown in those spaces. The education greenhouses, our children go into those. That is a teaching collection. All of the propagation houses grow plants that we use in all of our programs. Shading out these conservatories and back-of-house greenhouse spaces would be a huge detriment and loss to the work we do, and that is why those are so important to us. Thank you for allowing me.
Thank you, Ms. Batt. Questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Leonard Paul, to be followed by Shauna Moore.
I had on my notes there to say good morning, but I think it's good afternoon is more appropriate. My name is Lenny Paul, and I'm a staff member of the Conservatory at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I thank you, Commission, for having me here today. As you've heard, Brooklyn Botanic Garden opened up in 1910, right? In that time frame, it was a bold idea to have a botanic garden literally in the backyards of the neighborhoods. It was, and still is, one of a kind, a true gem. Our conservatory is a year-round operation. We're open in the middle of winter when the temperature dives below 0 degrees to the height of summer when the temperature soars over 100 degrees. We attract visitors from all walks of life, including locally, nationally, and across the globe. We display over 10,000 different taxa of plants, ranging as far as away from like Africa, Asia, Australia, North, South, and Central America. So the plants that we grow in the conservatory in our nursery are originally from the equator that requires at least 8 to 12 hours of sunlight every day. As you enter the conservatory, our tropical pavilion looks and feels like you're in a real rainforest. You're greeted by this majestic 65-foot-tall mahogany tree. You will see fruit trees like bananas, papayas, mangoes, guavas, starfruit, jackfruits, coffee, vanilla, all those fruits that you will never find anywhere growing in a botanic garden, literally hanging off the trees. Our desert pavilion showcases old and new world cacti. Our aquatic pavilion displays all kinds of orchids, including the tiger orchid, which is one of the largest orchids in the world. We have it at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. We are very proud to have one of the largest collections of bonsai trees in our feast. You guys remember Karate Kid? Mr. Miyagi with his one bonsai tree? We have hundreds of them at the Botanic Garden. In total, our conservatory and greenhouses consist of 21 distinct growing chambers. It is a complex and diverse operation, which means that every growing area must be finely calibrated to the appropriate environment for the plants growing inside. The tower that is proposed at 972 Franklin Avenue will have a catastrophic impact on these growing areas. We all know from grade school science, right, that plants need sunlight. sunlight actually hitting the leaves wakes up those enzymes to create food for the plants to survive and to thrive and to grow. If we don't have these kinds of sunlight, it would affect our abilities to use organic methods to control pests and diseases, along with the production of plants in a sustainable manner. You know, we all know we're trying to save the environment these days, right? So we have to do everything in an organic manner. You know, I'm going to deviate from my script here to say that making a decision.
I need you to conclude.
Yeah, to make a decision that is very important to the health and the longevity of the garden is very important. What are we going to say to our grandchildren if we lose the Botanic Garden? What are we going to say? That we just stood by and let it just die? Please vote no. Thank you very much for your time.
Shauna Moore.
On Zoom.
Okay.
Shauna, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Great. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm here to speak against the rezoning project. My name is Shauna Moore. I'm the Director of Horticulture here at Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Rezoning endangers our garden because it limits our access to the necessary natural resources of light. Any single reduction of sunlight will damage our garden, and it shows a blatant disregard for the importance of the garden, its deep history, and also the decades of hard work of those who maintain the garden. It will hinder our ability to preserve our collections. It will hinder our mission of growing and exhibiting plants from around the world, to provide access to the wonder of a public space specifically designed to showcase the beauty of plant life. BBG is a world-renowned resource of rare and one-of-a-kind plants. The plan would affect many of our most important and vulnerable plants, as you know. An area most directed is the conservatory, which contains over 18,000 plants with 700 protected species. Among these plants are rare orchids and desert plants and tropical plants. These plants, in their very nature, require every ounce of sunlight that's available. I offer a few, but by no means comprehensive examples of what's at risk. Our orchid collection has been curated for over decades, and it's esteemed not only locally, but globally, and it's depended upon by other institutions as a shared resource for these rare orchids. Over decades, we've collected a nationally renowned collection of 159 species of South African winter blooming bulbs. Many of these were hand-selected on journeys by staff to South Africa. These plants bloom in the winter, and the sunlight is most precious then. Additionally, our nursery, where we cultivate and protect thousands of ornamental and edible plants used for display in our gardens, as well as endangered native species, important for conservation, requires natural sunlight. In the nursery also houses our bonsai and our extensive citrus collection, tropical plants, not just hardy nursery. We're a green space in a heavily populated urban area. We're a botanic garden, and we must deny the proposed rezoning. We can't compromise on a single ray of natural sunlight. Please don't take away our vital resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moore. We're on to Sarah Pennenberg, please, also on Zoom.
Hi, can you hear me?
You should be able to unmute.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thanks to the City Planning Commission and to Chair Gorodnick. My name is Caitlin Schuster. I'll be delivering this testimony on behalf of Sarah Pennenberg, 32BJ, SEIU's political coordinator. 32BJ represents the interests of over 175,000 union members across 11 states and Washington, D.C. Our members form the backbone of the property service sector here in New York City, performing crucial roles in the city's commercial and residential buildings, stadiums, airports, and a multitude of other locations. Our union has fought hard over many decades to elevate employment standards throughout our covered industries. As New Yorkers, our members have experienced firsthand the need for increased housing supply in New York City. And for this reason, we are supportive of 972 Franklin Ave and the housing it will bring to Brooklyn. 32BJ has additionally secured commitments from Continuum to creating good jobs for the workers who will permanently staff 962 to 972 Franklin Ave. These commitments uphold these prevailing wage and benefit standards, which are the standards our members rely on and which the union has fought hard for. So thank you so much for your time this morning. We look forward to making sure this project moves forward.
Great. Thank you very much. Let me move on. I'm sorry. We have a question for you from Commissioner Goodridge.
I have a quick question. We talked earlier as part of this hearing about the affordability piece, and it's clear that the affordability of this project is higher than the actual community. Would the average salary of 32BJ members even be able to afford the proposed project and to live in it?
I don't have that. I'm delivering this testimony on behalf of someone else. But I do know that our union was really involved in, the housing advocacy this year and has done a lot of work to make sure that our members' salaries are covered in AMI considerations and so forth. But I don't have that information on hand.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Let's move on to Anthony Williamson of Local 79.
Good afternoon, please. Come, sir.
Good afternoon. How you doing?
My name is Anthony Williamson, and I represent the Construction and General Building Laborers, Local 79. I'm also the political director for 100 Black Construction Workers, and I'm also a member of the building trades, part of the building trades of New York City. And we are in support of this project. And as I sit and listening to, first of all, good afternoon to you members of this great New York City planning. You commissioners have been doing a good job because of the questions you ask, and which shows that the very kind of people you are and who we got who are asking very unique and sensitive questions. Now, this project is unique. And why this project is unique and and we must commend also the developer, because this developer have met all the fundamental principles when you're doing development. They look at the social impact, the economic impact, and the environmental impact. And after rescaling this project, this developer has come up with the kind of project that is unique. And I hope this will be a model for other developments in New York City. Now, and I understand the fundamental perspective of the park and where you're coming from as relates to the park. But, and the garden, because I used to run in the garden. But I stopped running the garden because I contracted cancer through 9/11, when this great democracy was under attack. But it's not about just the park or the garden or the flowers. It's about our future. As I stand there and we look across here, it's about our children. Our children standing here, in here. It's about sending our kids to college. It's about giving them what we call a good education and background. It's about putting a roof over their heads. That's what this is about. It's about not only the construction jobs of which you asked about, but 1,000 construction careers going to be on that project. We're talking about affordable housing for New Yorkers. We're talking about Brooklyn, affordable housing for the people in Brooklyn. We're talking about 119 units of affordable housing. We're looking at crimes in our streets. How can we solve this? Every time construction and good construction we have in our communities, small businesses develop. Small businesses thrive. No, we're in a housing crisis. Every day I walk through the streets of Brooklyn, I see people look like us. People look like me without a job.
Time.
Crime in the streets. 1 minute, just to make one point. Okay?
I'm just
and I will make it quick.
Let me just, I'd like to ask you to wrap, but let's finish up that last sentence. Go ahead.
Yes.
Go ahead.
But I'm saying that the crimes in our streets, and people will look like me without a job. Okay? Every day I walk through the streets of Brooklyn, I rather see them with a shovel in their hand instead of they walking the streets with a gun in their hand. And that's what we want as New Yorkers. We want good housing, and we want to get the crimes off the streets. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move to Will Lenahan. Hello, Mr. Lenahan, and you're going to be followed by Elizabeth Peters. Welcome.
Thank you very much for having me here today. I am a third-generation Brooklynite and a third-generation union member. My grandfather was a union window cleaner. My father was a union HVAC mechanic. They both loved the garden. Union members need green spaces for their well-being, just like everyone else. My mother is from the neighborhood of Crown Heights, the neighborhood of BBG. She loved the garden. The first place she brought me after I was born at home when I was 2 weeks old was the conservatory that is now threatened. It was recently opened in 1988. So I'm very proud to work at the garden and represent the garden as a gardener and a union member. My responsibilities at the garden are the care of our native plant collection, which is contains plants that can be found originally within 100 miles of New York City. It includes plants that are threatened in the wild at the state level, the federal level, and some at the global level, respectively. So many of these plants are found originally in ecosystems where the soil conditions stunt the growth of trees. So they are very open, there's very little shade, and they require full sunlight. And many of these are plants that were once found in what is now New York City. And the only place to see them, for the public to see them now in Brooklyn, and some of them throughout the whole city, is at Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I believe that all New Yorkers have a right to the natural heritage of the land that they call home, and a right to high-quality nature and high-quality biodiversity. I do not believe that that is a right that should be only afforded to the residents of suburban and rural communities. So for that reason, I am asking that you please reject the rezoning. Thank you very much.
Let me call up Elizabeth Peters.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Peters. I am the director of the digital team at the Garden, where I've been for 18 years. I thank you so much for considering this matter, and I am hoping you will oppose this proposal. If time allows, I want to speak on 3 points. One is, as Adrian mentioned, the 1990 study and the 1991 amendment that was made. And I want to call to your attention that it was specifically this lot that was discussed, kind of called out in that study. And in fact, our predecessors were trying to prevent us from being in this situation. So I'm going to read from it, quote, "One large privately owned vacant lot located on Franklin Avenue between Montgomery Street and Sullivan Place, block 1192, lot 66, could be developed to a height of 13 stories. Rezoning to R6A provides the garden's greenhouses with safeguards against harmful shadows, which could result from future development on underbuilt or vacant sites such as this parcel." So I do agree with the attorney, the land use attorney for the developer, who says this this is a, significant site. I think our predecessor saw that and said that development should be allowed and it should be capped at R6A. I also, while we're talking about the 1991 amendment, I want to correct this image of the 14-story buildings marching down Washington Avenue under an R8A zoning, because in the text of that amendment, it says that due to the irregular lot sizes and the requirements of R8A, the buildings that would typically result from that would be 4 to 6 stories. So that is my first point. My second point is the progression of this and the rollout with this new proposal that we spent all of our time this morning on, was brought to the garden on July 6th. A year ago, there was a hearing about DEIS, and this is the kind of matter that should have been solved then. And instead, the developer decided in March to submit a proposal that they knew was unacceptable, that had, in its own words, caused unmitigable harm to the garden. And only at this 11th hour did they present an alternative. This is very unfair to Community Board 9 and the Borough President, who have already reviewed and voted on this matter. The Community Board 9 in particular.
Time.
Oh, gosh, I did it again, sorry. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for considering this.
Thank you very much. Let's move on to Elizabeth Ott.
Hi, my name is Liz Oddie. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I work in the Education Department at Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and I'm here to ask for your support against the Franklin Avenue rezoning project, as it would greatly impact our plant collections used in our work with children and youth. I work at the garden as partnership manager with our high school, the Brooklyn Academy of Science and the Environment, or BASE, which is founded in partnership with the Department of Education over 20 years ago and is located just across the street from BBG. Through our partnership, our high school students participate in our freshman field studies course, using the garden's plant collections to learn about natural phenomena and ecosystems here in Brooklyn. Students learn to grow, harvest, and prepare food in our children's garden through our Base Garden Crew after-school program. The garden provides our students with an incredible natural laboratory, experiences in, and a connection to nature, while building both academic and life skills. This is something that I understand and cherish deeply as I grew up in Brooklyn, gardening in the children's garden throughout my whole childhood, and returning again as a young adult. Exploring the grounds and gardening in the children's garden was a formative experience for me that instilled a sense of place and belonging, a connection to the land that is Brooklyn, and a passion for teaching and learning that has guided my career path and to which I attribute a deep commitment to environmental stewardship and to our communities. The zoning put into place originally to protect the garden's collection should not be changed, as it would cause permanent damage to the collections, which are vital to our work with students. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to Barbara Kurland, to be followed by Nina Brown.
Good day. My name is Barbara Kurland. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to acknowledge, and I think it's going to happen, but many of our students are here from Base High School that Liz spoke about, so we're so proud of them and so happy that they came here today. I'm a staff member at Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I'm the Director of Learning and Partnerships. I teach and learn with all of the garden's programs that teach and learn with schools. I've been at BBG for 35 years. My job is even more special to me because my first visit to BBG was with my 4th grade class from PS 193 in the early 1960s. It was my teacher who provided us with the opportunity to learn at the garden, where each of us potted up a scented geranium plant in those education greenhouses that you've heard so much about. Every student comes for a school program at BBG, every student who comes gets to take a plant away just like I did. Those greenhouses dedicated to education allow us to keep the plants and supplies we need so that every student can do what I did and be inspired to connect more deeply to plants and nature. Our garden is very unique in having those 3 educational greenhouses. It's sort of something unique to our sister gardens in New York City as well. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed rezoning that would permit the construction of buildings that would take away the light that plant collections at the garden receive and threaten the survival of those plants in our greenhouses, as you've heard. Children, youth, teachers, and families visit the garden in all seasons. Imagine standing under the banana that Lenny mentioned with 3rd graders. Snow is covering the ground outside, but we're warm and we're looking up at those bananas. And one of the students says, "Do you need help cutting down that fruit? Because I can do it. I know how to do it." He's done it with his grandparents when he goes to visit them on school holidays. The plants in the Steinhardt Conservatory, the desert, the tropical and warm-temperate plants allow us to make observations, pose questions, and explore phenomena about plants and the environment in authentic and tangible ways. But they're also a place where, without leaving Brooklyn, many can visit the places they or their families call home, any month of the year, in any season of the year. It's a place where stories are told and knowledge is shared. The zoning was put in place by the City of New York with the intention of protecting the access of the plants to sunlight at BBG. Please protect and preserve our plants for all learners. Please keep that sunlight on. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to Nina Brown, be followed by Maria Ramos.
Barbara's always a tough act to follow. Hi, Commissioners. My name is Nina Brown, and I am here today to urge you to oppose the rezoning at 96272 Franklin Avenue. I have been a neighbor, a visitor, and a student of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden for more than 30 years, but it is as a community educator in BBG's Community Greening Office for the past 13 years that I can attest that upzoning would dramatically affect our ability to grow plants and would undermine my and my colleagues' ability to do our jobs. I help manage BBG's community greening programs, adult education programs like the Greenest Block in Brooklyn contest, the Community Garden Alliance, and the Brooklyn Urban Gardener Volunteer Training Program, and many of our bugs have come out today, so thank you to them. Beyond supporting hyper-local community activists to connect to the power of gardening as a force for positive change, these programs aim to get more plants into the hands of Brooklynites and into the soil of Brooklyn. And so to that end, our team nurtures over 1,000 plants in our small back of the house, that Category P outdoor nursery area, which we then distribute for free to community gardeners, street tree stewards, and other streetscape gardeners every single year. Many of those gardeners tell us that it feels like planting a piece of BBG on their block. So in a very real sense, these plants share and extend the gifts of sunlight itself across the entire borough. The hours of shade that these buildings' shadows would create will wither those gifts. As a cultural worker, I know New York City's cultural institutions need resources. And in this case before you, the resource in question is not even monetary. The resource is the abundant, generous, and free sunlight that guarantees the health, vitality, and propagation of plants, and by extension, communities. Do not certify this rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Maria Ramos, to be followed by Alicia Boyd.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be heard. My name is Maria Ramos. Last week was the hottest record week we had on record. Brooklyn Botanic Garden is the first responder to climate change. I come from a union family, too. United Auto Workers from the Mahwah plant, New Jersey, Bethlehem Steel from the Brooklyn Navy Yard, the Meatpackers Union. My uncle and brothers were carpenters on Staten Island. I am a member of the United Federation of Teachers and have served on the executive board, personal ID only. I worked I walked many picket lines for the workers' rights. I am a retired school teacher and have been a volunteer at Brooklyn Botanic Garden for 10 years. I volunteer at the Discovery Garden. A few weeks ago, we had 400 toddlers at our 2-hour program, first Discovery program. We have children as young as 1 month old to 4 months old. We have them potting up plants that come from the nurseries that may be shaded. We do arts and crafts. We do story time. Another day, we had early opening program for children with special needs. And as a school psychologist, I know how important this program is. Even hard-working union families need a place to relax and smell the roses. I invite all my union brothers and sisters to come to the garden. Bring your family, bring your children, bring children with special needs. You will have a wonderful time. I left my glasses back there. If you cast a shadow on the nurseries, on the educational greenhouses, you put shade on our children and the children who play in the Jackie Robinson playground. Brooklyn Botanic Garden tells our history. The Trees of Little Caribbean, which is housed in the Tropical Conservatory, celebrates the culture and the cuisine of Flatbush, my neighborhood. We have the Hattie Carthen tree. Hattie Carthen was an African-American woman in Bed-Stuy who organized her community to save a magnolia tree that was going to be cut down. She and that community saved that magnolia tree, and in her honor and that community struggle, Brooklyn Botanic Garden named a magnolia tree in her honor. So, please, don't shade the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. It is the crown jewel of Kings County, Brooklyn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Boyd, followed by Nathan Rodamon.
Hi, my name is Alicia Boyd. I represent the Crown Heights Flatbush community, MTOP, the Movement to Protect the People. I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of the technical stuff that's happening here. First, the Department of City Planning, after seeing the developer's text amendment, still made the final determination that there would still be significantly adverse effects on the garden. So the new plan hasn't changed that designation. So if this commission decides to approve this application, you're basically saying that even your own agency is not approving it, but we are going to approve it because we don't care about plants, sunlight, BBG? Okay, so that's the first thing. The second thing is that a text amendment is very different than a ULUP application. This is a ULUP application. They're asking for a text amendment. You should know better that those two do not mix. They're two different processes and the two different applications. And so the text amendment should be coming as a text amendment. Also, there was no notification given to the community. This is an entire block. They're now trying to take an entire block and put a text amendment in the, and that needs to be notified. That means everybody in that community will be affected by it. Not only will it increase the other R6A, but it would decrease the R8, and all property owners plus tenants must be notified of your intentions to do such a drastic change, but it cannot be done under a ULUP application. So what are you guys even talking about, this text amendment, when you know it's not even lawful? The other issue is affordability. The other issue is the whole idea of now restraining the bulkhead. You know, there's all this complaints about the ULUP application and the SEQA, and I understand SEQA is not great, okay? But SEQA demands that you take into account the 55 increase in bulkhead. You're now considering that the developers do not consider that. This is a SEQA rule. But at the same time, you're actually not considering the fact that SEQA is defective in not allowing the hour and a half to be considered. But even the fact that SEQA does not allow the hour and a half, there's still significant adverse impacts that the Department of City Planning has told you is going to happen to the garden. So why are we still talking about the text amendment change? That, again, is unlawful. And then there's the idea of affordable. You know, union member kept talking about affordability. But, you know, there's a T-shirt. I don't have it on. As you can see, I have the flowers instead. But we have affordable for who? Yeah, you're going to create affordable housing, but we got affordable housing underneath the workforce option for people who make $298,000 in this project. Maybe some of you guys make that kind of money. Maybe it's affordable to you, but it's definitely not affordable to my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Nathan Rodeman, followed by Bailey Binky.
I used to be a kindergarten teacher, and you know what they say? You learned everything while you were in kindergarten. So my grandson is going to give you a little bit of wisdom.
Good. Thank you.
My name is Nathan, and I live in Brooklyn. Plants need sunlight, and I need sunlight.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Oh, you guys.
Okay. Thank you very much. Love it. Okay. Bailey Binky. I'm sorry if I'm doing harm to your name. On Zoom. Followed by Andrea Matute here.
Bailey, I'm trying to promote you in Zoom. It might be a pop-up. If not, I'll unmute you. You should be able to mute in Zoom now.
Okay. Hi, everyone. One second. Sorry. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Bailey Binky, and I'm the coordinator of access initiatives at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I'm also a person living with low vision, and I'm legally blind. So thank you for your patience as I stumble through this, and I'm actually going to turn off my camera as I lean in to read. So as I said, my name is Bailey, and I, like many of the other voices you've heard here today, oppose this rezoning project. The Brooklyn Botanic Garden is a treasured asset for the surrounding neighborhoods, the borough of Brooklyn, and New York City as a whole. It is a sanctuary for those seeking peace, tranquility, and the restorative presence of greenery and nature. And approving this rezoning project would dramatically, as we all know, impact the garden's plant and animal life and diminish the life and vibrancy of the of such an invaluable community resource. Thanks again for your patience. So my work at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden centers on access and accessibility, which includes the implementation and support of programs and basic best practices to ensure that individuals of all physical and cognitive abilities are able to experience and enjoy the garden's beauty. And the majority of these programs take place in the greenhouses, gardens, and conservatories located along Washington Avenue that will be most affected by this rezoning project. So, you know, for example, for people who are blind and visually impaired, the garden offers an endless and ever-changing soundscape and olfactory experience. The smell of the dry leaves in the fall that litter the grounds in autumn, the sweet fragrance of the lilac trees that hang heavy in the air in spring, and the overwhelming, rich and humid wall of air that envelops everyone who enters that wetland and aquatic conservatory, no matter the time of year, are experiences and sensations that are impossible to find near anywhere else in New York City. The Brooklyn Botanic Garden Fragrance Garden, which will celebrate its 50th anniversary next year, was one of the first century gardens in the country, and the first of its kind to specifically which was specifically designed to engage and welcome people who are blind or visually impaired. Visitors of all abilities now are encouraged to touch, feel, smell, and interact with all of the plants bursting from these raised and accessible garden beds. And blind and visually impaired visitors are empowered to independently engage with this living collection.
Time.
Using the Braille plaques. Many more stories, but I just would like to say that for all of our programs that serve children and adults with cognitive.
Thank you very much, Ms. Binky. We appreciate it. Okay. Andrea Matute, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, followed by Sarah Stoller.
Oh my God. Wait, can you guys hear me? Okay.
We can.
Okay. Hi, my name is Andrea Matute, and I'm currently a student at the Brooklyn Academy of Science and the Environment. The Brooklyn Botanical Garden has been a very important part of our school culture. We use the garden to learn about our environment and educate ourselves on ongoing climate crisis. The garden has provided us with many internships and extracurricular activities throughout the course of our high school career. Field studies, which is a mandatory freshman course, which me and my friends have taken, teaches us about nature and our environment. When coming back to school after 3 years of being online, this course not only helped me, but it also helped my classmates. The switch from online to in-person was stressful to all of us. The thought of another COVID outbreak would occur that would send us into quarantine really scared all of us. But as we took this course, the garden not only helped us connect back to nature, but also helped us create new bonds. And on top of that, it opened a door for a world that we had no clue in. Many of my classmates who had no idea what they would like to pursue had found a passion through working at the garden and participating in clubs. I was fortunate enough to have a teen exchange with their teen program called GAP, where I learned firsthand all of the passion they had for gardening. They work hard in the children's garden to grow crops and learn about species that are beneficial to our environment. And on top of that, they have created a beautiful community. By going forward with the rezoning, not only are you taking away the sunlight, but you're also taking away our education, internships, and community. I strongly oppose the rezoning as it would negatively impact the garden's ability to teach us and give back to our environment and community. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much for being here. Sarah Stoller, followed by Pamela Pettyjohn on Zoom.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Stoller, and I'm a union member and the assistant principal at Brooklyn Academy of Science and the Environment. We are a Title I high school that was founded over 20 years ago with Brooklyn Botanic Garden. 97% of our students are minorities, and we serve 87% of our students who are economically disadvantaged. 17% of our students are housing insecure. I'm here today with my students to discuss Brooklyn Botanic Garden's immeasurably positive impact on our school and our students. The loss of its greenhouse and growing facilities as a result of the proposed development would not only undermine the garden's mission, but also impact the academic and social emotional growth of our students. Firstly, BBG is a sanctuary of green space amid the urban sprawl. It offers a peaceful retreat where city dwellers can connect with nature, providing a respite from the fast pace of daily life. This type of space is even more important for adolescents who often struggle to find calm amidst the busyness of city life and intensity of social interactions. For our students, BBG represents a place within our community where they can take time to reflect and decompress, even as they engage in the deep, real-world connected learning environment the garden provides. Moreover, BBG's commitment to sustainability and environmental stewardship is exemplary. Bay students learn about environmental stewardship through their work at BBG in classes, on field study, and via internships and job opportunities connected to the garden. Without these educational experiences, which are made possible by the greenhouse, learning garden, growing facilities, and other non-public garden areas, students will lose out on key opportunities to develop the community advocacy skills represented by the stewardship work they do in the garden. BBG is also a vibrant cultural hub. It hosts programs, workshops, and events that engage people of all ages and backgrounds. For Bay students specifically, BBG serves as another campus, a second home where they can share themselves with each other even as they grow their science skills. All ninth grade students spend at least 2 hours practicing real-world science in the field at BBG each week. Our partnership with BBG has enabled us to develop courses such as environmental justice and extracurricular activities such as Green Team and Garden Crew. These programs have helped us ensure that BASE is a robust and meaningful learning community for our students. In summary, the Brooklyn Botanic Garden is more than a beautiful space. It is a vital community resource. With the viability of its educational programs compromised, our school would be compromised as well. Our students and their families, who, by the way, could not afford to live in this development, would lose a key thread in the fabric of their community as those from outside that community make a profit at their expense. As we continue to cherish and support BBG, we must ensure that its positive impact will flourish for generations to come, and therefore take a stand against any plan that undermines that impact and represents this kind of environmental, community-wide, and personal injustice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Pamela Pettyjohn on Zoom, will be followed by John Oshima and Maria Ramos here in the hearing room.
Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Pettyjohn from Coney Island Beautification Project. I need to contribute to this conversation the fact that BBG asked broad sunlight across all of Brooklyn. Proof positive, after the devastation of Superstorm Sandy, when the Coney Island community needed emotional uplifting, BBG rose to the challenge. The garden answered Coney Island Beautification Project's vaguely described call for assistance in beautifying our street tree beds, public spaces, and community gardens. BBG stepped forward, becoming a valuable resource between Coney Island Beautification Project and area youth and senior groups, churches, schools, merchants, tenant associations, homeowners, and social and civic groups. Specifically, through BBG Stewardship Program, our small group of community members learned a wealth of information about the proper use of composting and mulching, recognizing the importance of using native and flood-resistant plants. We are proud to have earned several certificates through the Brooklyn Urban Gardener Program, receiving the title of Tree Steward and Master Composter. We've developed a family of fellow stewards and friends throughout New York City at large. The members of Coney Island Beautification Project are part of over 70,000 Brooklyn residents and participants in BBG's community greening programs each year, such as Community Garden Alliance, Greenest Block in Brooklyn, and Making Brooklyn Bloom. Our success is testimony to BBG. Brooklyn Botanic Garden blooms as a teaching hub for gardeners, educators across New York. BBG has helped us build horticultural knowledge to support our community in response to the devastating effects of Superstorm Sandy. They have equipped us with tools to build community engagement through gardening. The greenhouse under threat by proposed 962 Franklin Avenue development grows plants that are displayed at BBG, along with thousands of plants that are given away to schools, community groups such as ours every year. What starts as a small seedling in the greenhouse grows to make BBG stunning, world-famous botanic garden that it is. They also go on to live in community gardens and streetscapes and across the borough, greening Brooklyn as far beyond the Garden Gates. Brooklyn relies on BBG to help green its neighborhoods. Right now, BBG is relying on us to support its fight against harmful rezoning. On behalf of Coney Island Beautification Project and community gardeners across Brooklyn, we stand with BBG and this group of supporters today. If my work is with my community has taught me anything, that it is together we can make a difference. Don't turn off the light. Join us and
Thank you, Ms. Pettyjohn. Thank you. At some point, folks on Zoom will be, there's an unceremonious cutting of the mic. My apologies for that, but okay. Let's go to John Oshima, and then I think, Ms. Ramos, we heard from you already, right? You signed up twice? 3 times. Okay, gotcha. All right. I love the passion, but we'll hold off. Okay, Mr. Oshima, thank you.
Hello, my name is John Oshima, and on behalf of my wife, Laura Hulbert, I would like to express our opposition to the proposed zoning change. Today, we heard a lot about physical details of the proposed building, but fulfilling lives clearly require things beyond the walls of one's home. Given the scale of New York City in particular, vibrant green spaces are critically important to mental health, a point that is now the scientific consensus. With the inevitable increase in the density of New York City as it moves to address the current housing crisis, that importance is going to rise. all reasons to absolutely prioritize preserving the garden as it exists now. Also, please bear in mind that while the application focuses on shadow impacts, the psychological benefits of the Botanic Garden will also be negatively impacted by the unavoidable visible intrusion of a new tall building into the sight lines and the experience of a visitor to the garden. 2 more points. As to the question of spaces that are or are not open to the public, and given that the garden has existed for over 100 years, I challenge the development team to tell us how they can assure us that at some point, for example, 100 years from now, it will not be in the best interests of the garden to take advantage of spaces that the development team has deemed irrelevant to concerns about shadows. And finally, I would like to speak as someone who for 40 years helped raise a family in New York City as a member of a union. I feel delighted and confident that the city's push to increase the construction of new housing will lead to an increase in union construction jobs. Armed with that confidence, I'm opposed to a zoning change for this one building. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's move on to Jennifer Whitburn on Zoom, followed by Catherine Patton here in the room.
Jennifer, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Here we are. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for allowing us to attend on Zoom. I'm here with my daughter, Anna, and her friend who love the garden. And my name is Jennifer Whitburn. I'm here to state my opposition of the proposed rezoning of 96272 Franklin Avenue. The zoning amendment that was made in 1991 to ensure continuous unobstructed sunlight for the Brooklyn Botanical Garden. And zoning laws are made for a reason. They're made to protect developers who want to profit over to prioritize the needs of the community and families and gardens and playgrounds over the profit of a developer. The 1991 zoning was made to protect the garden, and I urge you to reject anything that would change the zoning in the area. The garden is a critical oasis. It's a place for people to become whole again. In our small apartment and in many apartments in our community, we do not have green spaces where we can gather. And as someone mentioned before, it's also in the visitor experience, the experience of someone in the area seeing a towering block is very different than being in the garden where you're within green and seeing just green around you. Seeing a big bulkhead, and as an architect, those drawings are that the developer shows that just shows the section of the building without the bulkhead really need to be looked at very critically. So I urge you to look at that, and I want to give them a second to also to share their love for the garden for you, so you understand how important it is.
Hi, so I think that the garden is a place where people can gather and for the community to enjoy. And the plants need sun to grow. Like, that building is too big. They have to take it down at some point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
I think we're
actually no.
Tony Madison said, thank you. Thank you. The playground also is of is a place that should be considered. It was the lack of sun there would be significant. People in the neighboring communities deserve to see the sky. People in the garden deserve to see the sky. Any block of sunlight would be something that we should prevent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to you and your team over there. We appreciate it. Okay, let's go to Catherine Patton.
Hi, I'm Catherine Patton, and I am here in opposition to the rezoning. I moved to Brooklyn in 1981 in a rent-stabilized apartment, 10-minute walk from the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. And I've been a volunteer at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden since 1990. Around the same time, this rezoning original zoning was put into place. As part of my volunteering, I volunteered over the years teaching children. One time, we had a school group come in, and this one girl said, "Who cares about trees?" Because the topic that day was trees. So I said, "Who cares about trees?" So in the course of that hour and a half I had with this girl, I think I convinced her why trees are important. And she walked away with a little coffee tree that she could take home. But she actually saw coffee growing on a coffee tree. So she could understand that maybe she doesn't drink coffee because she was too young, but her parents probably do. And this is why it's important. And we were in the very conservatories and education greenhouses that would be impacted. And that coffee tree that she took home was propagated at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. So it has a direct impact. These children are our future. They have to understand why a coffee tree is important, why any tree is important, why when they walk into this beautiful space, why this is important. And we can educate them. They can become, like I have. I've got a certificate in horticulture from the Botanic Garden. I'm one of the Brooklyn urban gardeners, or affectionately known as bugs. I'm a rain garden steward. So I'm taking care of a rain garden out on the street. All of this because of the love and passion that I got from the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. All of that came from there. And we need to continue to do that with all adults and all children. The ongoing community greening, where we Brooklyn Union Gardeners, as we were told by Coney Island, where we go out and we help them. We help them with their community, and we help them with plants that are propagated in this very, very important space. It's really critical. So I urge you, I understand and I accept the fact that a building, and Brooklyn has housing issues. I don't accept the fact when I read in the New York Times that they say, oh, well, if it isn't built at this height, there'll be non-union jobs. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. I think that's just the wrong thing to be saying, because I feel that all of the buildings should be built with union jobs. But I think we need to keep it at the height that was put in 1991, so there is not the impact to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. And I encourage you to come to the Botanic Garden. November 2nd, I'm giving a tour. Fall Splendor, please come. I'm giving other tours, but that's one of my best and one of my favorites. Thank
Wonderful.
you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that nice invitation, too. Okay, let's go on to Stephen Albanese and Suin Chung, both on Zoom.
Stephen, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Stephen Albanese, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Municipal Art Society. MAS opposes this project for the same reasons it opposed Continuum's 2021 development proposal at 960 Franklin Avenue, namely significant and unmitigated shadow impacts on BBG, a 115-year-old world-class urban oasis, as well as Jackie Robinson Playground. As you've heard, this project would cast new hours-long shadows on a significant proportion of the sunlight-sensitive areas studied at BBG, including world-renowned greenhouses used to propagate plants that require full year-round sunlight. The DIS acknowledges that if the project were to be built, remaining sunlight may not be enough to promote healthy growth of these plants, effectively compromising the garden's mission to educate and inspire children and other members of the community. Also, as you heard, project-generated shadows would be especially detrimental to Jackie Robinson Playground during March and September, when the presence or lack of sunlight can determine whether such spaces are comfortable and usable. During these times, entire areas of the playground, including tables and benches, play structures, large trees, and basketball courts, would lose more than 2 hours of prime daily sunlight. More than 30 years ago, the city recognized the fragility of BBG and made an explicit commitment to protect it by establishing common sense zoning regulations on the parcel in question today. At more than double the currently allowable height, this project would set a dangerous precedent, effectively giving the green light to other projects that ignore the very purpose and function of the 1991 rezoning. In 2021, CPC rejected this project's predecessor, 960 Franklin Avenue, because of very similar shadow impacts that would happen with 962, 972 Franklin Avenue. It is telling that that as in 2021, virtually every public official with a say in this project's outcome has expressed extreme concern or outright disapproval of it. MES strongly urges the Commission to reject the project and uphold its commitment to neighborhood play spaces and cultural institutions like BBG because they are vital to a great city. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Suen Chong, followed by Thomas Chisena here at 120 Broadway.
Thank you. I'm a resident of CB9 and also served as the chair of the Land Use Committee and Community Board 9. The last-minute text amendments proposing these setbacks must be sent back to the Community Board for a public hearing per the City Charter, Section 201A. These amendments affect properties in CB9 other than the applicants, namely hundreds of tenants in existing four-story pre-war affordable apartment buildings built to an FAR of less than 3.5. While the applicant suggested to CB9 that they could apply for a text amendment to codify the stepped-back massing, we never saw the actual text before our recommendation, and we're certainly not told that it would apply to other lots. CB9 has consistently rejected both this upzoning and other similar spot rezonings due in part to our concerns that it creates a precedent of inappropriate future upzonings for adjacent lots. The applicant's argument that they are entitled to an upzoning from R6A to R8A because nearby properties have that zoning or were upzoned to that level demonstrates exactly why our concerns are justified. If this upzoning is granted, surely it will be used as precedent by the next developer on a neighboring lot for a similar upzoning. Within the last few years, over 1,000 units, including MIH units, have already been built or are currently going up within 5 blocks of this site. If we are going to allow spot rezonings, we need to be able to say no when infrastructure is inadequate, when the zoning threatens the health, safety, and quality of life of existing residents, or when we have met or exceeded our housing goals, which of course includes over 2,000 units in the pipeline in the rest of the district, in addition to the as-of-right capacity. Speaking of the as-of-right, 1 Sullivan, the 12-story cantilevered building mentioned by the developer, is not quite an as-of-right building. It benefited from a significant upzoning under the citywide ZQA, privately financed senior affordable housing program. The City of Yes UAP program is modeled on this and attempts to extend it significantly. We voted to oppose UAP in City of Yes because we've already seen how such developments can be truly weird and dangerous to our residents, all while providing 6 affordable units. Apart from the shadow impacts, the doubling of market rate units under the applicant's proposal will have a significant impact that is not mitigated by the addition of a small number of affordable units at 40 to 60% of AMI. The developer argues that higher income levels are appropriate because CB9's median incomes have gone up in recent years. Even if this wasn't an exaggeration, the reason is projects like this. The DIS acknowledges that this project's additional market rate units would raise area median incomes. Finally, the DIS makes no attempt to address the parking needs in the district, substituting the number of persons who commute by car for direct statistics on local car ownership, such as biannual car registrations, nor does the special permit make an adequate case for the applicant's financial need to severely reduce the number of parking spaces. They've not offered any figures. In conclusion, please oppose the map amendment, text amendment, and special permit. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Perfect timing. Let me go on to Thomas Chisena, followed by Lynn Griffo here in the hearing room. Welcome.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a lifetime visitor to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and a longtime supporter. We've discussed a lot about the micro or the small scale adjustments to the shadow, but I think it's better to, maybe we should safer to err on the side of overprotection, to err on the side of not allowing any shadows over the current situation. That's why I ask you to retain the current zoning. My goal here is to discuss my family's connection with the Botanic Garden, which goes way back in the 1930s, the early 1930s. My mother attended Girls Commercial High School, and my father used to meet her in the garden. My father was unemployed in the depths of the Depression, a young man, and there was nowhere for him to go. And so they used to spend their time together at the Botanic Garden. And they never forgot that. And they raised us, my sister and me, to appreciate and love the garden. And I always remember the cherry blossoms in the spring and the daffodils and the magnolias. And in the fall, the chrysanthemums, the beds of chrysanthemum. And the tradition goes on. My nephew has had his children go to the Botanic Garden classes, the horticultural classes. So I ask you to please keep the current zoning for the protection of this legacy for our children. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Lynn Griffo, welcome, followed by Sharon Richmond.
Good day. I am the Reverend Lynn Griffo, a resident of 128 Marine Avenue, born and bred in Brooklyn. I am a member of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and a volunteer there. I am a Pratt graduate with a city planning master's degree, and I have experience in environmental assessment and affordable housing development. I urgently ask you to oppose the rezoning of 962, 972 Franklin, and to preserve the current R6A contextual zone. The garden has been for me personally a beloved place of peace and beauty and learning for 68 years. I toddled in as a child, and now I toddle around as a senior. The BBG is a unique cultural treasure with a widely valued role in environmental education, as you have heard, of youth and community gardeners. As a volunteer, I have witnessed how it is visited and enjoyed by people of all diverse backgrounds and by persons with disabilities, school children, visual artists, and tourists. The conservatories are key destinations for children and visitors of foreign origin. Clearly, it is a joy for them to see the plants from where they are from. The DEIS blatantly places all responsibility upon BBG to save its plant collections from significant harm. The project will undermine the extensive and costly improvements the garden has carried out in recent years, funded with public and private funds. 962 Franklin and any alternative beyond as of right threatens the mission and future of the garden, and does so after several pandemic years resulted in a large loss of revenue for the garden. R6A zoning was created before a time when developers dictated the shape of the city. As a city planner and as an ordained minister, I worked hard for the creation of affordable housing in Brooklyn. If CB9 was supportive of this project, I might not be here today, but the local community is not willing to risk the harm to BBG from this rezoning in trade for 119 income-targeted units. An as-of-right project can be built with union labor. I stand with the garden. I also would note the impact of intensified competition on-street parking is not sufficiently mitigated. Existing sewer capacity is expected to be insufficient to support the project, and the excellent visual quality within the garden, which we used to have to take into account in environmental impact statements, will be significantly impacted and cannot be mitigated. I told myself to stop. Thank you for taking my testimony.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to Sharon Richmond. Welcome. And then we've got Kate Fairmole on Zoom. And I think I'm doing damage to your name. My apologies.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sharon Richmond. I'm a lifelong Brooklyn resident, born in Brooklyn, raised in Brooklyn, still live in Brooklyn. I'm one of many of you here. I have no garden. And then I realized, oh, yes, I do. The Botanic Garden is my garden. And you know what? It's offered so many opportunities to myself and to other people, because it's not just a place where we go to find peace and tranquility, but it's also a place where I've learned a great deal. I really hadn't thought too much about this until I thought that I had learned and heard terms that I hadn't heard since college botany. I came here as a second grader. I was one of the kids that Adrian Benepe referred to. I couldn't take a ship across to learn about different plants and trees. But when I came here as a second grader, I never forgot this cool, calm, green, magical place. And when I grew up and became a teacher myself for the New York City Department of Ed, I realized that I then took classes here. And I took classes to visit this place. And I took kids to learn about careers in greening. There were a myriad of opportunities that this cultural and botanical place presented. Now, as an adult, an old adult, who has retired from the Department of Ed, I came back to the garden and I took training as a garden guide, and I served in many different volunteer opportunities. I learned a great deal, and I was able to give back to the community through many of their programs, whether it was children's education, working in the Discovery Garden, working with memory impaired folks and their caregivers. This is a resource, this is a gem, this is an oasis that exists in the borough of Brooklyn, but it has widespread implications for the rest of the city. And I meet international travelers when I've served as a greeter at different functions at the garden. So I urge you, oppose this zoning. The people knew what they were doing in 1991.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Kate Firmoil. Again, my apologies. I think I'm doing harm to your name here on Zoom, followed by Kit Schneider here at 120 Broadway, followed by Gary Rivas.
Kate, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, yes, thank you so much. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kate Firmoil. You did a pretty good job with my last name. Thank you. And I'm zooming in today from BBG to ask you to reject the 962, 972 Franklin Avenue rezoning application. And I have to say, I have really appreciated this super thoughtful conversation this morning and this afternoon. As the Director of Interpretation and Exhibitions, my job here at BBG is to tell the many and varied stories of plants and the people who love them through tours, exhibitions, signage, and programs. And in the decade that I've spent working here at the garden, I've had an opportunity to really learn a lot about what brings people here and connects them to this place. Brooklyn Botanic Garden is more than just a public garden. It's Brooklyn's backyard, as Sharon just said, where New Yorkers come to learn about plants, yes, but also for their first dates, their first steps. They come to mourn losses and celebrate life's wins and find quiet moments, and also coming to enjoy music on Cherry Esplanade. I've learned that BBG is also often the backdrop and the main character in many Brooklynites' stories for well over 100 years. In this narrative of community, Brooklyn Botanic Garden is a place where stories unfold with every season, where memories are made under canopies of trees and among the plants and all of these things that need the sunlight. Allowing this rezoning to green light the taller and taller buildings would be a catastrophe for the garden. And I add my voice to those of my colleagues and community members here on Zoom and in the room there today to urge you to preserve this oasis of natural beauty and ensuring that it remains a place of joy and reflection and life for Brooklynites today. as well as many years to come, and for those who come after us. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being with us. Okay, Kit Schneider, welcome. Followed by Gary Rivas and then Raphael Schweitzer.
Hello, my name is Kit Schneider, and I'm here to oppose the proposed changes. I've been a member of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden for over 40 years before I even moved in Brooklyn. The first time I came to visit, when I was still living in Manhattan, I thought, this place is unbelievable. What is this doing in the middle of a big city, this green oasis? So I immediately became a member, and since then I have moved to Brooklyn, and I love Brooklyn. And for the last 10 years, I have been a volunteer, because once I retired, what do I want to spend my time with? Children and nature. Well, what could be better than the Botanic Garden? And we have such a wonderful community of people at the garden who love plants and who love gardens and want to share it with each other, but also share it with the wider community. As a volunteer, I have participated in many different programs. I've done a lot of children's programs, and we have babies, like infants, coming to our program sometimes. I think we had a 5-day-old once. Like, okay, you can't participate, but at least you can be here. And children just learn to love nature, but it's also not nature. It's a whole community. You get a feeling of community, like we are doing this together. It's not just a bunch of individuals. Let us work together. Isn't that what we want in the city and in the world? We also do adult tours, which I've done many tours, and you have people coming from around the world, or it might be somebody down the street who never came to the garden before, and they're amazed that this is such a beautiful place. We also have programs for people with dementia and memory loss, just to give them a nice day. And we also work with people outside. I've gone to programs at public schools, at libraries, at nursing homes. So we try to share the garden with not only ourselves, but with the wider community. Many people, myself included, consider the garden their country home. When you want to go to the country, where do you go? You go to BBG. We love the green space, the quiet atmosphere, and all the friendly people who work there and visit there. It is just a real community of people, and it's a valuable resource, and we want it for now, and we want it for the next 100, 200 years. So we do not want to have our sunlight blocked. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Gary Rivas on Zoom.
Gary, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to thank the board for taking the time to hear me out. My name's Gary Reeves. I've been a member, I've lived in Park Slope since 2004 and am a frequent visitor to the Botanic Garden, and last year even volunteered. I want to say thanks to Mr. Benape, because he hit my talking points almost in the same order I wrote them. So I'll be brief. He's already covered much of it. But a couple of things I want to point out. You know, as Mr. Benape said, once the building's built, there's no going back. And in that regard, I've heard a lot of discussion about how much light the plants get now versus how much light they'll get if the building is built, et cetera. But I just want to point out that the plants we're talking about are
I think we lost you there.
I no longer see Gary in the Zoom. If he reestablishes a connection, we'll try again.
So why don't we go to Raphael Schweitzer, since he's standing right here. Mr. Schweitzer, welcome. And then we'll see if we can grab Gary back. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to first thank you for your being very human, down to earth. It's not often you go to a city agency hearing and, you know, the person leading the meeting is actually, you know, so relatable, and, you know, so I appreciate that. So I was a community organizer for about a decade in the Bronx. You know, I fought buildings unsuccessfully, you know, as of right buildings. I think just wanted to urge the everyone on the commission, just look at who's here. These people are mostly volunteer. They're mostly women, which is important because women are the caretakers. Women are really the ones that are the pillars of our community. They're the ones that give birth. They're the ones that hold the children. So I think it's really important to listen to the women in the room. And so we've all heard about the shade and everything, but I just wanted to, like, if there was no BBG, would this project be getting approved? Because there's been a lot of other projects going up. Gentrification is a word that is used too much, I think, but there's really no other word. And the affordability levels that were talked about really aren't affordable. It's adding yet more density. As we all know, yes, we need affordable housing, we need housing, but there's a crisis that I think isn't really getting through to City Hall, which is we really don't have the infrastructure in New York City, the current infrastructure right now, to deal with all of these new buildings going up, the roads, the traffic, the schools, the parks, the sanitation, the sewer systems. So I'm just sitting here wondering, I do live in Park Slope. I live in Brooklyn right now. I moved in April. But I'm just sitting here wondering, if it weren't for the Brooklyn Botanical Garden bringing out all these people, I would say this project probably would get approved because you had all these union members here. And it would be yet another building that isn't affordable for the community, and in my opinion, almost more, as important, is going to overtax our infrastructure because we've had massive flooding, and these buildings it won't help, but it's going to just worsen that. And just for future meetings, I know you have to abide by laws and rules and everything. All this talk about, contextual this and R4A that, I think with all the changes that are proposed, instead of putting, the words, which to me are gobbledygook, I think there should be diagrams of like, this is how it looked before, and with this wording, this new contextual zoning, whatever, this is how it will look after, because I think, not that you would, but a lot of times the law and city agencies, they use these words to just overwhelm people, and so people like, I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm giving up, and I'm not. So if you want to really involve people in the process, simplification, oh my God, please, somehow I know, but I do thank you for your time, and thank you for being so open and accessible.
Thank you very much for that. And I will note that we understand the level of complexity of a lot of the work that we do here, and certainly agree with you that we need to continue to do more to make it easier and more visual and more accessible across the board. So thank you for making that point. Did we pick up Mr. Reeves again? Is he there?
I'm doing some outreach right now. We'll try to.
Okay, all right. So let's keep going. Edwin Hurdle, here in the room. Mr. Hurdle, are you here? Okay. How about Hanan Diana Hanna? She had to go. Okay, Gabrielle Nurnberg. Okay, hi. And we've got Mary Shuford after her. Okay, great. Welcome.
Hi. Okay, I'm going to be really brief. I just want to echo and emphasize my colleagues' voices in opposition to this rezoning proposal. Thank you so much for your consideration. I just want to talk about the calculus of community benefit, long-term effect to BBG, and deeply affordable housing creation. I'm a relatively newer staff member at the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I sought out this position because I wanted to participate in something that would enrich my community to support a New York cultural institution. Thus far, I have seen countless, relentless instances of BBG supporting its community, providing resources for teachers to enrich their curriculum, hundreds of school trips inviting children into our green classrooms, events that celebrate local culture and heritage, and events that educate urban green space stewardship. I'm constantly heartened and amazed by my colleagues' time and effort. This is an institution that adds to its community, obviously. I say all of this to highlight the stalwart stance by the developers that all 14 stories are required for them to A, contract union labor, and B, include affordable housing, as stated recently in the New York Times. BBG's sunlight and critical horticultural operations should not be held hostage by a developer who has no intrinsic motivation to support affordable housing beyond an occasional gesture, beyond the requisite. Ultimately, I must ask if BBG's next 100 years of community engagement and resources can be weighed against a mostly market rate apartment building. A side note, BBG has historically not stood in the way of development which do not present an existential threat to its resources. Our experts continue to believe this proposal would have an outsized impact on BBG's conservatory and nursery resources, not 7 minutes, but perhaps 97 minutes of sunlight a day. We know this. I defer strongly to BBG's horticultural experts over developers' assessment, especially as their efforts have been, up to this point, opaque. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Mary Shuford, followed by Constance Leasold on the phone. Hello, welcome.
My name is Mary Shuford. I am over a 50-year resident of Brooklyn and moved to Prospect Heights because of BBG. I've raised my children and my grandchildren here, but I have also worked in the Botanic Garden world outside of New York. And I know that BBG is world-renowned because it is such a unique institution with its science, its greenhouses. It is respected worldwide. And it is further unique, as was referred to, by the fact that it is closely within the community. It's everybody's neighbor, which makes it vulnerable to development. And the fact that buildings can come up around it and block the sunlight. I think it is absolutely imperative to protect, as was decided by your predecessors in 1991, to protect BBG's sunlight. There is just no value in the development that would be here that outweighs protecting this unique, internationally respected institution. And thank you. And thank you for all being so thoughtful and asking questions, and I really appreciate how engaged you are.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that. Appreciate it. Okay. Let's see. Do we have Constance Leasold on the phone? Great. Mm-hmm. Followed by Jabril Cooper on Zoom.
Constance, you should be able to unmute in Zoom.
Can you hear me?
You can.
You can hear me? Yes.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. This is Constance Leasold, and I lived for nearly 50 years across the street from the Botanic Gardens, and I'm here to oppose the rezoning. I thank you for this wonderful hearing. I feel I've spent the whole day in the Botanic Gardens, and it's the one thing that I think has maybe not been emphasized enough is the importance of the gardens to the battle that we face over global warming and climate change. The gardens can be and will be increasingly a center of this effort. And the consequences of your hearing can be very, very great. Should you approve the rezoning, the word would go out around the world. I don't know if you realize how much that the Botanic Gardens is a center of international gardening and botanic gardens. I was fortunate enough to be present
for a conference of international children's gardens and botanic gardens from around the world some years back. And the Botanic Gardens is a very great leader in this. And should you allow anything to happen that damages the garden, or even just appears to damage the garden, and this really would, it would be a real downer for organizations all over the world and for the efforts on global warming and climate change. And that affects children all over the world and generations to come. And young people would hear about it, and old people would hear about it and be more discouraged. We can't get discouraged. We don't have enough going on. New York City, which you represent, is supposed to be a leader in all of this. We're supposed to be a leader in everything. And we have to take that seriously. We can't be blasé about it. So please, I've been a part of the garden in every way, founded the garden over the Franklin Avenue shuttle that is called the Brooklyn Botanic Garden Stop. It was the first green thumb garden in Brooklyn. And with the help of the Botanic Gardens, the community garden effort has grown all over the city. And it will continue to grow, and we will continue to get attention to the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for being with us. Okay. Next, we have Jabril Cooper on Zoom, followed by Amanda White here and Stephen Sinclair also here, I believe.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jabril Cooper. I work on the community greening team at Brooklyn Botanic Garden, and I want to focus on that word community. I work and speak directly with residents of Brooklyn. Just yesterday, we had our Greenest Block in Brooklyn celebration, where the community came out in full force to celebrate one another. Speaking to you today because proposing to rezone and build a 14-story structure on Franklin Avenue is, putting it kindly, short-sighted. I could excuse not knowing the impact of the proposed structure, but those in favor of the project are well aware of how it would affect the garden. As someone that works directly and regularly with the community through programming such as Greenest Block in Brooklyn, our Brooklyn Urban Gardener training, the Making Brooklyn Bloom Conference, free workshops, I'm disturbed by the developer's persistence in pursuing this project. The lack of consideration for the community's consistent opposition to this is alarming and shows a clear, tone-deaf, context-barren approach to development, and that's exactly what we don't need in Brooklyn and in New York City overall. They've even presented this as affordable housing, while 75% of the building is planned to go for market rate. I'm someone who's lived in affordable housing when I was a child, actual affordable housing in Astoria, Queens, Ravenswood houses on the corner of 21st Street and 36th Avenue. This proposal, that continuum the developer has put forward, isn't affordable, it's not ecologically sound, and it's not wanted by the community in which they want to build. And let's not forget about its impact on Jackie Robinson Playground, an amazing place for recreation for children in the community. If we want to talk about City of Yes, let us say yes, we'll protect our community resources. Yes, we'll prioritize the voices of the community and residents over developers acting in their own self-interests. This isn't workplace versus workplace or union versus union. I have nothing but respect for my brothers and sisters in the unions who simply want to provide for their families. I am, however, deeply disappointed in the development group that misrepresents the impact that their building would have while seeking to harm an institution that provides free, affordable education for children and adults of Brooklyn's community. And these are people that look like me, kids that look like me, and should get to experience what the garden has to offer. Protect the zoning from 1991 and come take a class with us here at the garden, and I will personally teach you about tree care. Thank you. Bye.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Cooper, and thank you for that nice invitation too, and we will take you up on that. Thank you. Okay, let's go to Amanda White. Ms. White, are you here? Great. Excellent, with a helper. Love it. All right, and let's go after to Stephen Sinclair and Dorit Plews.
Okay, hello, my name is Amanda, and I'm here today to oppose this application. This little corner of Brooklyn is extremely close to my heart. I happen to live in one of the buildings standing between the lot and the BBG. I can see both the BBG and the lot from my living room windows. My son, he plays at Jackie Robinson Playground almost weekly year-round. To think that we would have our sunlight at Jackie Robinson, which is already diminished year-round by the towering Ebbets Field apartment complex to the east of the playground, further engulfed by another tall building, is quite frankly depressing. On a cold winter's day, it's the closest place that we can go where I can sit and relax in the sun while my son plays freely and we can both keep warm despite the bitter weather. My family and my neighbors rely on this public space for its nature, its recreation, its warmth, and its sunshine to rejuvenate our spirits and to restore our bodies. We will not accept our health and our peace of mind being compromised for more luxury condos in our ever-gentrifying neighborhood. This application also creates a threat for our community's beloved Botanic Garden. My family, my students, and I all deeply rely on the affected areas within the garden for personal, educational, and professional growth. I am a local preschool teacher at Maple Street School, and I bring my students 2 to 3 times a month to the gardens. In the winter time, we mostly utilize the conservatories and greenhouses to study the unique plant collections housed there. While the rest of the garden is too cold for our 2 to 5-year-olds to tolerate, these indoor environments offer a warm respite and allow us to continue our important work of understanding the natural world. My students are so young that they need concrete experiences to learn big concepts, abstract concepts like habitats, ecosystems, climate, and diversity. We can observe our favorite fruits going in the tropical collection and explore all kinds of fuzzy, prickly, funny-shaped plants in the desert collection. We can't travel to the Middle East or the Caribbean, where some of my students' heritage traces, but we can still experience up close what kind of nature grows there. We can look to the aquatic houses to understand how essential water is for all life, or examine the bonsais and discover that even small things are beautiful and complicated and worth protecting. The microclimates these collections depend on are extremely delicate, and were these special places to lose any amount of sunlight, especially during the winter when the community utilizes them most and when the plants most depend on every ounce of light available to them, as my 5-year-old stated, the plants would die. Yes. And we would lose this extremely valuable resource. I just want to mention one more thing, that the nurseries, who the person said are not available to the public, and so they shouldn't be considered. The plants there end up in every part of the garden that we use. They end up in our school's garden. They end up in my students' gardens. Okay?
Thank you.
So they matter to the public just as much as the other places.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Hi. Let's go to, is that you, Mr. Sinclair?
Yes.
Okay,
that's
great.
me.
And then we have Doraith Plews and George McCracken next.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Sinclair, Parisian, retired head museum curator. I live most of my life in Paris. An American citizen since 2022, I have been a proud inhabitant of Windsor Terrace in Brooklyn, a very diverse neighborhood, by personal choice. I am writing a Walker's Heritage and Architecture Guide of New York City and have been visiting the whole city on foot at a rate of 40 miles a week for 5 years, taking 60,000 photos. So I may have an impartial, personal, yet distant view of the best New York City has to offer to its dwellers and visitors alike in every one of its neighborhoods. Basically, I know what I'm talking about. The Brooklyn Botanic Garden is on top of my guide, a must-visit spot. In a constrained space, the staff at BBG has managed for generations to create the place of beauty and quiet we all desperately need here. The Botanic Garden is the one membership I have subscribed to among the slew of cultural institutions the city has to offer. The Botanic Garden is the place close to home where I find inspiration and new ideas, notably around the Japanese hill and pond, a wonder of garden and architecture alike. We're all seeing, with the coverage of the Olympic Games, what Paris, a city without cars, does for its inhabitants, how beautiful the city is, how happy people feel there. They are happy mainly because there is a great deal of harmony, care, and beauty in their living environment. New York City was in fact built with these same city beautiful ideas after Paris's example. Parks and gardens were an essential part of the plan. Then, since the 40s, apparently the city has not cared as much for the well-being of its citizens as it has for mechanical efficiency and corporate greed, I should say. So, in my opinion, the administration is facing a choice here. Either it bends, once again, in the face of economic interests and pressure groups, and allows irreparable harm to the garden, or it tries, for once, to preserve a modicum of beauty and harmony for us all to enjoy. I hope you reject the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Dorit, please. Welcome, followed by George McCracken. Hello.
Hi, my name is Doris Plus, and I'm here today to express my support for a vital and irreplaceable community asset, the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. As a member and a volunteer, I am deeply concerned by the rezoning application for 962 Franklin Avenue. As we've been hearing in great detail during previous testimonies, the construction of this condo building would disrupt the ecosystem of plant life at the Botanic Garden and have a devastating impact on the plants directly affected by the reduced access to sunlight. Plants would struggle to survive and will ultimately perish. An ecosystem that has been painstakingly managed and developed, no doubt through many trials and errors, would be disrupted and a precious link broken. This is why I am asking the Planning Commission to reject this rezoning application so that the delicate balance that has been established be allowed to continue without harmful interference. For many people like myself, the Brooklyn Botanic Garden is a touchstone for the community, a place that is valued for the many benefits it offers to everyone in the community and beyond. It is also beneficial to wildlife. I visit the Brooklyn Botanic Garden throughout the year. Springtime is especially beautiful. Anyone who hasn't seen the cherry and magnolia trees in full bloom should really visit during this time to experience this spectacular display. Like me, you will find yourself smiling and your heart may well skip a beat. One of the events my family and I enjoy are the summer picnic nights. You can spot us relaxing under the arching canopy of a tree. And in the distance, toddlers and young children running around, squealing and laughing as they play amongst themselves or being chased around by a parent. It seemed to be only yesterday that my own children were of that age. Now our eldest son and his fiancée are scouting venues for their wedding next year. Yes, you've guessed it. The Brooklyn Botanic Garden is a consideration. So you see, the BBG is a constant in an everlasting in an ever-changing landscape. I have remained open-minded to the arguments laid out by the developers at previous hearings. None would justify sacrificing the BBG, because that is essentially what they are demanding.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, George McCracken, welcome. Virginia Levy, Carol Pittman on deck. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is George McCracken. I'm a neighbor, fortunate to be a neighbor of the Botanic Garden. I live a few blocks away on Montgomery Street. I've lived there for 12 years. I'm very much opposed to this change in zoning. I'm also currently a graduate student of landscape architecture at City College, and the Botanic Garden is an incredible resource for students. I think that one thing that's not maybe totally well understood is the biodiversity that's available at the Botanic Garden. There are plants that are available there to see in person that really don't exist anywhere else in the city. And it's crucial that kids can go there and be able to experience desert plants, different ecologies, rainforests that they might not know really existed outside of a book otherwise. Also, the Jackie Robinson Playground. I play handball there. I've always enjoyed it, and it's heavily used. And the well-being of the children who use that playground should not be overlooked. And I also want to talk a little bit about the economics of this, because I think that, this is presented as an economic opportunity, but I think that there's, first of all, a false binary that's being presented by the developer. Either there's a building that is beyond the zoning requirements, or there's no building. And I think I don't buy that. On top of that, I think that we need to think about the long-term environmental, social, and economic health of the neighborhood, and not put short-term profits over the long-term benefits of the neighborhood. If we were in Florence, Italy, there wouldn't be a discussion about putting a tower that would shade out or obscure the Duomo. This is something that's a vital amenity to the neighborhood, and once it's degraded, first of all, it'll set a terrible precedent, as people have pointed out. It won't stop here. There'll be more developers who will want to push this farther. And, once these amenities are destroyed, we'll never get them back. So I hope that you will reject this request for zoning change. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Levy.
My name right.
Whew.
It was amazing.
It was bound to happen once today. I was going to get it right.
Fabulous.
Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for your fortitude. You guys have real stamina for these, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm here today representing my neighborhood, which is miles from the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I represent the South Midwood Pollinators, which is a nonprofit devoted to creating a more sustainable environment for people and for pollinators. We're about 100 plus gardeners. And I think my role here today is to express the outrage that the average citizen in Brooklyn has expressed when they hear that, what? They're trying to build again next to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden? Like, didn't we go through this already? Because we urban gardeners are a very scrappy bunch. We can get soil, we can even paint walls to make things warmer. We can do all kinds of things, but the one thing we cannot remediate is sunlight. Sunlight is the gift that enables life on this planet, as we all know. It's the miracle of photosynthesis that turns the energy of the sun into food and oxygen and all these wonderful things. And as urban gardeners, we are very sensitive to what happens when a building goes up, right? Because unlike those trees that we kept being shown that were supposedly shading the greenhouses, buildings are not deciduous. right? They are just as shadow producing in the winter as they are in the summer. And as Mr. Blake pointed out, the winter is the most delicate time for our collections because the collections of the garden, because they are trying to support and bring into Brooklyn plants that are from much sunnier parts of the world. So that is just what I would like to strongly urge against any upzoning, and know that I think that this is something that's really broadly felt in my community, which is many miles from the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. But it's a vital resource for not just Brooklyn, but for the entire city. So thank you again for your consideration.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Carol Pittman, are you here?
Gone.
Gone. Okay, how about Jack Kaplan on Zoom? Okay, to be followed by Fred Baptiste. Are you here, Mr. Baptiste? Yes. Great. Thank you.
Unmute. Okay, here I am. Hi, my name is Jack Kaplan, and I want to introduce myself. I was born and raised in Brooklyn, and I came here came to the BBG as a child with my family. I also came to the BBG with my classmates when I was a kid at PS 255 back in the 1950s. And also I remember buying little seeds, packets of seeds from the Botanic Garden. They came in little brown packets, and you can get your marigolds or radishes or whatever. And of course, I've been coming here my whole BBG my whole life. And in 1980, I moved to the 81, I moved to Park Slope. I became a member. And in 1990, I became a garden guide. And I've been giving tours now for over 30 years. And in that time, I've met people from not all over New York City, and also all over the United States, and even all parts of the world. And I know why they come to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, because quite frankly, it's famous. It's a very, very well-renowned garden. And you don't have to take my word for it. I have a little visual here for you. This is a block of stamps issued by the U.S. Post Office in 2020. It's honoring 10 botanic gardens in the United States. And guess what? The BBG is one of them. And only one in New York City. And why is it famous? Because, first of all, it's famous as a model of an urban garden, and also because we, the Botanic Garden, pioneered so many things. We were the first botanic gardens in the United States to have a Japanese garden in 1915. We we started one of the first bonsai collections in New York City. And in 1955, we had the very first garden in the United States on public property devoted to the sight impaired. And it's still going strong today, the Fragrance Garden. But the biggest pioneering thing we did was to dedicate so much of our effort to education. And even back in 1915, they devoted an acre of land to school kids that they can come and grow their own plants. And a lot of these plants were given to them and grown and propagated in the nursery. And as many of our speakers here said today, the nursery is so important because that is the source of thousands of plants that have been given out over the years to school kids. And so I would say you really, when you start messing about with the garden, you're really doing tremendous damage to the garden. And the BBG should simply be off limits. And the limits were set in 1991. We should stick to that. And we should definitely reject this proposal, no matter how modified it is, because not only should we discourage this developer, but future developers from doing the same sort of thing.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's go to Fred Baptiste, followed by Sherwin Yap on Zoom, and Sarah Erickson here at 120. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Good night yet? Or I don't know. I want to thank the commissioners for allowing me to speak this afternoon. My name is Fred Baptiste. I am the chair of Brooklyn Community Board 9. And I'm here to speak on this application We voted on this in June of 2024 per the ULURP process, and we voted in opposition. As I stand here, I can't help but think of the words of the immortal Yankee philosopher, this is deja vu all over again. We have been here before. We've had this conversation before. We've done this in 1991 when we considered the zoning. We did this again 2 years ago when we considered an almost identical application for this. And here we are again. So CB9, we voted in opposition and we provided a resolution, which is almost exactly what it faced exactly the same opposition that we had 2 years ago. This is something that is absolutely inappropriate for the district. And I think that there are just too many threats in terms of what it does to the Brooklyn Botanic Garden and the existing resources that we have. I want to thank our land use chair, Sue-Ann Chong. She captured many of the points in terms of what our discussion had, and I think that's been submitted and that's part of the testimony. But I also wanted to talk very briefly about variances. Why do we have these conversations? We already have established zoning which says what you can build. If we're considering variances, we really should be considering the balance of equities. What are we getting back for going against what we have established as the zoning? And the problem is we don't get back enough. We're talking about doubling, this proposal talks about the doubling of the density to get 75% market rate with 25% affordable, and even 2/3 of that affordability is questionable. So I'm not sure it's affordable to who. We're really talking about increasing housing stock that is not available to most New Yorkers, and definitely not to most of my own residents. We had voted no with no modifications because from what we've heard from all the testimony, there are no mitigations for this. If you go above this, there is going to be irreparable harm done to BBG and to Jackie Robinson and to the quality of life within the neighborhood. I also wanted to note that, again, part of our concern is when you add a project like this, right now, this is an area that has had nothing on it for years. It used to be industrial, light industrial. We're talking about doubling the density, which means strains and impacts we have never measured in terms of the electrical grid. We're talking about the sewers. We're talking about the water mains. We're talking about sunlight, what the quality of life looks like in the neighborhood. We also need to consider the pressure on existing housing stock. Rent is always going up. If you're adding 75% housing, that's market rate, plus again, more unaffordable housing, it really encourages landlords to raise the rent because you're a bargain compared to what happens at BBG or at this facility. And also, just my last couple of seconds, I just wanted to say, I think that is very curious that this proposal is scaled down and it's only a portion of what we considered before. And I think because you know what, you need to have something that sets up the precedent. A much smaller proposal, so it's not as big as the last one, but it sets up a precedent for future. There is still a portion of this lot that has not been done yet. So call me a cynic, but I think we will see the other shoe drop if we allow this to go through. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. Wait, before you go, yes, we have a question for you from Commissioner Duett.
You're the chair for CB9?
Correct.
Do you know if the because I haven't heard an opinion from the council member. Do you know what the council member's opinion on this project is?
She hasn't really, no, actually, that's not correct. She has said she's not in favor of a project that's going to threaten BBG. So definitely that. She's expressed concerns with regards to that. But I believe she is really waiting for the process to play through in terms of being able to weigh in based on all the testimony that's provided as well.
And one more question, just as maybe how do we as a commission, how do I as a commissioner reconcile the BBG's concerns and the need for housing and the union support that's intrinsic to this project?
In terms of the union support, and I want to be very clear, we don't begrudge anyone trying to make a living. Absolutely. I mean, we encourage that. We think that's part of the issue where people aren't making enough. But I think that, it's funny to me if you're going to have a project that you help to build, but you can't even afford to live in, based on the wages that they're talking between the 75% market rate and all the other things. Yes, you're making it, but you can't even afford to live where you work.
Right. Assuming BBG wasn't impacted by this, assuming this was a mile away, still in your district, what would you think of this application?
Again, I think I point back to
which creates housing.
It does. Well, there's a difference between creating housing and creating affordable housing. And I think that's the distinction we really need to be making. I mean, and again, I point back to the whole idea of balancing equities. This is zoned at an R6. So you would think that somebody coming to build would buy something that is affordable at an R6 that would, enable them to build a project that they can build a profit on. I think what we're seeing here is this is a result of speculation and asking the city to bail them out by allowing them to go big and charge whatever rents they want to.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
I have Commissioner Osorio and then Commissioner Marin.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. This is very useful for us. You've been very clear in your position. So has the garden. So has the applicant. I'm wondering if you can, however, explain a little bit what has been the extent and the nature of the community engagement so far. I know that you've met with the developer throughout the process at different stages, but I'm wondering if you can synthesize and summarize for us, what's been the quality of that engagement so far.
They show up just prior to the application getting approved, getting certified. That's about it. I think the deepest level of engagement we had was when the pandemic was here. And because everything was frozen and we couldn't meet in person, and there was a whole lawsuit about even being able to meet in person, they were very, very engaging with us in terms of hopefully being able to get us to have the hearing so they can move the hearing forward. Otherwise, in terms of the actual nitty-gritty, the details, what we were looking for in terms of density or housing mix, we haven't had those conversations.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Marin has withdrawn his question. I see no other questions for you. So thank you very much for being here with us. We appreciate it. And for your service to the community board. Okay, Sherwin Yap on Zoom, followed by Sarah Erickson here. Ms. Erickson, are you here? Okay, great.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is
Hello.
You can hear me? Okay, perfect. How you doing today? My name is Sherwin Yap. I'm a Brooklyn Botanical Garden bug graduate. So today, I would like to say, as commissioners, you are the great protectors. You sit in between the divide of the just and the unjust. 200 years from now, everyone in this hearing and everyone currently on this planet won't exist. So let's not treat this as an ordinary hearing. We should be excited, actually, because this is a unique opportunity for all of us to calibrate our legacy, to reach into the future 200 years from now. So I take my stand today and put into the record for the world 200 years from now by saying I'm against this rezoning. Let me let you in on a secret about Brooklyn Botanical Garden, for those of you who don't know. And the things I would say today are not embellishments, but a true testimony of real events that you won't hear anywhere else, the way it will be told. This is a magical place. And let me say this again. This is essentially a magical place. And let me explain what I mean. True wonders are happening every day where people are being transformed. I'm one of them. When you spend enough time there, you realize what's really happening. And it's kind of genius when you really think about it. They're teaching and nurturing the next generation that will be the new disciples around the world. They're responding to the human need for love, peace, and tranquility. They're transforming unjust structures of society by challenging the idea of who can get access, by reaching into underserved communities. There are not too many places that are doing this and that could perform this feat. Developers would always be developers, and they push the bottom line. So this is something that, it'll never stop. It'll always happen. But the Brooklyn Botanical Garden is not a place to be tampered with. This is a sacred space for all of New York, for all of the world. So I hope you agree with us about this zoning, and I hope, that you reflect on the fact that this is a way for everyone in the room to create their legacy and put their stamp on the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Let me move on to Sarah Erickson. Welcome. And then Margaret Sticks, Mila Seabrook. Good afternoon. Hi.
Hi. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Erickson, and I'm here today to speak in support of Brooklyn Botanic Gardens Fight for Sunlight and to express my opposition to the proposed rezoning of 962 Franklin Avenue. For nearly 2 years, I've been a dedicated volunteer to the garden, serving a purpose that has been very important to me. I work as a career florist and plant specialist, as well as a roving horticulture volunteer in BBG's native garden, as well as a tour support guide here at the garden. That being said, I see firsthand, day after day, how much the natural world affects and benefits us here in the city. This cultural institution has touched the lives of so many people for over a century and has provided the residents of Brooklyn and greater New York with an oasis and irreplaceable resource. So much history and so many stories live within its confines, and plants from all around the world thrive within its borders. By denying the rezoning of this project, we can ensure the garden's much-needed access to sunlight, a resource that it simply cannot thrive without. Without sufficient sunlight, our greenhouses would suffer, as would the countless plants around the grounds. This sort of shift would significantly limit the ability to grow and exhibit hundreds of rare and exotic plants, as well as limit the garden's ability to teach people of all ages and of all backgrounds in such a special and unique setting. The experiences range from simple joy to profound educational impact for so many visitors, and this sort of institution is something that should not only be coveted and protected, but also uncompromised in an urban environment such as ours. The residents of New York have the right to nature, open green space, science education, and community greeting, as well as they have the right to affordable housing. However, these two should never be pitted against one another. The adverse impacts of this proposed rezoning would do immense damage to this institution and harm a resource that is so very important to this community and all its visitors. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Margaret Sticks. Ms. Sticks, are you here? No. Okay. Mila Seabrook, welcome. Kirthi Hearn on Zoom, and Jolie Cobb on the phone will be next. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mila Seabrook, and I'm the Associate Director of Individual Giving and Special Events at BBG. I could spend this time impressing upon you what a joy and an honor it is to play even a small role in caring for the garden, but I'd like instead to talk about what it is to have a home in Brooklyn that I can return to. My great-grandmother moved to Crown Heights from Trinidad in the 1930s, brought my grandmother over in the 1940s, and my grandmother gave birth to my mom in the 1950s. All three generations found peace and a home in the garden, and my mother made sure that I did as well. It was in the garden that my mom fell in love with education, and at Jackie Robinson School right across the street that she began her 30-year career in the New York City Department of Education. I grew up in the gardens as much as I did on the Jackie Robinson playground, and I know both places as well as I know my own name. Through my interactions with both places, I found my own love for nature, art, and doing whatever I could to uplift the local community. In turn, my career has included roles at the Brooklyn Children's Museum and Prospect Park as well. I am the community this development speaks of, and I have spent much of my adult life serving it. It is in service to the community that I stand before you now. There are already not enough green spaces and sunlight in the neighborhoods that Black and brown residents live in, and that is largely by design. A combination of gentrification, redlining, and unbridled racism have forced us further away from trees and sky and gridlocked us between cold steel buildings we cannot afford to live in. As a Black woman born and raised in New York City, I know well the shadows of developments like this one that is being proposed, and what is for many the unattainable price of sunlight streaming through a living room window or onto a local playground. I know what it is to feel unwelcome in beautiful spaces, and I know the joy of finding places where that does not exist. In the garden, I am welcome and I find peace. You will have heard from people who oppose this zoning are against affordable housing. I stand here as a living challenge to that characterization. As a Brooklyn native, I still can't really afford housing, comfortable housing in the areas that I serve. I cannot afford to live across the street from the garden, and still I oppose this rezoning. It is possible to support affordable housing and the natural right we all have to green spaces and sunlight, especially when what we're calling affordable isn't affordable or even accessible to large swaths of New York City. Destroying all that the garden has stood for in favor of yet another development that serves the interest of few would be an injustice. Taking the sunlight away from kids who are already living in housing projects like Ebbets Field would be an injustice of the highest order. Sunlight is at a premium for them, and they are not allowed to access it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Let's go to Brandon Otis. Mr. Otis, are you here? Kirthi Hearn on Zoom.
Kirthi is not on the Zoom.
Jolie Cobb on the phone.
Julie Cobb, we're going to give you the ability to unmute.
You're finding Ms. Cobb, okay. And followed by Dorothy Griffiths.
Julie, you should be able to unmute on Zoom.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yeah. Awesome. Hello. How is everyone doing today?
We're hanging in.
How's that? Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. So my name is Jolie Cobb, and I'm one of the recent board members for CV9. I currently are working towards being on the Economic Development Committee, along with our City of Yes Housing Subcommittee and our Parks and Recreation and Culture Committee. I do find these most interesting. I was a server at the Botanic Garden, a lead server there for the last year. I currently live in the district and review the data for our district and try to address some of our foundations and economic disparities. Some things I would like to recognize is that our districts specifically south end of Eastern Parkway is at the greatest risk for displacement. I think that should be something we recognize. As much as I do appreciate all of the commentary on the shadow impact on both Jackie Robinson and the Botanic Garden, I do feel like as a housing and rezoning text that we should be addressing the affordable housing issue that this is facing and that we currently face as a citywide development. Within our district, 52% of our residents spend 30% of their income on their rent. And then we have 28% of our residents spend over 50% of their income on their rent, meaning 70% of our district is rent burdened. Building developments that do not account for that disparity in our economic status as of now completely negates the affordable housing conversation that we are looking to embark on. And I do think we should prioritize some of those efforts because as of right development at market rate is commonplace as we are talking right now. While over the time of this meeting, I did look at the 111 Montgomery and see that in the last 4 years, they only have 22 units that have been rented out. That's really alarming because we clearly see that developers are building, but they're just not at a rate that people can actually afford to rent at. And as a server, somebody that is rent burdened, that does live this reality, it is frustrating to hear this conversation of, well, we can build, just not at that rate that works for you. I think we forget that there are a lot of us in industries that do not come with benefits, do not come with income security or salaries, that we still have somewhere and need somewhere to live. And it's really challenging for a lot of us. So with this development specifically, the 119 affordable units was a big problem when we had tried to negotiate. If our medium area income is at $65,000 and you're only building 20 units at that rate, how is that affordable housing? I just want to throw one last point that 400,000 applicants are pending for the housing lottery in my district alone. So 119 buildable units is not going to address the truly affordable housing problem that we're facing.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being with us, and we certainly understand the point that you're making about rent burden and also the crisis that we are in as a city with a 1.4% vacancy rate that is driving up costs for everybody. And we certainly at the Department of City Planning are trying to find ways to create housing at all levels for all people at different incomes. So I certainly take that point and understand it. Okay. Dorothy Griffiths is next, to be followed by Zenobia McNally and Elaine Johnson.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Dorothy Griffiths. I'm an archaeologist and a regular visitor to the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens. I also volunteer at the garden, and I've been doing so since 2017. I am saddened at the fact that the developers thought it prudent to put a construction or development in place that would impinge on the beauty and the authenticity of the green environment in our community. I understand clearly the whole idea of the need for housing. Half of us in my community cannot and wouldn't be able to afford such apartments. Be that as it may, to impinge on this beautiful space by shutting or casting a shadow over the garden is just not a good thing to do. I was in the garden last week, pruning some plants, cutting dried leaves from some cucumber plants, and suddenly a dark shadow came over the garden where I was standing, and that's the section towards Washington Avenue. It felt so scary. And I thought to myself, I should take out my camera, my phone, and take a picture and do a sound effect so that I could use this as my prop for this talk or this testimony I'm about to give. But time did not allow me. But I'm so thankful for that opportunity at that moment to have seen and have felt how ominous it felt with that dark shadow coming over onto the garden and in that section. And then I said, oh, I wished that the developers and all those involved were right here to experience what I'm now seeing and feeling. I say to you, go back to the drawing board and rethink. This is a beautiful green space. Development must happen, yes, but do revisit again, take time, and better than that, take a walk to the garden at various hours of the day and see for yourself the destruction that you'll be bringing on this green space. I oppose this development, and I thank you for listening. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Ms. Griffiths. And I agree, your video with musical accompaniment sounds like it would have been pretty awesome. So thank you for being with us today. All right, let's go to Zenobia McNally, followed by, let me just do a quick public service announcement, Ms. McNally, before you start. We have 3 more people signed up to testify: Elaine Johnson, Gary Reeves back on Zoom, and Carol Renault. So if anybody wishes to be heard on this item today and has not yet had an opportunity and wants to sign up, we're getting close to the end of the line, so I encourage you to do that now. Sorry to hold you up. Welcome.
Good afternoon to all of you. My name is Zenobia McNally, and I am a longtime resident of Flatbush and an avid gardener. And I love the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, who I've been a member for many, many years. When I came in today, I said to myself, I like this space. This is a lovely space, gorgeous building, but why are we here again? Why? That's the part I cannot understand. What has changed? There's still thousands of trees in the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, lots of seedlings being planted, lots of animals. What has changed that brings us back here? They all still need the same sunlight they did 2 years ago, 10 years ago, 100 years ago. It's just frustrating to me because none of it has changed. Last time I was here, I demonstrated just how many people access BBG within a year. Access it either online or in person, and I came up with maybe about 2 million people, and that's short because I only did a little bit of activity on that. There's way more people than that who are access BBG. So why are we here again, wasting all of your time? All of your time. I know this is your job, but it was still a waste of time. Nothing has changed to the point where we said that the light is still needed at BBG. And this has even become more personal for me over the last 2 years because I live across the street from what was Sears. And right now there's huge projects going on in Sears. I got the smallest one on my little street, only 95 units. And already they've reached the 5th floor, and my front garden is no longer sunny after 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I would share this last story with you. When they knocked down my garden that was over there in that space without even letting us know, just came and knocked us down, manhandled me, and pushed us all around. And they cut down this big, beautiful oak tree that has been the home of birds, and another big tree that was there from 60 plus years. And I no joke, 2 hours after all the plants were down, the trees were cut down that same day, here comes the hawk saying, "Where is my tree?" I have hawks that live in my backyard, and hawks come to the tree all the time. And the hawk was circling around, looking for its tree that's been there for 60 plus years. Is this what we're doing to our community? Are we all hawks looking for our trees? And we'll be asking ourselves in a few years, where are our trees? And these trees still grow in Brooklyn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, Elaine Johnson, are you here? You are. Welcome. Great.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
I'm a private citizen, although I work for a union. I work for Train and Engine Service for Metro North. If it's okay, I'm just going to read from an open letter that I wrote to the Botanical Gardens that just expresses my feelings. To whom it may concern, my name is Elaine. My daughter is Alexis Johnson. Although we live in Dutchess County, I went to Brooklyn Tech High School, as well as lived in Brooklyn for several years. It was to my dismay that I saw the news yesterday, about a week ago, regarding the proposed high-rise to be built across from the Botanical Garden that would cast an unacceptable shadow over the gardens. We would like to know how we can be of service and to support the Botanical Garden in efforts to ensure that this project is not allowed to continue. Thank you for having this meeting, and I was able to come today on my break. My sample letter was to the Honorable Governor Hochul or Mayor Adams. It's come to my attention via Channel 7 and Channel 2 that there is a proposed new building that would be erected across from the Botanical Garden. Originally was to be 6 or 7 stories. However, it is now in progress for it to be much higher. This would detrimentally impact the Botanical Garden as it would cast and create an unacceptable amount of shade necessary for the garden to survive and grow. Please consider this Botanical Garden as part of our shared green space for all in Brooklyn, as well as being part of the Majesty situated next to the Brooklyn Museum and the Grand Army Plaza. The Botanical Garden has been there for over 100 years. This is one of the most important and historic conservation work of the area. It both promotes interactive greenery and educational opportunities and relaxation for the population writ large. I'm sure you will be able to see the history behind the Botanical Garden and the surrounding area as important to the community now and for our future generations of visitors and residents. They lend peace, harmony, and tranquility to our lives. Please do not let real estate developers nickel and dime away our green spaces by casting a literal shadow over the garden. This is not environmentally sound. There was a limit placed on the height of the building. Please adhere and heed to this need for this. This can be a slippery slope. Once you allow green spaces to be carved up, there is little or no going back. And thank you for your time and consideration. I don't envy you. I know you have a lot of attention to handle population and green spaces.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. We appreciate your being here. Okay, Gary Reeves.
I no longer see Gary.
Oh, no. Oh.
Gary rejoined, but then dropped off.
Oh, boy. Okay. Well, hopefully we'll get him back before before we're done. Okay, Carol Renault on Zoom, followed by Hota Borgman and Lee Williams.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, commissioners. I am here to testify on behalf of the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. I'm Carol Renault, a Marine Corps veteran, a native of Belize who has lived in Brooklyn for over 35 years. I am also a public school teacher. I note Belize because I grew up in an environment where we take plants, science, and conservation seriously. And I know even though it doesn't seem like it from time to time, I know the United States and Brooklyn takes this seriously as well. I currently work as a science teacher in a small school in Bensonhurst. And I'm here advocating on behalf of my science students who in many instances are unable to advocate for themselves. When we are unable to grow plants in our small classroom spaces, we take our students to where? None other than the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. Here is where they are able to see, feel, and touch what they are studying in school. This gives them a firmer understanding of science. Please reject this proposal so that my New York public school students can continue to thrive and compete with the world. I also live on a block that has won the greenest block in Brooklyn multiple times. And I'm also a Brooklyn urban gardener, and I volunteer with the Brooklyn Botanic Garden. The education received from these programs is shared with our neighbors in Flatbush. And I also share them with family and friends in Belize. Once again, I urge you to help the Botanic Garden conserve its plants, which in turn will help future generations. I thank you for this time. Thanks once again.
Great, thank you. Thanks for joining us. Okay, I now have a Hota Borgman on the phone, I believe. How's it look?
Doesn't seem like they're here.
Do not see the name in Zoom, yeah.
Okay. How about Lee Williams here with us? Hey, Ms. Williams, welcome. And again, this is getting close to the end here. So, Mr. Reeves, we'd love to have you back if you're out there in the world, and anybody else who wants to be heard. The floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much, and I'm sorry to extend by 3 minutes this very long day. I echo everyone's gratitude to all of you for your thoughtful consideration in this matter. And I have to say I was inspired to sign up like 5 minutes ago on my phone. I've been here all day listening. I was here at the Borough President's hearing a few weeks ago, and I just the pride I feel being a member of this BBG community really is overwhelming, and I fear that my nerves will sort of overtake any message I have. The only thing I want to add, I can't possibly speak more eloquently or specifically to any of the sort of science that you've heard, the great history of the garden. I've lived in Brooklyn, 15 years, but my grandmother was born in Bedford-Stuyvesant a few years before the garden opened, so I do have deep roots in the area. Really what I want to do is in my capacity as Director of Visitor Services and Volunteers at the garden is just serve as a multiplier to the voices you've heard today. So we've had a few dozen people, dedicated, amazing people in this room speaking against this rezoning application, which I should make clear I'm here to speak against this application too. There are hundreds and thousands of people that are not in this room that I, in my role, get to sort of see, if not physically in the garden on a daily basis, in our feedback that we get. One of the great parts of my job is I get to check our visitor feedback tool and read every day comments from people. I don't know who they are. They're coming from all over. It's their first visit to the garden. It's their 100th visit. They come here since they were 10 years old. They've been coming here for decades here. They got married here. They're celebrating their anniversary. Just so many personal stories that people share with us. And it's a great joy and privilege for me to get to sort of scroll through those with my morning coffee. And then our volunteer crew, I just want to, as far as the community service that the garden provides, we have over 600 active volunteers at BBG who work in all departments of the institution. And This is such a mutually beneficial relationship that we have with our dedicated volunteers. One of our volunteers mentioned earlier, she's retired. She wanted to work with nature and work with children, and this was the place to do it. And I feel like we do that for a lot of people in the community and serve a really meaningful role in that capacity. So just wanted to add those notes, and thank you all again, and thank you for letting me speak.
Great, thank you. Thank you for being with us all day. We appreciate it. Okay, Madam Secretary, do we have anybody else signed up?
I believe we're getting one more speaker into the room right now. They're calling in.
Okay.
I believe it is Borgman. I'm getting word that they're trying again to call right now, actually. Oh, and I see the number. Okay. You should be able to unmute on Zoom. Jota Borgman?
Oh, yes. Yeah, yes.
Yes,
welcome.
Sorry.
We're ready for you.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm so sorry. It was the dial-in was quite confusing. I'll speak briefly. Thank you so much for letting me speak. So my name is Jota Borgman. I live in Prospect Lefferts Gardens, and I'm a member of the Brooklyn Botanical Garden, and I spend 3 to 4 days there, not full days, but I go there 3 to 4 days probably every week during the spring and summer. It is a huge just blessing in my life for my health and well-being. You know, I have a studio apartment. I don't have other like outdoor. I don't have outdoor space. I'm not a homeowner. And I just really value being able to go to the botanical garden and enjoy the open space and the open skies. And I just echo everything that's been said, including by Ms. Griffith, who I heard speak. I wasn't able to attend all day today because I've been working, but just really value the Brooklyn Botanical Garden as it is. I really think this development will be detrimental to the garden, to everyone who uses the garden, to the character of the neighborhood and the space and the sky that we enjoy. I was really disappointed when another large high-rise went up on Flatbush that is an eyesore along this side of the park that you can see from all angles in Prospect Park. And these kinds of developments aren't necessary. They're not bringing us like the kind of value that we need, like the garden is. And I just urge you to reject this application and to maintain the garden that has given so much to so many people in Brooklyn for over a century now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Madam Secretary.
It appears we just got one registration live, real time, from a Susan Von
Okay,
Kessel.
so
Yep.
I'm looking for Susan Von Kessel on Zoom. No? Okay, Madam Secretary, while we see if either Ms. Von Kessel or Mr. Reeves materializes on Zoom, why don't you give our closing admonition about what people should do if they wish to provide testimony after this moment?
For those of you who are unable to or did not wish to testify, you can submit written testimony on this hearing and other active projects ahead of the commission. You can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's website, or by mailing your comments to City Planning Commission, Calendar Information Office, 31st floor, 120 Broadway, New York, New York, 10271.
Great. And I just want to take a moment as we close just to say thank you to all of you who are with us today, both in person and on Zoom, and people who have stayed all day, people who were here and left. And certainly, you know, your passion for the Brooklyn Botanic Garden, for those of you who are speaking up, was very clear, whether it was from gardeners or educators or administrators or neighbors or community board members. We appreciate hearing from all of you, and obviously we will take everything that we've heard today and we'll consider how to move forward, but we appreciate all of you and we appreciate your time and attention. We know it was a long day. So with that, Madam Secretary, do we have any finalists?
I do not see Susan or Carrie.
Okay, I think we've given enough notice here, and there's still an opportunity if they wish to be heard by submitting the way that you mentioned. May I adjourn the meeting?
I'll just note that
She always does that to me.
So sorry. Procedural. The record is going to remain open through Monday, August 19th at 5 p.m. to receive written comments on the DEIS draft environmental impact statement.
Wonderful. That's it. We're adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
The time is 4:21 p.m.